Hello, good morning and welcome to the start of the weekend on the European Cricket Network. We are in Romania, which is a hidden gem in southeastern Europe, known for its culture and its history. And the capital, Bucharest, is known as the Little Paris. I'm standing in front of the Heristro Lake, located in this beautiful park in Bucharest. Quite fitting actually, because it's very romantic on International Day of the Kiss. So I send a kiss to a global family around the world. Earlier, I was standing in front of the Triumph Monument. The question is though, back at the Moara Vesir Cricket Ground, which team is going to be triumphant today? The start of day 6. I'm Rico Full. You're watching the European Cricket Series in Romania, and the action starts right here, right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
So here we are back at the ground for the start of match day 6. Match number 26 coming up, and it's going to feature Cluj taking on Zenus. So basically Cluj are playing to see if they can go to the top of the standings. They could do with a good win here against Zenus. Cluj, of course, started yesterday with a 100% record, and they are looking like the reigning champions. Zenus, on the other hand, they are struggling. They are at the foot of the table. In the 5 matches that they've played, they've only won the 1. So this is not going to be an easy match for them. They're going to have to be at their best, but also they've got to start picking up some valuable points. What I can tell you, the news from the coin toss, is that Vasusani, the captain, has won the toss and decided naturally that they will bat first. Now, they were scoring plenty of runs yesterday, including 190, so they're a team that are in form. Let's just go through some of the batters that they got at the moment that are clicking. Taranjit Singh, he is in awesome form at the moment, scoring runs for fun. Vasusani, the captain, we know that he's a little bit slower at his pace, but he is likely to stay there and bat through the innings and have some of the other big hitters around and come good. Chamukla Fernando has been in sensational form yesterday as well, and if they need some big hitters, then someone like Aryan Mohammed comes out there. This guy hit 5 big sixes on the spin yesterday. The only issue with Cluj for me is the bowling front. Now, though they've been very tidy and the number of extras that they've given away has been very, very low. So on that front, very good compared to some of the other teams, but I do believe that they're one bowler missing. Remember, Taranjit, with that injury to his shoulder, will not be bowling. Zenus, as I said, got to find a way to get some points on the board. It's going to be a tough one for them here against Cluj first up. Their captain, Sohail, is going to be the main key. He's the main contributor with the bat, but he needs somebody else to come good for them. Somebody like Pereira has done so in the past. With the ball, well, they've been lucky that somebody like Rajith has started for them. He's been quite a great addition in the side. He's picked up some wickets every time that he has played, but you just get the feeling that when you look at these two teams on paper, that it will be Cluj that will put plenty of runs on the board here first thing in the morning, and once again be searching to get all the points on the board and get a win that will take them to the top of the standings. I'm on my own here today. Charlie is having a well-earned day off, so join me back in the cube. I'll tell you a little bit about what happened yesterday and then tell you about the lineouts for the start of this first match. Match number 26 coming up. Cluj will be having a bat. Bună dimineața, and yes, International Day of the Kiss, a big kiss to my global family around the world. Let's go straight into what happened yesterday. The Lankan Lions couldn't find their form of the last couple of days. They went down to Cluj in a big way by 24 runs. Cluj taking all the points thanks to a fantastic knock there from Taranjit Singh, who was their player of the match. In match number 22, it was the turn of the Gladiators, the team who would return to the top of the standings, as they did a big one over Lions as well, winning by 60 runs. Amir Hamza, 79 of 30, and Mohammed Moyes scoring 63 of 23. They were in good form, and their form would not continue though against Cluj. Cluj got one over them. This is a big battle. This was between these two teams. One that will continue today as well. But Gladiators 133 for 3. Irfan Hussain 74, but it wasn't enough. Jump up Fernando 44-20. Player of the match, giving Cluj the win. Cluj then were in rampant form when it went into match number 24, 190. And it was Aryan Mohammed who got player of the match for hitting 5 big sixes on the spin for 35. But don't forget, 66 from Taran. And Chamakat Fernando scored another 46. In reply, ACCCB only got to 99. A defeat by 91 runs. That really hurt them and will hurt them on the net run rate as well. Then we finished with the Gladiators up against ACCB. It was once again a comfortable win, though. It doesn't look that way on paper. Amir Hamza, 75, not out, player of the match, with Moisey again scoring another half century. Those two picking up 2 half centuries in the day, by the way. ACCB, thanks to Pravin Kumar's 50 of 22, going down by 22 runs. The standings look like this. So the Gladiators are on top by 3 points over ACCB. Cluj, though, on the other hand, they get a chance. If they can take all the points here, and with their high superior net run rate, they could go to the top of the standings. So a big day coming up for Cluj and the other teams around as well. There's a nice shot off the lake, looking quite spectacular. Of course, from one lake to another, the lake that I was at during that intro in Bucharest, and to the Moara Lake as well. Here's a look at the teams. I've mentioned some of those key players already. So Cluj, yeah, 3 matches again in the day for them. Huge day, and they know that if it goes the way it did yesterday with 3 out of 3, they will take themselves to the top of the standings. Though the Gladiators, they also play 3, so the top 2 teams in action, 3 matches from them each, and they will play each other again. And that will be the 3rd match in the day. Match number 28 is going to be an absolute cracker. But before then, this one, you would imagine, should be a walk in the park. And talking about walk in the park, it is National Hop a Park Day today, where thousands of people visit their community or favourite parks to relax, have fun, and get a better view of the beauties of nature packed around them. So if you are having a stroll in the park, why don't you on this day? And well, a little kiss for your loved ones as well on International Kiss Day. 95% to 5%. No surprises there. And Cluj, I feel, will be looking to go big here. Rico Full here, of course, the European Cricket Network. I'm on my own here today. Well, I'm not really. I've got you. And maybe James Pond will make an appearance as well. Always likes to keep me company, James Pond, as we get ready to go. Very good morning to all those early birds on the chat on this Saturday morning. Hello to Shohag, hello to Rob Thompson, Terry Richmond in there as well. Good morning, gentlemen. And let's get ready for the battle of bat versus ball. You see no change from the Cluj openers. It will be Taranjit Singh and Vasu Saini, the captain of Cluj. That will be the 2 openers. And well, Wana Raja to bowl the first. It's a good delivery. And well respected by Taran. He will take a single. The field pretty tight out there on the offside. They've got a 5 and 4. 5 men on that offside, with the 3rd back wide and back on the boundary. 3, 4 men. And then inside that circle, including the mid-off. Mid-on the other side, square leg behind square on the 45, and a long on as this one gets through Vasi. Good bit of movement early on from Wanaraja. News on the weather front, lovely. That's the way to describe it at the moment. Temperatures are around that 22 degrees mark, a gentle breeze blowing, but of course the temperatures will go up around the 30s mark, going down the leg side, I believe, so no issues. But once again, not a bad start. You can see what Wanaraja was trying to do here. He was trying to get this one. Said, if I start around leg, will it come back? Well, it doesn't, but I'm liking his thinking. Raja back to his mark, has a look, checks his field,
And that's the shot that Taran's been playing a lot of. I was just about to say before that ball, if I'm bowling to Taran in the form that he's in at the moment, I'm not having my long on back. I'm having a man at extra cover. Taran has played so many great shots. I mean, that one, all right, it's gone for 4. And that's why I would have my man back there, because I'm thinking when he does hit it well, he clears that fielder by a mile. But it's worth having somebody there, because yesterday, that's where the majority of his shots were. This is down leg side, and you can't bowl that to him. He's in such good form as he crashes that away. 6 more, so 4 and 6. Looking pretty slick in the morning is Taranjit Singh. I had a chat with him this morning because, of course, I was unaware before he came on to bowl yesterday, and couldn't even bowl the very first ball. As he went to bowl it, he had that twinge in his left shoulder, so I asked him a bit about it. He did do it in the T20 qualifiers. He said he was fielding, went for a diving stop, and when he landed heavily on his shoulder, that's where he had the issue with some tendons there. He is having some physio on it. He reckons he's been told he's going to have about 6 months of physio. A good comeback, dot ball. And so he won't be bowling, but he says it doesn't affect him when he's batting. Let's have a quick look at the stats. Thanks to Ravi for these. Over 5,000 runs. And what you have seen is the number of maximums per innings has gone up after an explosive day yesterday, thanks mainly to the likes of the batters of Cluj and the Bucharest Gladiators. So we're now around about 7. And you can see a number of maximums going up. 328, 444s. And wickets, well, we got to 200 exactly yesterday. That means 48 wickets fell yesterday. So looking pretty healthy, but that run rate per over, around the 11s at the moment. So we're looking at that tells you that we're going at around about 113 for the average inning score. But I reckon that's going to keep starting to just keep nipping upwards. I think by the end, the time we finish here, that's another glorious shot this time through the covers for Vasu Saini to get off the mark. Gets a little bit of width the start of the second over, and he plays that beautifully as Thalinga Silva, his first ball goes to the boundary. Yeah, I just do feel that we're going to get to, if we don't finish around about the 118, 120 average runs per over, I'll be a little bit surprised. The weather's going to be good. Don't forget, we did have a couple of days where the ground was a little bit moist and wet. We had a day where we did have some thundery showers, and that made a little impact. We've had some low-scoring games as well. But I do think that, especially on a day like today when the big teams are out and about, we're going to see plenty of runs. And that's what we're seeing at the moment as the Linga Silva this time strays too much down the leg side. And Vasu Saini, if one thing he is, it's powerful on the legs. That's 4 more. So 2 4s to him in the start of the second over. The first over going for 12. One thing about Vasu is, maybe have a look, see if he does it today as well. He does make that initial movement, gets that foot across, and when he does that, he's a bit of an LBW candidate. Here's that ball, and no, this time, oh, the umpire had to get out of the way here, as this one is going to go all the way for 4 runs. Ooh, that was it. Well, Andrew Begg, he's begging for mercy, is Andrew Begg, because he caught one on the leg yesterday, and he had, oh, look at him. That was a little bit of the smooth criminal about Andrew Begg there. Gets out of the way. Oh, yes, Andrew, that's the way to do it. Oh, that one had him in trouble. And that's another one. Oh dear. I mean, it's been hit well, hasn't it, by Vasu, but the fielder, he's backing away from it. And that one was almost a kneecapper. You've got to attack the ball, really. So 4 more. An explosive start, as you would expect from these 2 openers. And now Vasu Saini. Well, I did say in my intro that he's probably a little bit slower than some of the other batters at the top of the order, but he's one that sort of puts a good innings together and keeps the big hitters company. Well, he's taking control at the moment as he lashes out at another one, and this is going to be 4 more because the man who was at long on has been replaced by several water bottles. They can't make the stop, and he's gone to around about between mid-wicket and square leg, so there's a big vacant area, and Vasu says thank you very much. Once it gets past the the short long off. It's going to go all the way to the boundary. They've just got to think about the field that's being set here to the two batters. They have to be different. They're keeping the same field to them both. It won't work. Better delivery. This time, Vasu decides not to attack it, and he allows the Grizzly to attack him. So Silva does get a dot ball in to finish the over, but before that, they were all boundaries, all fours. We saw this yesterday. We thought we were going to get an over with 6 fours, but it wasn't to be, and this not to be as well. But the over, it does go for 20, 32, without loss at the end of the over. We may have a quick look at the standings once again very quickly. It shows you that it's a big day for Cluj and the Gladiators. Cluj are looking to jump to top spot. They've got a fantastic net run rate as well over the Gladiators. If they can get 4 points here, and they will certainly do that. But the Gladiators will have the right to reply, because unfortunately for Zenus, they will be playing the Gladiators next. Roshan gets given a go, and well, he gets one through. Roshan, I didn't like the way he landed there actually. I wonder if we can see this just one more time, and this, because he bowls this and then it's almost like I think he's making a big effort to try and stay out of the middle of the pitch, but I think in doing so he almost does himself an injury. Down the ground, and that one will go all the way. Gets over the rope, nice and straight. They're getting closer and closer to me here early in the morning. Well, there's no Charlie on his side, so Charlie's safe. Well, Charlie's probably still safely tucked in bed. I reckon Charlie's going to be getting up around about 9:45 to make it in time for breakfast, but fair play on him. Hey, by the way, well done to España. Vamos a por ellos. Yep. Well, it was a nail biter, and let's just say it had my emotions going up and down as I was watching the footy, but they did it in extra time. They did it the hard way, but well done to the Spanish youngsters. They get through to the semi-final. They'll play France, and France, well, if Spain did it the hard way, France made it look even harder with a win on penalties over Portugal. So we did watch the football yesterday, and some of us were celebrating, some of us weren't. Played away late, and fielder gets down, but makes a mess of this. Oh dear. And well, that's like maybe some of the penalty saves when the goalkeepers yesterday. This one goes right under, and Vindula. Well, Vindula is a little bit of Vindaloo. Da 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 da. Gets it completely wrong. That's going to be 4 runs, and that's not good. And runs coming quickly as Burka Roshan will feel that he's unlucky for that to go for 4, and he'll be right. That's a good comeback, but he is running right in front of the umpire. And that's the umpire now having a chat with him. Good morning to the umpires. Buenos dias to Imran Haider and Andrew Begg. And Nishant Devare is the third umpire, of course. Tyrone Peters, the tournament referee. We'll see plenty of Tyrone out there in the middle doing the coin tosses. Yeah, Roshan's got to make sure he gets out of the way. There's Richards in the back, part of our spring media setup. That's going to be a wide, and the effort to not run in front of the umpire means that he directs that ball down the leg side, just trying to get the over coming to a finish here. But look at the way it is at the moment. One big hit here from Vasu, and the ball goes to the boundary for 6, and that's going to be the 50 up in the power play. So Cluj starting from where they left off yesterday, and he gets beaten. That's the areas to be for the left armer. That's good. I mean, if he bowls every ball in that area, then he's going to be pretty successful as Burka Roshan. The problem is there was couple of deliveries that weren't in that area, got put away to the boundary. So 12 off the over, and Cluj making a good positive start. 44 without loss, and 2 lots of 12 with 20 in the middle. Now 20 Camilo Silva. Now I wonder if they make a change here and try to slow things up. It doesn't look like they're going to. They have got Rajesh Putan in the side, who, as I mentioned in my intro, has been a good introduction for them. And coming into the side, and he has, with his slow bowling, has picked up wickets every time he's bowled. But they're going to go back to the opener. So Wanaraja has a rest for a couple of overs, and he's coming back to see if he can get a breakthrough here. That one stays a little bit low, actually. It doesn't come up as much as Taran expecting. Taran's looking to play this on the offside, but that ball just stays a bit low. There we have a look at it here. So just have a look at that. It doesn't come up anywhere near as much as Taran was expecting. That's hit on the up, over the infield, and too wide for the man at point on the boundary to come around and stop. So good shot from Taran. Gets it right. Yeah, Shohag making a very important comment there. Look, everyone, be a respect each other. Just respect each other and respect all the players and the officials and the moderator. Respect everyone. Look, just be respectful. I mean, one thing I always have to point out is that, oh, that's a big blast. Let's talk about this first. That one could be going into the lake. Oh, mamma mia. That is una grandissimo from Taranjit Singh. Do not bowl short to him. He will put it away. Many a mile. Boom. Shakalagya. Kinna sona bahut badhiya shot mare. Shakalagya. That is big. Grandissimo. New balls, please. No, we're not at Wimbledon. We are at the European Cricket Network, and we are here in Romania, the Moana Basia Cricket Ground. Yeah, remember, these players, not professionals, all giving up their own time away from work, time away from families to be here. Taranjit, for example, resides in Poland. And this one's up in the air. 6 runs. Balle, balle, balle. Inna sona. Shaka lagya. Yeah, so, you know, they're not professionals. They're not being paid to play. They're doing it because they have passion and love for the game. So, you know, they don't sometimes deserve some of the comments that some people make. And if you're going to make nasty comments, then I think all the moderators would agree, then you're not in the right place. You don't need to be. Our family is all about respecting each other, supporting each other, and helping in the development and the growth of the game in Europe. And if you're not going to, if you don't want to support that, then you shouldn't be here. So go away. We don't want you. Bye, adios. Because our family that is growing all the time is all about people that love the game and are supportive towards the game and the players. So if you don't want to do that, if you can't do that, then you don't, and you shouldn't be here. Hit hard, going towards third, and we'll get past that man. He's had a tough old day up there. He's to the left, to the left, to the right, but he can't get there. That's going to be more runs, more boundaries. As Wanaraja coming on to try and stop the flow of runs and maybe pick up a wicket. It's not working so far. Another one that gets played away. Not quite what this was aimed to go, this time from Taran, but it doesn't matter. Taranjit always made starts, hasn't he, so far? Yesterday, 38 of 12 in his first. This is up in the air. This could be a big chance. And he's taken it. That's a really good catch. He's done it crocodile style. But Taran, well, I said he made 38, didn't I? And guess what he's made here today? 38. So maybe I've got the crystal ball out. I mentioned 38, and Taran, he's out on 38 again this time, and you wouldn't believe it. Yesterday, match number 1 against the Lankan Lions, Taranjit Singh, 38 of 13. I remember saying the unlucky 13 for Taran. Guess how many balls today, everybody? Yes, 13. So a little bit of deja vu as Taranjit gets out to the same number. Good catch there taken in the deep, and that is De Silva. Well done to De Silva. And he does it crocodile style, but he holds on to the catch. Comes at the end of that 4th over, but 65 on the board already. And that's the issue. Expected score at the moment, 169. But De Silva does take the catch, so Wanaraja comes on. He's there to take that wicket, and he does get that wicket. But at the same time, he does concede 21 runs in doing so. And more runs, more boundaries, as Vasu Saini, the captain, continues on his quest for a big score. Yeah, I was talking about Taranjit's scores. So 38 of 13 balls. He's done the same here again, by the way. Then we saw Chamalaka Fernando score 44-20. Taran made a start, 28 of 9. And in the final match, Taranjit did get to that half century, 66 of 20. So he's in good form at the moment. That's pretty wide. Does get Vasu going after it. But with the wicketkeeper standing back, the stumping is out of the equation. Let's talk about the captain here. He made 27 of 12. So he's gone past that yesterday in the first match. It is Rajith who now comes on, and that's played away nicely, but the fielder who just took the catch should deal with that, and he does, so well done to Slitha De Silva. Makes a good stop. So Rajith is just taking the pace of the ball and just hoping that the mistakes are made. That's the main thing. But he's got to get the ball in the right areas. Yes, so Vasu did score in the 20s. Then he scored a 34 of 21. And he only scored 4 in that last match. So he's come back well, hasn't he? And the man who's out there with him was also in good form yesterday. And didn't really have to do much until that second match where he got a chance, 44 of 20. And on the last match that they played against ACCB, he made a fine 46 of 13. So 3 key run scorers at the moment for Cluj. Well, swing and a miss. It's going to be another wide. Rajith not happy about that call. And the wicketkeeper then throwing the ball away. Maybe we can see this one more time, see just why Rajesh Bhuthan is not very happy that that's been called a wide. Let's have a look here. And yeah, I can understand it. It doesn't really miss that line. The umpire calls a wide, which I don't think is a correct call. So, and the batters, after the wicketkeeper throws the ball away, take the extra. Well, this is in the air, and it should be taken. How's he dropped this? Oh, what's happened here? Well, I can tell you what's happened. He's going for the catch, and then, well, Sylvester Stallone comes across and knocks him over with an uppercut, and down he goes. Sylvester Stallone, by the way, the reason I bring him up is his birthday today. More on that in a moment. Let's have a look at this. Has it, and then drops it, and, well, there comes Sly, looking pretty slick. There's Sly, Sylvester Stallone, yeah, happy birthday to him. He born today in 1946, American actor, screenwriter, director, and producer. But that was a big chance that gets dropped. Now this one is going to be for Cuatro Carreras. You cannot drop good players, can you? And Jump Cut Fernando could have gone and probably should have gone on just one. And an easy drop really from the fielder. And the next ball gets played out for 4. So Rajith, he is a wicket taker. Should have had another. He doesn't. It goes. Next ball goes for 4. 14 with a ball to go in this, the 5th. And it's hit up in the air. That's a good stop. And the batters will complete the run. So Vasu gets another single and moves to 34. So 80 for 1 after 5. As I say, good morning, world, and welcome to Romania. This is the Moravassia cricket ground. And about 35 minutes drive from Bucharest. Looking absolutely fantastic here this morning. What a day we're going to have. It's going to be, I reckon it's going to be an epic day with runs. Something tells me that maybe we'll have a centurion here today, and perhaps a team could go on and score 200 runs. I just had that feeling, especially with Cluj and Bucharest Gladiators playing 3 matches in the day. So I hope you join in the fun, join in the action. And also, I'm on my own today, so get those messages coming in, because I don't want to be feeling lonely, do I? But I think it's going to be a fantastic day. It's nice to have you with us. It is the weekend as well, so I hope you're having a wonderful start to your weekend. Happy Saturday. As we return back to the action, we're going to continue now with Vindula, who angles this into the pads of Vasu. Interesting, Vasu plays that quite tamely, really. It's the sort of areas that he really likes to lash out on. But he's quite happy at the moment and quite content just to stay there, maybe build a partnership here with Fernando, who's, oh, let's just say he's very lucky still to be there. Someone like Fernando, and it's another chance to remove him. And this time, I think the fielder, I like the fact he goes for this. This is Islam Juhidul, but he just times the dive wrong. So it gets flicked, but it's a catching opportunity. And he does have to dive to get there. So credit to the fielder for trying. He gets thumbs on it, but he can't hold on to the cat. So, well, jump glut gives another chance. This time he gets dropped on 2. So he's been dropped on 1 and on 2. Vasu again. Well, it looks like he's called 2 here. Oh, well, he wants it. He doesn't get the response from Chamlaka. Vasu was, as soon as he hits this, he says 2 on here. Fernando is, you can see he's not really, he starts to respond to Vasu, and then in the end he says, nah, leave it. Vasu has to pull the handbrake and go back. That's a beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. Inside out. Through the covers. 4 runs. That's the first boundary from Fernando. I suppose he's probably thinking, well, I've given a couple of chances away. And now I might as well enjoy the time that I'm out here. Pinsindu Vindula. He doesn't enjoy that one. Because he too will be thinking the same as Rajesh Puthan, that he should have had a wicket to his name. He goes for the similar shot, but this time he's not able to negotiate the gap. We'll just get a single though. So a ball to go. Not a bad over so far, just the 8 from it. So it's the, with a ball to go, the best over to date. And it won't stay that way because he drags this one down the leg side, and that's what I was expecting Vasu Saini to do with some of the earlier balls that he got on the legs, but this is more like it. This is Vasu at his best. It will go all the way for 6, Maximo. So 14 come off the over, so it ends up not being the best over so far. We've had 2 of 12, a 14, a 15, and 2 magical ones going for 20 and 21 so far. So 94 for 1 after 6. Cluj batting first yesterday, only did on the one occasion put 190 on the board against ACCB, and they had run chases of just a mere 85, which they did with, well, plenty of balls to go, 24 balls to go against the Lankan Lions, and then they chased Bucharest Gladiators 134 with 5 balls to go. So they're in good stead with the bat as Rajith comes back on down the leg side. Gandhi ball. It's a wide, which gets past the keeper as well. The fielder chasing hard. The batters will come back and complete 2 runs. So 3 wides will go on the board. And Rajith, he has started with wide balls on too many occasions. It's almost like he needs that one out of his system before he gets it right. Rajith looking to keep up his impressive start. If he can pick up another wicket here, floats this one up. The fair bit of swing he gets. This one probably may have ended up being a wide actually, but he draws Fernando to the shot. Now Vasu must be feeling now he can really go for everything, try to get the boundaries in. They still have batters to come out that can be dangerous. Aryan Mohammed must be the next man listed to come in. That's well bowled. And Vasu again, see, they're the ones I think Vasu should be getting more aggressive on. I reckon he should be going back in his crease or jumping across and trying to hit those. There's no pace from Puthan, so he should be going back and really getting the swivel on those and putting those into that vacant square leg area. Fernando, I wonder if he'll make an early movement. Fernando can play some snazzy shots. He might go to do a bit of the scoop. And, well, that's what I was expecting him to do, just out of the hand of the fielder. We'll go for 4. But, yeah, I saw this coming from Fernando. I think he knows that Rajith is getting a fair bit of bounce. He steps across, plays it. Now, how far away is this from the fielder? Not that far. Good effort, once again, from Islam Jahidul. But not able to make the stop or get anything on that. So there's going to be 4 more. Now the 100 comes up in this, the 7th over. I think same again from Fernando, unless this is pushed really wide. No, it's not, and in fact it's so wide down the leg side that Jean-Claude Fernando is not even able to play a shot to it. I would like to wish a lot of people a happy Islamic New Year today as well. So if you are celebrating, happy New Year to you. Have a wonderful day, a wonderful weekend, wonderful celebrations. This gets played towards point. They'll take a single. Yeah, plenty of days here today. International Kiss Day as well. So no matter which type of kiss you prefer, International Kiss Day is the perfect time of year to celebrate this simple but powerful gesture. Kissing is an old age practice with significance that extends to beyond just romance. Yeah, so true that is as well. And that is going to be, I think, a wonderful save. I really do. I think this is a brilliant bit of fielding. That is sensational. Let's watch this again. This is great. It really is. I didn't think he's going to get there, but I reckon he's done all right. I don't think any part of him is touching the rope. He is slapped the ball away from his body, and I reckon that is a good save. That's brilliant. From, yep, you got it, Vindaloo, la 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 la, yeah, Pasinda Vindula, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And this is down the ground, Shaka, and that will be 50 to the captain. Vasu Saini brings it up in style. Akinda Mapni 50, a Jalur Banoni, Ale. And he comes down and is a little bit of boom, boom, boom. Shakalagea. Oh, lovely shot. 6 runs. Well done. Well batted. Well Padanya Vasusaininu. Captain Sabani apni half century finale. And it's another pretty decent over for Cluj. And that one goes for 19 off the over. And the score moves rapidly to 113 for 1. Let's have a look at some of the stats here. Thanks to Ravi once again. So we've seen 191 is the highest runs scored batting first. 13 to 12 wins batting first. I think that's probably about to change here. Average score about 118. Lowest 65. That's based on teams batting first. Lowest defended score 110. And that's based on the 25 matches that we've had so far. Once again, thanks to Ravi for all those stats. And you can see from that last one, we'll go back to that maybe in a little second. But the key thing to look at that is that the runs are going upwards, as that one has been smashed away. Not a good ball. It's a full toss, and Fernando belts it away. The height is, I think, be okay because he has taken about 2 steps outside of his crease, and the ball probably coming down. So I think he'd be okay with the height, but that being crashed away. So that's 6. So he gets ready. Vindula, who made that brilliant stop. Well, there's nobody going to stop that one as that gets blasted away. Scuffs it, but it'll just be a single. Brings his captain back to strikes. Yeah, this is what we were having a look at. So after we saw Thursday, the scores went down a bit. And also on the Wednesday, the low scores yesterday. Peacock Friday was a big day. 13.2 the average. And you can see why I'm thinking that really, that between the 110 and 113 is where we'd be. So I still think around 120 something. Hit well. Fielder, good stop. Doesn't panic, does he? That's what I liked about that. Just thought, yeah, I'm going to stop this. Dilusha Lakshan gets it clean in his hands. But, of course, we're talking about a team, Zenus, who have struggled to get to the hundreds. So already they know they're going to have to work very hard to get anywhere near this. And that's out. LBW as Fernando looks to play the straight one away. Andrew Begg has no hesitation. Well, that finger goes up pretty quickly. So let's have a look at this. Now he's bowling left arm over. It's full, it's straight. Yeah, I reckon that ball is it not pitching outside leg, I don't think. We'll watch it one more time. That's the only thing you've got to look out for when it's the left armers coming through. But I don't think there's too much doubt about that for me. I reckon we see it here again. Where's this ball going? Is it pitching outside leg? Oh, it's a close one, isn't it? It is a close one. It is a close one. I mean, maybe there is an element of it. That's the only thing you have to look at with the left armers. And maybe umpire's call, people. Should we give umpire the benefit of the doubt there? Looking at it again, and this is the thing. This is what the umpire doesn't have. Umpire makes a decision pretty quickly, which I like. And that one, oh, taking it on. Good running, though, from Vasu as Aryan Mohammed takes the single. Not something he's used to doing, by the way, Aryan. He's like hitting the ball big. Yeah, I just get the feeling when we ever look at that again and again and again, you could argue that it just pitches. Maybe just pitches just outside the leg stump. But the umpire's very quick in giving the decision. I made up his mind already. But that was Fernando went for 21. Vasu, though, wants to keep on attacking. It's a good delivery, though, once again. So Vindula getting some success. Good over. Very good over, actually. The best one that we've had so far. Just the 10 coming from it, including the wicket. Takes the score then to a very healthy 123 for 2. Second wicket falling that over. LBW, Fernando. And he goes for 21 off 11. It's just trying to get the acceleration in there. But one man who can get the acceleration in is this Aryan Mohammed. I mean, one of the reasons that the number of sixes and the scores have gone up in this series was thanks to some of his inning yesterday. 5 big sixes on the spin, and going for the 6th, he got caught on the boundary. And he's not on strike yet. It's not the non-strikers end. We're going to see Silva come back to ball, and oh, that's not a good delivery. And this is epic Vasu. This is Vasu at his best. And I think that's all the shots he plays. There's that one, and there's the late cut that he plays beautifully. And yeah, just exquisite. Gets his legs out of the way, makes room for the shot, and it gets lofted. And that's gone a long way. Beautiful pickup. Change of angle. Now this is thumped down the ground. It's that's unlucky in a way. That's Pereira gets behind it, and then it takes a nasty bounce. It's maybe a little bit of the early morning Tortuga, but he still gets a fair chunk of this. But I think the Grizzly gets more of him. It was interesting to see there when Vasu played that shot. He was shaking his hand. Remember that he got some treatment on his hand yesterday when Diana went out there, one of the medics, and taped up his hand with a little bit of the magic spray. So that obviously still is troubling him a little, especially when he's not getting the ball right clean out of the middle. Bellinger de Silva. Short. Mashed. Gone. 6. Adios, Pelota. Can't be bowling there. And Aryan Mohammed, he gets the first one away. And once he gets started, it's hard to stop him. This is just all wrist. Watch this. All in the wrist. He starts to come forward, then rocks back, and then gets the wrist into play. And that's 6 runs. The fielder out there has no chance. 140 now on the board. 8 balls to go in the innings. Well, that one has been dragged too long on. Who can't stop it? Once again, I think you'd expect the fielder this time around to stop this. I think that's Lakshan who's patrolling that area. Let's see here. This would be a good look at it. He comes across and slides with his legs. It's not the way to do it. And well, there was a lot of yellow cards in the footy yesterday with challenges like that. Oh, well, this is sweet. Out of the middle. Que guay, que genial, que grande. Ese golpe es muy dulce. Más dulce de tarta de chocolate. Ay, ay, ay. That is big. That is what this guy, Aryan Mohammed, does. Absolutely clobbers it. And he goes down on one knee and smashes it. That's the biggest 6 of the day. And that 6 brings the 150 up on the board. For 2 wickets down, they were always going at this 165 rate. And they'll be very disappointed not to get that. And in fact, if they really go hard at this and get another magical over in, who knows? That one, unfortunately going for 27. So Thalinga Silva, his spell goes for 47. Zenus, you have to feel for them today. And straight after this match, they then take on the might of the Gladiators. It's not really something that you'd want. Firmly hit. It's going to take some stopping and fingertips to it. But they can't stop it. It's going to be 4 runs. Good effort from the fielder. But that was hit so well from Vasu Saini, who's once again showing the sort of form that he's in. Wonderful form. Great shot. Something that the Lankan Lions had to do yesterday, wasn't it? Play Cluj first and then had to play the Gladiators. It didn't go well for them when they were beaten first with 24 balls to go and then by 60 runs. And you just get the feeling that this could be Zenus' turn, as that one has been placed beautifully by Vasu Saini. Vasu ने ना आज बहुत पूरी चंगी बैटिंग की है. मैंने तो ना देख के सवेरे सवेरे स्वाद आ गया. बहुत अच्छी शॉट मारी है. कई बारी है ना जब बंदा सवेरे उठदा कई बारी फ्रूट खांदा कई बारी है ना सीरियल मिल जांदा पर है ना कई बारी परौंठे मिल जांदे जब परौंठे मिलदे ना इदां ही बैटिंग हुंदी है. Wonderful hitting, Vasu. Maybe he's had one or two of those aloo prawns. Hey, I was told yesterday, and Taran, this one's hit in the same sort of area, but this one should be stopped. It will be. Yeah, I was told that they have sort of an aloo pronta equivalent here in Romania. He bought something which was very similar to aloo pronta, and I don't know what it's called. I'll try and find out what it's called here in Romania. And it was delicious. Placinta Kurkakov, something like that anyway. I probably said that completely wrong, but it was very similar. It had the bread pastry. Ay, ay, ay. That is big. Adios, pelota. Esa pelota no va, eh? Esa pelota va por el centro de Bucharesti. That is big. Oh, awesome. What a hit that is from Arian Mohammed. New balls, please. Thank you very much, because that one is in the lake. Some poor man is trying to fish in that lake and he thinks he's going to get a catch. And the only catch he gets is a grizzly splashing into the lake. Oh, that's big. Humongous. 2 balls to go. The 165 is up. Swing and a miss. Good comeback by Roshan. Now, you don't want dot balls at this stage. Captain at the other end watching won't like that. Yeah, this thing, so it was similar to like the chapati bread, and it was filled with the potato. The only thing was I think they were fried, but it was nice though. Could have done with a bit more spice in it, but oh, that's a little bit high. It's going to go all the way for 6. Now, I wonder if we can have a side-on look at this as well. I mean, that brings the 170 up, and I think that's what Andrew Begg is doing. He's coming down the ground to it. I think because of that, he might be okay. I think that will be the end of the innings. And with that 6, they get past the 160s. They'll finish with 171 for 2. Another wonderful display of hitting. It's another magical over, by the way. So we've had 4 magical overs. You'll see that when we have a look at the Manhattan a little bit later. But incredible hitting. And Vasu Saini once again bats all the way through the innings. And that's exactly what I was talking about in my intro. And he proves me right. That maybe he isn't the biggest of hitters that you've got in the side, but he plays some lovely shots to get to that 73. But he's somebody that's focused in staying there and batting through the innings. 3 sixes and 11 fours for his 73. Taranjit Singh made 38. He hit 4 sixes and 3 fours. Fernando was a little bit off the ball this morning. He made 21, 1 6 and 2 fours. And then Arian Mohammed, well, we know what he does. He hit 6s for fun. 4 6s and 1 4 on his way as well. So a quick look at the highlights, and what we're looking at is a lot of runs, to be fair. And we're wickets though. Taranjit was caught well there by Silva. That was a good catch. And Taranjit once again came for 38 off the unlucky 13. That one should have been out, shouldn't it? That wasn't a good look there for Wanaraja. It was quite an easy catch which he put down, and there was a couple actually that did go down. And we saw Chamakala was dropped not just on 1, but also dropped on 2. But he then played a few nice shots before LBW to Vindulu. This is one that just got away from the fielder. And Rajith Huthan on this occasion just couldn't pick up a wicket. That was wonderful fielding from Vindula. Did brilliantly well to save those runs there. And that one, this was the LB. And yeah, wasn't it outside the line? Was it okay? Was it umpire's call? And I think people have their own interpretation of it. I thought maybe just outside the line, but I do also feel that a lot of people would be right thinking maybe umpire's call. That was when Lakshan went diving in with his legs. That wasn't the best of ways to play it. That was a beautiful shot. He played some great shots on his way to his 50. And then, well, we know what Aryan Mohammed does. He does one thing, and that's hit big sixes, and that's what he did here. And that was the final one of the innings. It took him past the 170 mark. So I think the captain there, Vasu Saini, will be very happy with the way his team started. Question will be interesting to see if he elects to bowl early on himself, or whether he feels with the runs on the board that can maybe rest himself. So maybe Harsha Govinda can bowl. He's somebody who was given the ball yesterday, and he ended up being one of the bowlers of the day, didn't he? When he picked up some valuable wickets for his side. 3 for 8 it ended up being. So I'm pretty sure he'll feature pretty good, and I think they'll be hoping that one or two of the other bowlers can also put in a good shift. Arun Kumar needs to come back well as well. So good knock there from Vasu. Fantastic. 73. A not out, and he did it of just 29 deliveries as well. He'd be happy with that, and he'd be happy with the batters around him as well. Taranjit once again in the act, as was Haryana Mohammed. On the bowling front, it was hard work for the bowlers. Pasindu Vindula probably the pick, only going for 24. The other Stoke got a fair bit of stick. So we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes time to talk you through the innings of Zenus. Zenus, they really need to go something near to the 140s, I think. We'll have that on the screens for you when we come back to try and just get a point out of this game. So it's going to be a tough one for a team that are sitting at the base of the standings so far. Join me back and the rest of the crew here on the European Cricket Network when we be back in just under 10 minutes time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome back. The umpires lead the players out. Umpire Imran and Andrew. And it is Cluj in their bright red trousers and their purple tops with the mazier feel about them as they go out there. Of course, we're in their ECL tops and they're looking very dashing as well and looking pretty happy after putting 171 on the board. That means this is the bonus point equation. Restrict to 119 or less and they take all the points away. Zenus, well, they'll be hoping to try and get to that 119. The thing is, I don't think they're going to get to the target in 7 overs and be able to take all the points away themselves. And that means that I think Cluj, they know what they've got to do. They've got to try and restrict and take all the points. Take all the points in this match. They will go to the top of the standings and then also have 2 more matches to play in the day. That's their plan. But one of those matches is up against Bucharest Gladiators, the team who is sitting top of the standings so far. Bowler marking up his run-up as we get ready to start. I want to say hello to Ivan B, who joins us in the chat on this lovely Saturday morning here in Bucharest. We're going to start now with Harsha Kavinda. So this is exactly what I was thinking they might do. And Harsha Kavinda, he did take 3 wickets yesterday and makes a good start here. And I think if he bowls very well here, it's an opportunity maybe for someone like Hussaini just to rest himself. They've got plenty of bowlers, of course. Dylan Fernando normally would bowl straight after the power play. And they've also got Denita Fernando probably will bowl the second over. Well, there's a wicket straight away. It's a bit of a nothing shot, actually, from the captain, Sohail. That's really disappointing. Sohail is going to go for a 2-ball duck. And Govindu gets the wicket. He's got the golden touch at the moment. It's just such a bad shot, really. And now the captain is going to be very, very disappointed to get out like that. He is, of course, their main batter. He scored 49 in getting to the 103 against ACCB the last time that we saw them. With him gone without scoring, of course, going to be a duck, a normal duck. So he's going to be the first duck of the day. And not a good start. So Hill, I'm not really sure what he was trying to do there. But it's a great start for the bowler. Well, Kavinda gets a wicket straight away. And it's the big one off the captain. Disappointing for him today. As the new batter that comes in is going to be Murugan Jagan. I don't think he was expecting to be in so soon. And Dilusha Lakshan is the number 2 batter. He's still at the non-strikers end. Rajendra Bisal sets the field. Still no runs, by the way, on the board. 3 balls, no runs, 1 wicket. Kavinda again. And that one just pops up, doesn't quite carry, and the batters there should be, oh well, they're not even running. They're not even running. 2 opportunities really to take a run there. One when it gets past the fielder. And second one when it doesn't get picked up cleanly, but just playing off the back foot. And this is the problem when you're not playing with any real intent. It's better. You might as well have a go. Now, if this hits, he's in trouble. Oh, well, not only if it hits, I think if it could have been picked up by Kavinda. The first run's then on the board, courtesy of that risky single. And they're lucky to get this as well. I think even if this is taken by the bowler, he would have taken the bails off. I think he just goes for the glory, hitting the stumps. There's some Makla Fernando. Well, he's back in action again. Well, this time it gets through him. And he has got a sweeper behind him who tidies up. And it's the captain himself, Vasu Saini, who took a wonderful catch in that part of the ground yesterday. Just trying to see if he still has that hand bandaged up. I don't see it at the moment. So I think the bandage that was put on there by the medic yesterday has been removed. End of the over, and it's the worst possible start, really. Just the two come from it, but they lost the wicket of their captain already. So Harsha having that nice start, and it looks like they're not going to go to Janita Fernando. It will be Sukran Sahi is going to bowl over number 2. I think it's probably the first time that I'm seeing Sukran bowl. It's just tamely played back, and they'll take the run. So Sahi. Like most bowlers these days, wearing with shade. That's become a thing lately, isn't it? Especially with the running nowhere. Now it's the run to get back, and well, they might run now, but no, being backed up. Yeah, of course, some of the temperatures that we've seen and the weather that we played under. Wide ball signalled by umpire Begg. Yeah, I think even in Czechia, a lot of the bowlers were bowling with shades. Just lots of sunshine and Cyprus as well. I think he's gone. He's gone. It's a wicket here for Sahi. Great work behind the stumps from Rajendra Pisal. Let's have a look at this again, side on. It's a rapid work. Looking pretty slick is the bowler with his shades on. Look, out of the crease, misses it, and no attempt to get back. That's, they've seen two. You can see he's, yeah, what have I done, says the batter. Jagan will go. And, it's a disaster. He goes for 1 of 6 or 5 deliveries. Stumped there by Pisar. But he just plays the shot and no effort to get back. And in the end, once the bails have dropped off, the bails are removed. And Jagan also has to join his captain, so held back. And Sahi, courtesy of good work behind the stumps there from Rajendra Pisal, gets the second wicket. 4 for 2. Cluj are not made to sweat at the moment. Looks like he was keying up the big shot, then decides against it. Miscue doesn't carry to the fielder. Here comes the throw. Oh, that's so close. Taran doing the backing up. The batters will come back for a couple. This one is again very, very close. And miscue, but you see he's so slow going. And in fact, they only get the single. I thought they took the first one on. They didn't. Well, this one is going to test the fielder, but I don't think it's going to get to the boundary. Very sluggish. A better throw would have had him in trouble. A good throw above the stumps, and that would have gone these two. The running is not good. And quite as you would expect. Pretty quiet out there are the batters. Over comes to an end. It's a good one, another good one for Cluj's point of view, who are eyeing up, taking all the points here. 7 for 2. So Sahi just conceding the 5, but does pick up a wicket. And no surprise, they'll go straight back to Harsha. Harsha now bowling here to Islam. Gone, probably. And we're going to have to good look at this. I don't think the bat gets back in time. Let's see. At least he does try to get the back down. Oh, that's going to be very close. Let's have a good look at this. Let's slow it down. I wonder if we can go all the way back. See, yeah, I think that's great work. Great work from Spring as well. For me, that's conclusive enough. And takes it. He's in the air, but look at this. That's a sensational take. That looks absolutely brilliant. So let's see the whole thing again slowly. So yeah, no issues there. takes the ball behind the stumps and does it all in the air. It's going to be adios. I'm pretty sure there's no doubt about this for me. And still having a look here. I don't think the umpire's quite given the decision. Bat in the air. I think that's conclusive enough. So you can see the stumps there have been broken. So let's see what the umpires decide here. And umpires probably ready to give a decision. And there's the decision. Yeah, great work there by Spring Media, showing us multiple times that the batter doesn't make it, the bat stays in the air, and then you see the umpire giving the signal. So it's a third wicket to go. It's another one for Govinda. That's not bad, is it? That's 5 wickets in 2 days from him so far. And Harsha, he's not finished yet. Govinda, nice bowling. Good work once again from the keeper, Rajendra Pisal. Sees the end of another one. So Islam. Fishing. Maybe he needs to be at the lake rather than out there on the in the middle. Is Wanaraja. Gets back onto this, but no run. Lakshan is the other batter. He's well, the early recognised batter now, I think you'd have to say, for Zenus. Well, goes for it, but he could be in trouble. In comes a fielder, and it's a tremendous effort as the shades go flying off explosively. Had to come in a long way. The ball was just dying on him, so had to get the dive in. And this is Jamakla Fernando. Have a look at the dive, and he does get hands to it. There go the shades, but unfortunately, he palms it forward. Couldn't get it in the palms. That's the issue. And think about, there's no calling out there from the two batters at all. It's sort of, one starts to run, and you can just see a nasty mess up coming here with the running. Govindu has picked up 2 wickets. Hardly conceded any runs. This is in the dead. That's not going to be anything either. I mean, you can see that Cluj already. Taran did start on the boundary. He's come inside to put more pressure on them. It's a wonderful bit of bowling, a wonderful spell. So Harsha Govinda, 2 for 3. That's the end of his spell. Last over, only the 1 run, 1 wicket. It's 8 for 3, and the 2 power plays just couldn't look any different, could they? Look at the 44 without loss were Cluj, 2 lots of 12 and a 20, and well, that one looks like the podium, done it, first, second, and third. Sahi will continue. It's more of the same from the batters. And this time his Wanaraja swings and misses. A bit fuller. Just look at the fielders here on the offside. I wonder if we can have a look at that a little bit later, maybe, just see how they're all waiting. Sahi is keeping it there, and the fielders are waiting. 4 of them almost in a line there from sort of backward point, cover, 2 covers, and Taran is pretty straight on the boundary. And just still, even that field's there, still trying to go in that area. On the leg side, you got 4. I mean, I would quite easily get another one over with this line that's being bowled at the moment. Well, that's a short one. We'll try and get it away, but doesn't beat the fielder. Tamely goes to Fernando, who fires in a rocket throw, and that's the hardest and the quickest that ball's travelled out there so far. That's from the arm of Jamlaka Fernando. The batters haven't hit it that hard yet. Yeah, Jamlaka Fernando is a wonderful player. All-round abilities. Zenus haven't got to double figures yet. And goes for the big shot. I like the idea, I like the intent. Trying to go straight down the ground. Misses out on it. It's the end of the fourth. And only 9 on the board. 3 wickets down. And well bowled by the two openers, Govinda and Sahi. They've rewarded the captain in his faith in bowling the opening overs. And welcome to everybody that's tuning in as well. And well, there's a lot of tennis action, of course, happening at the moment with Wimbledon going on. And on this day, on 2022, American tennis player Serena Williams defeated her sister Venus Williams to win her first Wimbledon singles title. Yeah, the Venus sisters. And, the Williams sisters, weren't they great, Serena and Venus? Lovely to watch them play, and it was always great when we saw them out there in the middle, in that centre court on finals day. Right, what we got here now? I think we will now see Dylan Fernando. We did see yesterday all Fernandos on the scorecard. Batter was Fernando. Bowler was Fernando and catcher was Fernando. You could see 2 Fernandos, I suppose, on the sheet here today. No Fernando in the Zenus lineup though. Bowler Fernando, caught Fernando, very possible with a Jamukla Fernando in that mid-wicket area. That's been well hit. Could it be the first boundary? It will be. Hurrah! The first boundary. It's a lovely strike. And it's Wana Raja that gets it away. He's played and missed at a few outside the off. Now this time I think it's just a little bit of extra pace. That's what it is. And there was no pace really on offer from Sahi and Govinda. But a little bit of extra pace here from Dylan Fernando. And the batter likes it. The pace and the width. So get into their double figures. That's cut to the fielder. No run this time. Yeah, they're sticking with the 4 on the leg side. I mean, I would really I'd be more than content getting another one over to that offside because that's where most of these are going. That one has gone big though. So it's the first Maximo of the innings as well. So it looks like Wanaraj has woken up, and after hitting the first 4 of the innings, he now clobbers the first 6 as well. Good strike from Wanaraj. And that one is almost directed at his teammates. Into the deck, and no run. That's where he struggled to get the ball away when there's no pace on it outside the off, and he's just consistently finding the fielders. Oh, that could be out, you know. I don't think there's too much doubt. It's a full toss that he's missed out on. He needed to get lower. He doesn't. Well, he had 2 options. Either you come forward and play it, or you go down. And Dylan Fernando, he will pick up a wicket. And at the end of the halfway point, it's going to be 19 is the score. But they have lost 4 wickets. As I welcome you into the cube, Rika Full here. No Charlie today. Charlie having a well-earned day off. He said he wasn't going to do too much. I think he said he was going to spend most of his time in the air conditioning. Well, I don't blame him because it is, once again, a very hot day here in Romania, Bucharest. Temperatures will be around about plus 34 at some point throughout the day. So it's going to be very hot, very muggy as well in the afternoon. But we do have some fantastic cricket for you. Cluj, I've got 3 matches. This one probably a walk in the park for them, but the next time we see them is going to be up against the Gladiators. That is going to be a real thriller, I can promise you that. Gladiators, though, they'll be hoping to go back to the top of the standings with a win over Zenus as well, who will be playing in the second match. So Gladiators take it on Zenus in the second one. And the way this is going, Cluj will go to the top of the standings on a net run rate with a far superior net run rate than the Bucharest Gladiators. But the Gladiators, in the next match, if they can get their win against Zenus, and they'll be looking to do the same thing again as what Cluj have done, try to get all the points from the contest, and they will take top spot again. So Arun Kumar, and he's giving himself a bowl here now. Arun has been part of the Cluj setup for as long as I know him. So of course, the earlier days, he used to captain the side, and I'm pleased that he's having a bowl. He's Arun. And, he bowled very well the first time we saw him. It didn't go so well to plan yesterday, but when he was captain, he always used to, I think, underuse him. That's his chance, and it's a sharp catch taken. Arun Kumar picks up a wicket just as we're talking about him. I do think he didn't use himself enough as the captain. He always gave opportunities to others, and that's a catch nicely taken there by Sukaran Sahi. That was hit pretty hard. You've got to feel a little bit here for Lakshan. He's crunched it, but unfortunately, he's found at the hands of the fielder. So Lakshan goes for 8 of 9 deliveries. Sahi, who's having a good morning out there, taking the catch. And Kumar, nice to see him picking up a wicket as well. Yeah, Arun Kumar, he's being a good, long-standing ambassador of Cluj. And nice to see him getting the wickets. Another one bites the dust. So, with Wanaraja also gone, now you get to the real nitty-gritty of this batting lineup. And that's LBW really of Wanaraj. It's always going to hurt, and now you got batters out there who's going to, well, inconsistent running. I think probably better option maybe to go into the bowler's end here, because it was the non-striker that was struggling. It's Sivakumar this time who gets involved in the action. But a nice little slide in there. That's brilliantly done, isn't it? It's like it's like a skier who's making. Oh, that's beautifully done, actually. Yeah, like one of those. What do you call it? It's a long, not the long jump, but you know what I mean. The skier coming down the slope and makes that perfect landing. Beautifully done. And, De Silva out there with Pereira at the moment. Up in the air. Will this get over the fielder? Just. And it will also, well, go to the boundary. Good effort. Sahi again. He gets lobbed and then he runs hard to try and save this, but he can't. A nice look at this again. And just here, he gets a hand to it, but gets it completely wrong. The ball sort of sticks to his fingers. And De Silva. Oh, how is that, Mr. Stumps? Kumar can't believe it, but it's a good over. 9 come from it. It's the end of the 6th to score. Only on 28. It's worth pointing out, I suppose, you have got Pereira out there. Shara Pereira has scored some runs, but the question is, what are they looking to achieve here now with the Pat? I suppose the best thing you can do is say, we are playing another match later. We are taking on the Gladiators. Once again, they're a very strong side. Let's get some practice in. It's unlikely, very unlikely, they're going to get to the target of 120, which would give them a point. So, yeah, you can see they need 92 of 24 just for a point here, and that's going at 23, so that ain't going to happen. This is, for me, it's just all about, can we get some positives in here? And that's what they're going to do, and that is a positive. That's nicely played. I did say that Ishara Pereira has scored some runs. He's probably one of the key all-rounders, actually, and he plays that away quite beautifully. That's a nice shot. I can't believe, though, that he didn't bowl Pereira. That's another thing. He does a little bit of everything. They didn't use him with the ball. But can he get some runs and some sort of respectability in their scoreline? Gets played out. Well, it wants the single, so the throw will have to go to the bowler's end. But even though it was a slow start from Pereira, he gets there. Dylan Fernando, the bowler. And in the air, doesn't go to hand, but it's the throw. Probably Looking at the fielder here, definitely some issues with the arm. He doesn't seem to be throwing, very confidently. So it's the second time I've seen this throw, and it's below the. It's not throwing over the shoulder. And, that's a wide, big appeal from somebody, and that's Samadou Yassari. That's on the field of play. So I'm just going to check here to see just who's off at the moment. Somebody's off. Let's have a look. And another big swing. Yeah, Aryan Mohammed is off at the moment. Not sure what the status of that is. This is, well, I know the status of this should be out, and it's dropped. Can't believe it. Cannot believe it. That's a Sivakuma Priyawa who puts this down. Oh dear. Oh dear. That is a real. That's a dolly that's been dropped. Dolly dropped, and you can see he's not happy about it. And this one is going to be another chance. Well, he drops the dolly, then goes for what would have been an unbelievable catch, and in the process of going for this one, well, he picks up his shades, he picks up his catch, he almost knocks over Denita Fernando, who was chasing after it. So it's not going to get any easier, as I said, for Zenitas as they take on the Gladiators. Gladiators, that one lost to their name, and that was against Cluj yesterday. And a match, that was a close match, but it went down by, well, in the last over, wasn't it 133 to 134 for 5 balls to go is when Cluj got there. And they come with the big guns. And of course, the top 3 there, Hussein, Moid, and Hamza, certainly going to be the one to watch. And look who's coming in as well, Manmeet Kohli for the first time. So they got the national team all-rounder coming into the side as well for the big match. That really is going to be an exciting one to watch. It's quite outstanding. The class we're going to see on display. Big appeal. They like it. Umpire is not moved. Well, there's a big appeal from everyone. The only one who doesn't seem to be interested in it is Andrew Begg. And nothing that we can see there. Appealing again, and the same from Begg. So this is Chamalka Fernando. Well, strike 3 coming up. 37 for 5. We're into the 8th over. Straight into the deck. Really struggling. You can see here the silver. And this time a little bit of width. And just hasn't been able to get hold of any of those. In danger of being a maiden, this one. And definitely danger. I wonder if Fernando going down there sort of puts the batter off a little bit. And yeah, it's just always looking though to be defensive on this one. So 5 balls, no runs, 6 ball coming up. Are we going to have a maiden here? Yes, we are. There's going to be a maiden. So the score does not move in that over. It stays at 37 for 5. And, well, it's not often that we see maidens, but we have one there. We saw a wicket maiden yesterday. That was from Safi. Amir Safi. We could have had the same here. And that one from Umir Safi, who we'll see in the next match, by the way, playing for the Gladiators. He almost ended up being the double wicket maiden. So, big match coming up. And it's nice to see those key players getting in. I think that Zalmi, and not Zalmi, beg your pardon, the Bucharest Gladiators will be looking to get all of those players warmed up and ready for that third match of the day, match number 28, when the Cluj and Bucharest Gladiators come together. What a match that'll be. Wow, this one, it will be a wide. This one just hits the seam and takes off. Sakuma has come back. I'm surprised that he didn't carry on. They broke it up with Chum Club bowling one. It's more the same. Well, that's join the dots up now. Well, we've had now 8 balls without anything coming off it. I suppose the one before was a wide, but 8 balls since there's been bat on ball. Played away, no run, so that's another. Hello to Kroom. How are you, Kroom? How are things? How's your Saturday? What's the weather like there today then? Good day. Are we going to have a... Well, this is going for the big shot. He's not going to find it. He's going to find the hands of Vasu. Vasu Sani takes the catch. And I think he just looks around at the scorers and says, you know who it is. It's me. Do you need to see my number? I like that from Vasu. And I think they just have a little chat there with the scorers. It's nice to see that Medagooch has joined us as well. And of course, Meda's here with Mihal and Nilkesh Patel. Scorers there. I think Simon's on a day off today. And of course, Yoz. We'll see Yoz around the ground. And Tyrone Peters and Deanna Horace, the ECN photographer. Look out, of course, for the photos on the social media and on our website, europeancricket.com. And of course, big thank you to Diana for shooting the intro of the day with me as well. When we went downtown Bucharest to that the Triumph Monument. It's a lovely arc, actually. It's a beautiful setting. Very busy over there as well. That's gone. It's just full and straight. It's another wicket. So that's 2 in 2, by the way. So it's another wicket. Now, Arun Kumar. Look at it. Just full and straight. Hits the middle stump. 2 in 2. Hat-trick alert, everybody. Hat-trick alert. So, hat-trick alert. We've just seen the wicket there of Pereira, who went for 7. Well caught there by Vasu. And then, unfortunately, we've seen a first ball up for Roshan, so a golden duck. And Priyadarshana has done it here in Romania. Priyadarshana, who seems to have lost his grunt when we saw him yesterday, Vishwa. Look at the field, by the way. Can we just focus on the field here? We got everybody in for the hat-trick. I think they want the third man up, and it's not coming. Hat-trick ball. All the pressure on Vindula. And he bowls a wide. Well, it's I think that we call a Danny Hudacek now on the network. Because every time Danny Hudacek's normally in comms and it's a hat-trick, it's a wide. So there's your Hudacek. Lets himself down, goes for the Yorker, but gets it wrong. So no hat-trick this time. It could be a fake hat-trick, because that technically is not a legal delivery. And, well, what's happened to Arun here after setting the field out on the offside with all the slips, etc. ready, he started bowling down the leg side. Well, they'll take the runs, I suppose. Let's see if they might get to 50. I suppose it's possible, especially if Arun keeps bowling wides. And, well, there's your hat-trick, everybody. It's a hat-trick of wides. Well bowled. And just like that, all the fielders decide, you know what, forget it. We're not standing in slips. He's not going to bowl one outside the off, is he? And, well, there you go. Now that the slips move, it's just been a little touch and run. They will get 1, and that'll be it. So, yeah, I suppose they're on the way to that 50. And Aaron's got a ball to go here. Then we go into the last over. But well bowled, though, from Aaron. 3 for 13. He'll be disappointed that he's bowled out 3 wides, though. Hasn't helped his figures. And that's going to be another wide. This time wide outside the off. Signalled there by Imran Haider. I think that's the 5th wide in the over, by the way. And hit it over the top of Taran. Fielder coming across, and it's going to be 4 runs. He's going to be disappointed with that. He's not having the best of times, Sivakumar Periyalwar. And remember, he dropped an absolute sitter. Now here, all he's got to do is get a hand to it. But in the process of stopping it, I think he might have just pushed it onto his leg and has given a boundary away. So the 50 definitely becomes a possibility. 47 for 7. The end of that over. It was a long over as well. 10 came from it in the end. That was after we saw an over with nothing came from it. 2 wickets. And they will go back to the man who bowled the perfect maiden. So Fernando wants to make some changes to his field. Wants to move the 3rd man. Keeping him on the boundary. Well, he was, but now he's brought him in. So he's brought him into the backward point. That means a cover gets pushed out on the offside. So the offside field now has got a cover on the boundary and long off. Just been defensively played here. And well, Vindula, it's almost like, well, it's not on a hat-trick ball now. He can hit it if he wants to. He has got off the mark. And he can hit it, you see? Well, that brings a 50 up. So that's something to be chirpy about. Not too much else really for Zenus. But that's a nice shot from Vindula. I think they really need to be thinking about maybe just switching his batting order around a little bit, you know. From Pereira downwards. Maybe he should bring them up. That's a pretty nice shot. He rocks back and plays it beautifully. And now gets beaten back outside the off. That was the first runs, by the way, that have come off the bowling of Jamakula Fernando. And firmly hit. Will be a test for the fielder who, well, I think Vasusaini is so wide. He thinks, nah, I'm not going to stop this one. And I'm not even going to bother trying too hard. This match is already in the bag. We're getting 4 points. That's what the plan was with Cluj. And that's been well hit. So, yeah, I mean, this is... You have a look at Vindula here. He's definitely not... What's he coming in here? He's not your number 9 batter, is he? There's no way. He's better than that. Ball to come then in this completely one-sided match. It's going to be a big win. And firmly struck, and it's actually well stopped. So things do get a little bit better for the fielder. Sivakumar has been in the wars a little bit, hasn't he, out there? He's the one man that things haven't gone well for from Cluj. But he does make a good stop there. Saves that one going to the boundary. It'll be 59 for 7. And that's really been hard work. I think that will probably go down as the lowest score that we've seen. I know that we saw a 61 put on the board on day 4. But I don't think there's anything being lower than that. So, of course, 61 was... no, but that was on a win. That was chasing by United Bucharest. Yeah, that is a low one. And not a good display from Zenus, and they know that they're going to be up against it in the next match as well. As we have a look at the fantasy dashboard here, captain really has to do better at the top of the order. His wicket was really pretty shocking, and Pereira has to come up at the top. I mean, I don't know why he's come so low. And someone like Vindula, yeah, get him up there, get Vindula up there. You've got to make some changes there. Wanaraja also took a while to get going again, hit the ball, but look what they're up against. Irfan Hussain, Mohammed Moyes, Amir Hamza, Mamit Kohli coming into the side as well. Luca Petre, looking forward to seeing him maybe getting 2 overs in. And Waqas Ahmed, he can be quite an exciting all-rounder. And Cosmin Zavoy, don't forget the brilliant catch that he took yesterday and then flicked it back to the keeper, Pereira, to then hold on to. Brilliant team catch. But this one is done and dusted. The highlights coming up. And even those highlights, it's not really too much to talk about there. After seeing an explosion of 6s from Cluj, we only just saw 2 in that one, and 2 6s and 4 4s as Zenus. They limp to 59 of 7, so it's a win by a crushing 112 runs from Cluj, a team whose net run rate is pretty decent already, and because of that, they will go to the top of the standings. Well, they waited patiently to see that stumping, and for me, there was no doubt, and that was exactly what the third umpire, Nishan Devre, thought as well when the decision was finally given. But it wasn't a good start, really, was it, from Zenus when the captain goes early the way that he did for a 2-ball duck, and then Mugan Jagan went pretty cheaply. Then we saw some nice shots being played. This was disappointing, really, or unlucky probably is the right word. Lakshan, he looks like a good batter. He took his time to weather the storm earlier on, and then he plays one big shot, and it was a good shot. He hit it really well, but straight to the fielder. And this one was when it all went a bit wrong. As Sahil got it wrong. That one, well, that's a big drop from Sivakuma, and then he tried to redeem himself by taking an acrobatic flying catch, but couldn't get close to the ball. And that was Vasu coming in, taking the catch, and then I like the way he just turned around and said to some of our crew, of course he is part of our crew, he said, "You know who I am, don't you? You know who I am? Yeah, it's me. I am Vasu. I did take the catch. 2 in 2. And then, well, we wanted to see a hat-trick because he was on the hat-trick ball. The thing was, though, we did see a hat-trick in terms of wickets. We saw a hat-trick in terms of wides. And then after that third wide, the slips, and everybody thought, you know what? We're wasting our time being here because he's not going to bowl it outside the off. So they all departed. And Arun Kumar would finally go for 10 of that over. But he'd be happy with his spell. 3 for 19. And also Harsha Kavinda, I think he did very well. He picked up 2 for 3. I liked his bowling yesterday. So he's picked up 5 wickets in 2 matches. And Arun Kumar, nice to see him back picking up wickets again. Though it has to be said, and this is very important, it has to be said that that was up against not the best of batting attacks. I think that attack against something like the Gladiators, who they will play in the next match, will be very different. Have a quick look at that scorecard. You saw very quickly there that 12, the highest score, being muscled up by a batter. 2 batters were able to get to that. Nobody went over the 12. And extras, once again, Cluj, very good on the extra front, even though they didn't use their main bowlers, just the 7 wides, and that was all the extras that they gave away. No buys whatsoever. A number of bowlers used, but of course, Arun Kumar and Harsha Kavinda, the pick of the bowlers. Between them, they picked up 5 wickets. So we're going to take a bit of a break here now. And of course, when we get ready for the start of the next match. And the Cluj, well, they will enjoy just having a little bit of a sit down, maybe have something to eat and prepare themselves for a big match, because they're not taking on the Bucharest Gladiators in the next one, but they will match after that, match number 28. But for the moment, the Gladiators will be hoping that they too can overcome Zenus with ease and return back to the top of the standings. They were there for the start of the day, but Cluj, with that mammoth victory, have overtaken them. But the Bucharest Gladiators have the right of reply before they and Cluj will do battle in match number 28. So I'm going to leave you with that on the screen for the moment. We'll be back in 22 minutes time to talk you through another, well, it's going to be another big battle for Zenus as they take on the Bucharest Gladiators. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome to the start of match number 27, the second of this match day 6. Not going to get any easier for Zenus, is it? After having to go up against the might of Cluj, who now, of course, go right up there at the top of the standings. They take on the team that started the day at the top, the Bucharest Gladiators. These two teams did meet yesterday, and the Gladiators absolutely crushed Zenus by, well, a mountain of runs. So it's an uphill task for Zenus. The Gladiators, of course, they've boosted with the likes of Moyes, who's in very good form, as well as Amir Hamza. These two both scored half centuries yesterday, and if one of them doesn't click, you've got Irfan Hussain, who comes in, matches the ball all over the place. With the ball, I've been very impressed with Umair Safi. I get a feeling that he again is going to have a big part to play in this match. I'm going to take you over to the coin toss where Tyrone Peters has the two captains with him. Then join me back in the cube. I'll tell you a little bit more about the squads for the start of the first ball.
Gladiators the call. Tails is the call. Heads it is.
Batting first.
Betting first.
Thank you very much to Tyrone Peters out there in the middle. And Zenus, well, after having loads of trouble with the bat, they've decided that they're not going to be stood out there in the middle and seeing the ball mashed all over the place and then have to chase an unrealistic score. They're going to try out and go out there and be positive and try and put runs on the board and try to apply a little bit of pressure on the Gladiators. A big in for the Gladiators. Manmeet Kohli comes into the side, and of course he's going to add further strength to the likes of that side with players such as Hussain, Moyes and Hamza in there as well. I think Luca Petri, I'd like to see him get a good ball, maybe get his 2 overs in here, and also be nice to see Cosmin Zavoy also having a bowl. Certainly Wakas Ahmed will be as well. He was a good player yesterday. 97% to 3. Again, like we saw when Zenus were playing Cluj, no big surprise there. Zenus, though, what can they do with the bat? Can they make some changes? Can their captain, Sirius Sohail, get going this time around? I think it was a cheap dismissal when we saw him get out last time. He is going to be opening the batting once again, but he needs to do better. He really did literally give he took it away last time. He's got Lakshan out there with him. I do like Lakshan. I think he was probably a little bit unlucky to get out in that last match. He hit the door pretty well into the covers, but it was a good catch that was taken to remove him. So can these two give them a start? It's going to be Mohamed Moyes, the bear of Romania, to start off. He's just checking his run-up. Starts very wide and then makes his way in. And we'll be hoping to get that ball to be seaming and moving around. Welcome back to everybody. As we get ready to go, hello to Chris Smith, who joins us in the chat. And of course, happy Saturday. I hope you are enjoying your weekend. I'm Rico Full. I'm going solo here today, but of course, never feels that way with all of you in the chat. And got a few visitors around here as well. Alex has joined us. Hello, Alex, who had a flat tyre coming in this morning, but he's got that sorted out. Here's the first, and it's a rather wide one, but he's going to get a wicket. Is he? No. Oh dear, he could have got a wicket the very first ball, but he gets put down. I think that's Hamza, who's normally very good in the field. So it could have been a royal duck. It is Hamza who puts the catch down. Amir Hamza and Moisey. He could have started with a wicket, but it's a bit of luck for Sahel, but they don't run. And that's what's really annoying and frustrating. And now he goes with a big shot down the ground. Misses out on that. You've got to run on those. You've got to run. Zenus, they struggled to score anywhere near 100. I think they've only got there on 1 or 2 occasions. And so any runs that are there, you've got to take them. Moisey in again. That's going to be a difficult take for the keeper, but he deals with that really well. They're nicely done by Pereira. Takes off and one-handed. You see him just coming into play there. Beautiful work by Sudun Pereira. Very nimble and quick on his feet is Pereira. And that one's going to probably be too wide outside the off. So extras will always be key for the cause of Zenus. to the pads, and well, that's it. It's gone. Well, look what's happened here. You can see why there's an appeal, and then if you notice when you watch this, it's appeal and nothing, and then a yeah, because what they realise is this one has gone bat, pad, and onto the stumps. So there was an appeal for LBW, which it wasn't because it hits the bat, but how unfortunate, bat, pad, onto the stumps. Hey, if you don't take the singles when they're there, then you're not going to score runs, and that means that Rico Fool is going to go. It's going to be a pair for the captain. No runs this time. It was a 2-ball duck, and now it's followed by a 3-ball duck as he gets bowled off his bat, pad, stumps. Moyes has his first, but yeah, he got to take those runs on. You can't just stand there and expect to just take wides and extras and not have to run from it every so often and hit a boundary. It don't work that way. Tharuna De Silva comes in next, and that one beats him. So good delivery, good movement. Oh, look at the rise on that. No chance getting anything on that one. Only runs on the board courtesy of those 2 wides. I wonder if they will make that change. I'm still quite surprised that we don't see the likes of Pereira up the top of the order or Vindula. That one is a difficult one to take for the keeper. It does sneak it inside. Moisey getting the ball to swing around all over the place. It's the end of the first. No runs off the bat, but because of the 2 wides, it's 2 for 1. And 1 wicket for Moisey getting the captain. This is the upcoming event. So Romania will continue through the weekend and up to Friday. Friday is his final day here with the European Cricket Series. Then we have some international action where we know that Austria will be here, and Austria and Portugal in action against Romania. And from there we go to Hungary, Bulgaria, Croatia, Italy. In Rome, to be precise, the Belletta Cup coming from the Marseille International Cricket Ground in Malta. And then we also have, starting on the 23rd of August, the Netherlands Tri-Series T20 Internationals. So a lot of cricket coming your way, international and domestic, T10 and T20. Enjoy. Mamit Kohli into the side. Bowls with a good bit of pace. It's nicely played as Lakshan gets off the mark of his very first ball. So Manmeet, I think he'll be looking to use this match just to get himself into the rhythm and prepare himself for the big match coming up next, of course, which will be at the top of the table clash, because the Gladiators are looking to return to the top of the standings. We might have a look at the standings at the end of this over. It's firmly hit. They will take 1. I think that's probably all it will be. There was hesitation from the batters, hesitation from the fielder, who holds the pose, is ready to fire it in if need be, but doesn't have to in the end. Yeah, Mamit Kohli, national team player, of course. See, you can see the breeze in the background. It's a healthy breeze for this time of the day. That's right into the thigh pad. Healthy breeze, an important breeze. Of course, Rohit Sharma has been in the news a fair bit at the moment, but back in 2019 on this day, he became the first batter to score 500 runs in on the World Cup when he made 103 against Sri Lanka in India's final league stage game. Of course, great pictures at the moment coming in from India as the World Cup winners return home and were greeted by hundreds and thousands of spectators. Some of the scenes from Mumbai were quite amazing, and so they should be. I think they've waited a long time, haven't they? And I think those celebrations will continue for a few days, that's for sure. And well done, of course, to Team India. Still can't get over those images of Rohit out there when he's just taking little bits of that off the pitch and nibbling on it, so to speak. Short into the body, doesn't quite get it out the middle. We'll take a single. This one needs backing up and we'll be back. Well, they're taking on the overthrows and they do well because it's not taken cleanly by the fielders, bobbling away. I think that's Irfan Hussain who's trying to get hold of it. If he got it cleanly, it could have been trouble. But the batter's very, very hesitant in their running, to say the least. But that's been the story of the Zenus batters. They're not the best and most competent of runners. It's going to be too wide. Yeah, I thought so. The umpire has to think about it. Yeah, have a quick look at this again. So Mamit Kohli does get the ball to move around, but look at this. Yeah, that's... I think by the time that gets to the line, that ball is probably more the ball is missing the line than not. I think that's a fair call from the umpire. Kohli once again. He's got a lovely smooth run up. And everything goes into the ball, and when he gets it right like that, it's very difficult to play. That's a wonderful delivery. It's a good way to finish the over. Zenus continue to have their struggles early on, and score moves to 8-1. I know that, you know, don't get me wrong, I don't want to be overcritical of Zenus because, you know, they are up against a very good side here, and it was the same with Cluj. So that's what I wanted to confirm. Cluj, with that big win and because of their net run rate superiority, will go to the top of the standings, but only on net run rate. So Bucharest Gladiators will reply straight back and go back to the top with a win here. They also will be looking to get all the points and then put pressure on the Cluj in the next match when Cluj and Gladiators will play. It looks like the batter is going to change the bat here. I noticed there's some issue with it, and I'm not sure why. I thought my referee is having a look as well. I mean, well, what does... Well, I think it needed some... yeah, I think it needed a bit of scissors with Tyron. Just came along, got the scissors out, and went snip, snip. Job done. We carry on. Yeah, look, they're going to be up against it, and I don't think anybody was expecting them to be victorious in their two matches here today. But what is disappointing is that they're not looking at the players that they've got available to them and using them in the right way, as this is another good delivery from Moyes. And Moyes, we haven't seen him be held back. When he starts, he finishes, and he comes straight back to bowl the third. So the power play we know is important. When you look at them and all their matches, they haven't been able to get away in the power play. So Howard just hasn't worked apart from on one occasion. But they do have players. That one gets played away. Once again, will just be a single. But they do have players, and we saw that briefly in that last match. You know, someone like Vindula, who can hit the ball pretty well. You know, you could even throw somebody else up there like Pereira. We know they have players that can at least get you more out the power play. So at least try to win those little battles. Try and get more out the power play. And they just, for me, they just haven't done that. You see this one. If it was picked up cleanly, it could have been out. This still would be close, you know. I think this is worth looking at, because I think the batter, if he picked up straight away, but he's hesitant, and I think maybe only just, let's see, yeah, only just gets the bat down in time. It's pretty lazy there from Lakshan. He does get back, but only just. But he would have been curtains if it was picked up straight away. Yeah, just try and get the right batters in the right places. Try and say, you know what, let's at least try and make a better start in the power play. Because once this over is over and Gladiators start to spread the field, it's going to get even harder. I mean, even now at the moment, they can't pierce that field, and the field is pretty close in. They've got third man back, which makes sense because of the type of bowling that we're seeing here from Moyes and Kohli. Long on is on the boundary, but to be honest, you could have him up just to put the pressure on. Because nothing at the moment. You see that one, if long on is up, he's catching that. And that's, you know, that's some of the things that I think Gladiators and some other teams against the teams like Zenus could be doing, saying, I know we can put 2 back, but do we need to have them in? Take the wicket. That's a catching opportunity if mid-on is in place. That's a good shot. Straight down the ground, and that's going to be 4 runs. It's the first one, really, that's been pitched right up. Maybe slightly over-pitched. It's a bit of a half volley, and Lakshan has played a nice shot. So we finally see a boundary, and it comes right at the end of the power play. 14 come off the first 3 overs. It's 14 for 1. And against Cluj, they struggled. In that power, they got 8. They were 8 for 3. So I suppose it's better. But can Lakshan now continue from there, and will he get good support here from Silva? That's the question. They're not going to go back to Mamit Kohli. It's going to be Irfan Hussain who's going to bowl over number 4. Be in the air, it won't carry, but the batters will take the single. Tushita De Silva gets the single on, gives the strike back to Lakshan. Lakshan needs to be set for a long innings, needs to be set to bat the 10. But at the same time, he's got to keep playing the shots, hasn't he? And, it's played pretty straight. Fielder comes across. It does well. That's Hamza. Remember, Amir Hamza had the opportunity to remove the captain. The very first ball from Moyes, he put it down. So Hale decided he wasn't going to run, even though the opportunity was there. And then 2 balls later, he was back in the shed without scoring. So that didn't hurt them at all. That's a good delivery. Sort of cuts him in half. Nice take once again there from Pereira. I like Sudan Pereira's keeping. He's very, very lively, very active. Moves around well as well, doesn't he? To take the single. That's the idea here. It almost looks like that's what De Silva's role is. Just tiki-taka, tiki-taka. He gets the singles and hopes that if he gives the strike to Lakshan, Lakshan can get 1 or 2 boundaries away. He's 8 or 7. Silva is, well, he's going at 50% at the moment. 12 balls, 6 runs to his name. Short delivery, and oh, that's an opportunity. It's a tough one, but that is an opportunity. There's going to be 4 runs. You see the umpire there signaling is clearly off the bat. It's a wonderful effort from the keeper. It would have been a sensational catch, and it would have looked pretty decent as well. Look, there's the touch. He goes for it, and it just catches the webbing. It doesn't go in. It's going to be 4. So a little bit of luck, a little bit of suerte for Lakshan as he moves to 12. That would have been a great take from Pereira. And this is now just over the fielder. They go 1. Will they come back for 2? I think they will. And they'll get there pretty easily. So applause from Irfan to Hamza, who almost plucks that one out of the sky as it gets over him. It's the end of the over. 4 overs complete. 23 for 1. Mentioned that it is Sylvester Stallone's birthday today, born on this day in 1946. Of course, everybody will remember his movies, from the Rambo ones to, of course, Rocky. Yeah, fantastic actor. Probably is right up there as one of my favourites. Made some good movies, and now doing, of course, he's a screenwriter, director, and producer at the moment. So, Sly. Of course, always remember the battle between him and Arnold Schwarzenegger. They would be very competitive with each other, but nowadays I think they're the best of buddies. He spoils this, you know. It's way down the leg side, and probably needed a direct hit to try and get the wicket here of Lakshan. Just watch this again. So direct hit. Yeah, he was always in, very quick, running between the wickets. So Lakshan gets back on strike, courtesy of the leg bar. I just wonder here if the Gladiators, seeing what's seeing the way this is panning out, well, they just turn around and say, you know what, we might as well just bring everybody in when De Silva's on strike. Hits it on the up. Here's a fielder out there, and he takes a catch. That's very nicely done. Here's Luca Petra, who takes a lovely catch. Makes it look easy, doesn't he? Petra, 17, I think we worked out that he is. 17 years of age, and he's turning out to be a very important and good cricketer. Hits it on the up, you see, and that's not able to get the power in it. But that's the problem. Once again, go back to this. The problem that you have for somebody like Lakshan, when you've got somebody at the other end who's not prepared to hit the ball with any might, and he's just handing you the strike all the time, Lakshan just feels, well, fine, it's down to me to score the runs. He scores 14 of 10, but that'll be his lot. Petra takes the catch, and Rana with the ball gets a wicket. Second one to fall, 24 for 2. Now, one Raja. Here's the batter on strike. Into the pads, and they'll take a leg by. So now it'll be interesting. Now you might think, well, okay, maybe we don't want to bring all the fielders in so close, because Tushita De Silva surely needs to be thinking about maybe playing some shots himself. Now that Lakshan is gone. Well, let's see if that is the case. Well, maybe it is, because that's going to be 4 runs. And look, if you've got that, why hasn't he been doing that before? Why did De Silva feel the need that he couldn't hit the ball hard while Lakshana was out there? He just never tried to hit one ball. He just tried to block it or pat it out the way and get a single. And that just put unnecessary pressure for me for Lakshan. Lakshan's not there now, and he's probably back thinking, well, why didn't he do that when I was out there? Then I wouldn't have had all the pressure on me to play all the big shots. And this one tucks him up, no run. Gets fielded by Rana himself. Nice from Rana. Certainly does follow the batters. Gets good carry through. Silva down the ground, but he doesn't get it out the middle, and it's straight into the hands of the fielder. That's nicely done, and Mamit Kohli's not going to drop these. If you just have a look at this shot one more time, just see the batter. He just starts to come down the pitch. He didn't have to. Because he comes down the pitch, he doesn't get all of this. If he stayed still, he would have got better strike. He's hitting this on the move, doesn't get it out the middle, and De Silva is going to depart after hitting one boundary. He'll go for 10 of 16 deliveries. There's a good catch there by Kohli on the boundary. He's not going to drop those, is Mamit Kohli. And Rana picks up his second wicket. End of the over, and 29 for 3 at the end of 5 overs. I can welcome you into the cube, say hello and welcome to a lovely sunny day here in Romania at one of Asia cricket ground. And once again, it looks like Zenus are in for a bit of a hiding here. Let's go back to the action. This is hit down the ground, and it's just to the left of me. That's a good, strong strike. Well hit. Thumped. And that's a good way to get off the mark. And Raja. I keep calling Raja. It's actually Raj. Raj smashes this one out of the ground. Nicely hit. Good shot. This one, he scuffs it a little bit, which is unfortunate. If he got it better, it would have gone a long way. He just didn't get that one out the middle, but he gets a single. Okay, Jugan didn't really perform in the last. I think he also didn't get any scores, but he will this time, as he's absolutely peppered that. Well, both batters have started with sixes. Yeah, he just got the 1 of 5 balls in that last match, but not this time. That is right in the slot. Well, watch out, whoever that is walking back there is coming towards you. Thank you very much. Do a bit of fielding for us, why not? There you go, nicely picked up one-handed. The young man up there, that's absolutely blasted. Oh, not so sure I'm that keen on the headgear here from Thakur. And might get him a wicket though. Miscue. Somebody's got to call this. And he gets caught. Luca Petra says, "What are you doing, Cosmin? What are you doing?" And Cosmin's giving him an earful about something. And Luca Petra should say, "Hey, Skip, I had it. It's my catch. What's the problem? What's the issue?" And, well, that discussion continues. And here we go. Up in the air. It's a miscue. And, yeah, I'm not sure what Cosmin is trying to do here. He's just trying to put off the young man. But fair play to Petra. It holds onto it, and that's going to be basically 6 and out for Ismail. And does a little bit better this time. That's Murgan Jagan. It's Ismail who comes out now. He's the next batter. And it gets ready to face, but Jagan, I suppose it's better than the last match. 6 off 2 as opposed to 1 off 5, but he still goes short. This gets worked away. Well, he's going to have to hurry here, and he will get there. Scrambling the singles. Thakur now to Wanaraj, who cuts it, wants a single, gets no response, and if the keeper could have taken this, it would have been out. Beg your pardon. And that was a bit of protein. Nice little fly that. Had a nice crunch to it. Tastes like bacon. Anyway, back to this. Yeah, it's just needed to take that in his glove. End of the over, 43 for 4. And Thakur picks up another one, but wicket's falling as well. I like the way that Wanaraj came out there. Also like what Morgan did. Obviously lost his shape with the second shot, but yeah, go out there, be brave. 6 off 2. Wanaraj is going. Is being joined out there by Ismail. Still no Bindula, who also can crunch the ball pretty well. Slices this towards the covers. But of course, Gladiators well in control and look like they're going to keep this to a score between 60 and 70. Maybe with a few big shots, they could maybe get into the 80s, Gladiators, but you'd still expect with the batting firepower that the Gladiators have that they'll get the win inside the 7. And that's well bowled as Rana does come back. I do hope we are going to see Luke have a bowl. I know that when I spoke to him yesterday, he said to me that the injury to his ankle is feeling a lot better. He doesn't seem to be showing any signs of it in the field. And also, Cosmin, I mean, in matches like this, with the scores the way they are, Cosmin, Zavoy and Luca Petra do have to bowl. You know, I know that Mamit Kohli comes in, so you want him. Yeah, I don't mind him bowling his 2 overs because I think you want him. It's the first match he's playing. You want him into the groove. But yeah, Cosmin Zavoy, he's got to bowl. He's got to bowl. You know, he's different to the other bowlers as well. He's slower. You need him to bowl because in crunch matches, you're probably going to be relying on him. It's a nice looking shot. That's going to go all the way. That's beautifully timed by Wanaraj. 6 carreras. Que genial. And that's beautifully timed. That's the 3rd in the innings. That's his 2nd. It's short, it's wide, it's timed to perfection. So 6 runs, good hit. It's in the same area, but this time it goes to the fielder. No mistakes from Petra, just a single. Rana. Into the body. It's an optimistic appeal, really. That ball is probably missing leg and going over to such a chance for us to have a quick look at the European Cricket Championships at the end of that over. 51 for 4. And of course, this is happening in Spain in the the province of Andalusia, and the region of Malaga. What a beautiful region of Spain it is. And the Cartama Oval, well, it's a little oasis that is there in that small town of Cartama. Looking pretty as a picture at the moment. Saw some pictures of it. There's a few new additions to the Cartama Oval. Look out for that at the start of the 23rd of September. But of course, we've got the Challenger divisions and also the Premier divisions. So plenty of teams and nations taking part. But of course, only one champion will be crowned. That is out. It's the first one from Waqas Ahmed. It's full, it's straight, it's on the money. And stump all over. Well, he said if I had some here, I would be gelling it back, but I don't have any, so I just need to splash on the sun cream instead, so my head doesn't burn. It's full and straight, and that is adios to Wanaraj. Not really the ball to be playing that shot to. So 14 of 9, and well, there's nothing more convincing than being bowled, and that's exactly what happens. It's Waqas Ahmed. Gets the ball full and straight. Timber stumps knocked over. Oh, good ball. Good movement away. Just look at the movement here. Puts the step out, doesn't he? Does Pasindu Vindula? Well, Vindula likes a short ball. We know that. And plays this one out. They run on the hit, and they will get the single. Remember, only just got to the 50, 59. They finished chasing the 172 against Cluj in the earlier match, so a defeat by 112 runs. Winning the toss this time, wanting to bat first. That one will be a wide. No, I suppose that's well left by Jahidul. Plenty of talk from Mamit Conley. That one is played away. Have to say that I know that the listed captain on paper is Cosmin Zavoy, but he's not the captain of this team. I could tell you that now, because Cosmin Zavoy is playing no part in field placements and who's bowling and who's doing what. And most of it seems to be done by either Mamit Kohli, who's coming into the team. He seems to be pretty vocal in supporting the bowlers and making those changes, and he's working there with the likes of Moyes. And joining up the dots, Waqas Ahmed. It's the end of the over, a very good over as well. 2 singles and a wide, the 3 that come from it, but he does pick up the wicket of Wanaraj as well. So the score now 54 for 5. Now let's have a look if we're going to see. No, it's still no Cosmin. That frustrates me, I have to say, as we see 2 butterflies sharing a kiss together. It is International Day of the Kiss, by the way. Yeah, that annoys me. It frustrates me. 54 for 5, 12 balls to go. You're going to win this match. And even if they were to get to 80, you're still going to win the match, and you still should do it in 7. Luca Petra's got a bowl, and Cosmin's a void. Those 2 should have bowled the last 2 overs. And I just, that's all I'm going to say on it. You've got those guys in the match. If you're playing Cluj, I understand it. You might say, no, we're not going to risk it against Cluj because it could turn out to be nasty. And Luca Petra's a very good bowler. It's not as if I'm saying, you're going to bowl Luca Petra, but it's a risk because he might go for 25 in the over. No, he won't. Not to this batting. I'm not being disrespectful to Zenus, but you got players playing for you who may not always bowl in tough matches, but on matches like this, you've got to give them the ball. And this the player we're talking about, and especially when he puts an effort like this in the field. He's taken 2 catches. He's made 2 very good stops there. And the other thing is, he's a young player. He's 17. Young player. He's playing his heart out in the field. You want to keep him interested. You want to keep him motivated. And by him playing and just fielding and just being a fielder, he ain't going to be motivated, is he? Sooner or later, he's going to say, you know what, I'm going to go and play football. because I can kick a ball around and they're not just going to be, telling me I'm there, but I'm not doing anything. I'm actually going to play a part in the match. And I think it's very important that the teams, captains, they think about that. Winning is important. Yeah, of course it is. But you also have to think about the players that are playing. Everybody on that field of players giving up their time to be here today. I've touched on that already. People, all right, it's the weekend, but normally we have this series going throughout the week. Normally people are away from work, they're taking time off, time away from families, maybe time away from education. So you do have to take that into consideration. So Coley to finish his spell. 8 come off it so far. Yeah, it's good to see him back. But just to watch him running, he's got beautiful flow. Lovely smooth run up. And yeah, well bowled. He's a bit unlucky not to get the stumps. That's another dot ball. As Islam can't get anything on it. Looking to finish the over with another dot, I'm guessing. It's been pretty tidy. Just the 2 singles so far. And that gets played away. Will be another single, or will it? Yes. And that's the end of the over. As I can hear Drakushaw just around the corner. Drakushaw, of course, is the local cat that makes appearances now and again. Drakushaw means little devil. I think it's a cute way of saying little devil in Romanian, and he is a bit of a devil. He's very cute, but every so often there's a wild side of him, as Diana Raluca Oros found out this morning, when Raluca one moment wanted cuddles and kisses, and next moment the claws were out, and she's got the scars to prove it as well. 57 for 5. It's hit down the ground, and it will be 4. So cuatro carreras, as they do go back to Waqas Ahmed. So 4 runs. It's a nice looking shot. It's not a bad delivery, but well played. This time the effort ball. A bit of extra oomph in this one as it gets through. So they're in the 60s. Expected at one point was around the 70 mark. Got to have a go, Islam. Got to have a go. Swinging blind to Vindula at the non-striker's end. Sort of takes me back to what I was talking about in the power play. How they've got to really make the power play count. Against Cluj, they got 8 in the first 3. In this one, they've got 14. And just if they could even make that the 30, 35 in the power play, it would mean that they, at least they're taking this score to between the 80 and 90. But they've allowed the bowler to dictate. It's another wild swing, this time as Vindula, seeing if he can get in the out. But they bowl well to him, really. I think they know, don't keep it short, and they've done that. One of the issues that the Gladiators had, more so than some of the other teams, even though they were winning, that one's been played out. It's a catching opportunity, and Luca takes his 3rd catch. There he is, Luca Petra, the specialist fielder who can't get a bowl, and even on a match like this, but he takes a catch. It's his 3rd. Well done to Luca. And he gets the congratulations from Cosmin. It's also the end of this innings. And the very last ball caught on the boundary. Vindula, he'll go for just 2 of 7 balls. And that means that Zenus, the innings will finish on 62 for 6. So the Gladiators, you know what they wanted to achieve here, to win and win with 4 points. That's the two Romanian nationals. Cosmin Zavoy, the captain, and in brackets I would say, and Luca Petra, two men who really should be bowling in matches like this. But that's not for me to interfere in the team tactics. It's just my own personal thoughts. When you're playing against Zenus, a team who struggle to get to 60, the team who will struggle to get to 100, those two have to bowl. Otherwise, for me, what's the point? Going back to this, it didn't start well. He went early and bowled by Moyes, so it's been a pair for him, a dismal start. Lakshan showed what he can do while playing some nice shots. This was almost a tremendous catch from Sadun Pereira. He wasn't able to take it, and that was the shot up in the air, but unfortunately couldn't get it past Luca Petra. One of three very good catches that he took. Yep, he's the man, and he did some good ground fielding out there as well. That was Lakshan who would go. He's been out to 2 catches here today, by the way. That was a nice shot from De Silva, but he wasn't able to clear Mahmood Kohli. And this one did go all the way. That was a bit better, and that was a nice hit there from Digan. The problem I find was that they waited for Lakshan to get out before they started to try and play shots themselves, which didn't make any sense. That was Petra taking the catch. I don't know what Cosmin's voice said to him there, but it was always Luca's catch. And Luca, credit to him, he held on to that one. He couldn't do much about that because that was a superb uppercut. It was a really good hit. But then, well, Wanaraj, who played that uppercut, would then be cleaned up with the first ball off Waqas Ahmed right on the money, knocks the stumps over. And it was 1 or 2 boundaries in the end, but then the boundary there patrolled by Luca Petra, the 17-year-old sensation who takes the catch. As see, Waqas Ahmed still trying to find what happened to his hair. It's not there anymore. Waqas is not there. End of the innings. And Luca and Cosmin plenty to talk about for themselves, as it's an opportunity for the Gladiators to go in at the break and take the next 10 minutes just to compose themselves and go out there and knock these runs off pretty quickly. That's going to be the plan, because it's another opportunity really to try not only get the 4 points, but to help them on the net run rate front as well. Higher score there, 2 lots of 14, a couple of 10s in there as well. So batters did get started, but weren't able to keep going on the bowling front. 2 wickets there for Rana, 2 for 12, and 2 wickets also for Waqas Ahmed coming in there towards the end as well. Got a lot of players in there, but of course, my disappointment, my personal disappointment, is that Lucas Petra and Cosmin Zavoy don't get a bowl in that one. I just think that you're not going to get too many opportunities in matches like this where they would probably get a bowl in the tighter match. Maybe in the match coming up against Cluj, I can understand it, but just my personal opinion. Time to go to the break, and in 10 minutes time we'll see the Gladiators come out there to try and knock these runs off pretty quickly, and not just get the 4 points, but also to improve their net run rate as well. So join us back in about 10 minutes time when the Bucharest Gladiators will go out to try and knock these runs off. I reckon they're going to try and do it inside the 5 overs. Let's wait and see. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome back. The umpires will be leading out Zenus. And Zenus will need to put in a magnificent display of bowling and catching if they are to restrict the Bucharest Gladiators to get the score of 63 inside the 7 overs. That's what their plan is. Restrict to 43 or less. Ain't going to happen, I don't think. But one thing that the Gladiators are going to try and do is get to that score in 7 overs. That will mean that will go to the top of the tables. Well, they'll do that with a win anyway, but they want 4 here. And they also want to take this opportunity to really improve their net run rate. At the moment, Cluj have the better net run rate. That is why they are sitting top of the standings. And it looks like it's a bold move here. This is a brave move. They're going to go with Rajith Puthan to bowl the first. Rajith doesn't bowl with any pace. He relies really on just getting his length right, though he has sprayed a few down the leg side in that earlier match. But he does pick up wickets. Well, he was unlucky not to get anything against Cluj. A couple of chances went astray. But here he is, bowling first up to Irfan Hussain. And gets a dot ball in here, just sneaks this in outside the off. A quick look at the field. So you don't need the third back on the line, I suppose, to this pace. So they've got a long on and a sweeper on the offside. A very wide long on as well. I think he's there doing the job of long on or mid-wicket. A little touch here. That's an interesting shot. I'm not sure why he hasn't gone for this one. It's down the leg side and he's just played it defensively. And just have a look at this. You'd expect him to go after this, but he just, yeah, that's very strange. Very, very strange. You would have thought that was a big shot towards the leg side, but maybe just refrain himself. Hussain, 2 dots, no runs. And this one is clipped away, gets it past the fielder, and the ball will run to the boundary, but that's a great stop. Wonderfully well done, nicely chased. And that's Islam Jahidu. Beautifully done. I mean, it's a long chase on the Iba. And I love the way that he gets a slide in and throws himself at this. Good save. 2 runs saved for sure. That's too wide this time. And it's going to be called. Rajith Puthan. A lot of people will remember Rajith for umpiring here last year. He was one of the men in black. He did a fantastic job. I must admit, I was rather surprised when I saw him in the kit ready to play and thought, I know this face. And of course, then it came to me that he was one of the umpires. Up in the air, and this one is coming our way. Nicely done. Thank you very much. There we go. Yeah, on the bounce. That's the way. Charlie's not here. Charlie, I would have saved you. Don't worry, Charlie. I would have saved you. And this is a nice shot, but yeah, just getting the bounce right. Knew it was coming in one bounce. We might have a bit of this on camera. There we go. Thank you very much. In the hands. That's the way to do it. My name is Bond. This one is through the gap. That's going to be 4 runs. 4 carreras. And the runs starting to flow after a little bit of a quiet start. It gets a bit of bat onto this. And it always looks like that Irfan Hussain does like to go big down the ground. That's why he's probably missed out on some of the short ones early on. But he is moving now. 13 with the ball to go. Temperatures starting to creep upwards. The breeze also starting to die down a little. Pitched up, he'll go for this, and well, Moisey was ready to go for the single. The single is there, so Moise doesn't care it's the last ball of the over. And he's not going to be on strike, but they don't take it. So 13 will come off that first over from Rajith Puthan. And 124 matches since the golden ball. Now, is it going to come today? I'll tell you when. Let's have a look at the matches coming. The next match coming up, by the way, is going to be absolutely outstanding. Cluj against the Gladiators. But then after that, I have to say, the next two matches. So Cluj against ACCB. Yesterday, remember, it was a loss by 91 runs, and for ACCB against Cluj. So it don't seem likely in that one. And the Gladiators then take on ACCB as well, and that was of course 155 to 133 yesterday. So doesn't look likely. If it's going to happen, I think the next match maybe. As that one's hit away and over the infield. It's going to be 4 runs. It's a easy shot there from Moyes. It's nice to see that Moyes going outside the off. He does like to normally try and batter the ball over cow corner, but this is a nice shot from Moyes. A good shot in the power play. Look, gets right under that. Look at the way he gets his head right under the ball. So eyes on ball, plays a nice shot, delightfully played. And following the ball, here's Anitas. Don't like this. It's not a good sign. So now the man who's at the boundary on the leg side comes up, and the next one will go exactly more or less where he was. But ends up being a nice save. It does well. And that Lakshan, yeah, they did what they've done here. Is they bought, because that there's more changes in the field now. Or is it just personnel? It's a personnel change. So they moved the mid-wicket in to allow the man to go back on the extra cover boundary. It's nicely played. Lakshan will be in the play again, as Hussain just places out for another single. Down the ground once more, and this one is going to bounce just outside the cube. And 6 more. Says good at smash. As Mohamed Moyes gets enough of this. A little bit too short, the length from Jahidul. You can see that's very short, and Moyes is already winding up. The eyes have lit up, and he says, "Yep, this one's going." Bowler waits for the fielder to come back on the field of play, and he comes in again. And that has gone. Bolle. Ginna zona shaka lagya. Well, that is sweet. Out of the middle of that bat. Sweeter than a bowl of gulab jambu. It's gone a long way. Yeah, nice gulab jambus out here, by the way. Had some the other day. They were lovely. I'd like to see, we can see somebody doing a spot of gardening there in the background. And why not? It is the weekend. All right, up in the air, but I think this is plenty. That's going to get over Rajith quite easily. That'll also, then that'll be 4. The umpires do check with each other and signal the 4. Not quite where the bear was wanting this to go, but it still does go plenty. And end of the over. They're well on their way. 35 without loss after 2. That over going for 22. It's a magical one. And looks like it's going to be Wanaraj who's going to bowl over number 3. Yeah, you hear me make many reference to bears, of course, here in Romania. And that's what, because we have to watch out for the bears, especially here. That's, I reckon, why that fence is there. When you see the aerial view of where we are, surrounded by a big wooded area, I bet there's some bears in there. Romania has the highest population of brown bears in Europe. There are no fewer than 6,000. That's 60% of Europe's total. And of course, they're roaming around the forests and the mountains. So, yeah, watch out for the bears. Now, we haven't seen one yet on all our travels. We've been here at the one of us here. That's a good start. It's a good seed from Wanaraj. Of course, also known for the Transfagen Highway. It is 150 kilometers in length. Spectacular tourist attraction. And open from June to October. And it's an amazing drive. And of course, remember the program Top Gear? They took some cars along it and said it was probably the best, and declared it as one of the best highways and their top favourites. So, not that we're going to get a chance to drive through that. I don't mind if ECS want to provide us with some nice vehicles. That'd be nice to just go for a drive out there and back. Probably far away from here though. But yeah, it looks quite fantastic. I remember seeing that episode. Right, up in the air, but he's going to get enough of this to clear Lakshan. It's going to be 6 more. And it's now Irfan Hussain who brings up a big 6 down the ground. And nicely hit. And Romania has the best preserved delta in Europe. The Danube Delta is the second largest in Europe and the best preserved one. It stretches over 4,152 square kilometers and is home to a variety of bird species. And so we're going to miss this time. So if you do love spending time in nature, Romania certainly has plenty to offer. Just be careful of the bears. That's all I say. Hello to Martin Foster, who joins in the chat. And, well, he joins in the chat when the umpires go, Manos Riba, because that's another big hit. And a few people are talking about the football, of course. Well, all I'm going to say is at least Spain did win yesterday. It was a nervous one. And let's just say that I thought they were going to win it quite easily in the 90 minutes. But, of course, they did it the hard way. And tried to defend when they shouldn't have been. They should have tried to play the normal game. But they did win in extra time. But a few suspensions with a couple of key players not being able to play against France. I think that's going to be pretty key going into that semi-final. But we'll have to wait and see how that goes. Yeah, talk about England. And Chris Smith saying he thinks the Swiss will beat England. You know, I don't. I get the feeling, I've said this before, I've been talking to Charlie about this a lot. England have played so badly. Let's not beat around the bush. They've played so badly, but won. And I just get the feeling that they're going to start to play better. And I think they could go all the way. I honestly do think they could go all the way. And in the match tonight, I think England will win quite comfortably. Something like, I don't know, 3-0, 3-1. That's my thoughts. That's what I'm thinking. And I think they'll turn on the style because they certainly, let's face it, they've got the players that can do it. And they just haven't clicked. I think they will click. I think it's time for them to stand up tall and answer back. Okay, going back to this match. Hello to Peter, who's saying heavy rain here in Holland today. And Chris Smith saying it's pouring in England as well. Well, it's not pouring here. The only thing it's been doing here is raining runs, raining sixes, and boundaries as well. But thank you for joining us, gentlemen. And Martin Foster saying terrible summer. And, well, we've just been fortunate to be going to the right places where the heat has been on. Up and over. This one should be a chance, and it will be taken. Good catch. Well, he's been patiently waiting, Lakshan, for one to come to his hands. And finally, one does. And it's the Moyes will go for 21 of 6 deliveries. And well held there by Lakshan. Probably is one of their top players and makes no mistake. And Vindula, well done to him. He picks up the wicket. So 49 for 1 inside this the 4th over. But of course, plenty of batters to come. That brings Amir Hamza out. This guy scored 2 half centuries yesterday. And, well, if you like clubbing, this is the man to go with because he is a clubber. Starts with a very nice, correct, now forward sort of defensive shot just to take the single and hand the strike to Hussain as that brings the 50 up. So just 13 away from a victory. Played away. Lakshan shouldn't have any problems here. That the ball gets away from him. You can see the batters are not making any real attempt to run quickly. We're relying on the fact that crashing the ball to the boundary will do the job. 2 big hits will do the job. And of course you can see that it's going to be pretty easy. 12 off 20 balls for the bonus point. Well, it's going to be a wide. The batter has moved very early to get funky here. It is a shot that Amir Hamza has played well. He played it a couple of times yesterday. But yeah, you see, it's not the right ball to go for. but he's already made up his mind that he wants to get funky. I reckon he might even just try it again. But Vindula, if you know he's going to do it, come on, get that Yorker in full and straight on the off peg. And, well, it's worth an appeal. And the umpire has, well, what's the umpire said here? He said it's going down the leg side. Probably has. I like it. Why does the umpire do this? I mean, it probably is a close call, but the umpire starts to move his arm here. Now, umpire should not do that because looking at his back, it's like he's giving it out. But you see what he's saying? He's trying to say something there, but, oh, that's naughty from the umps. Don't do that. But it's not a bad shout. Probably thinking that it's probably just going on down the leg. This time, he puts the hand out wider, which is better. It's better than putting the arm out in front of you. But anyway, the umpire probably giving the batter a bit of a heart attack there. And leg by single for the last one. Umpire Krishtab and Nishant are out there with Imran is the third. Fourth over comes to an end, 54 for 1. Yeah, I've seen him given, that LBW shout. He does. You know what he's going to try and do. He plants the leg and tries to sweep. But maybe there was too many unanswered questions in the head of the umpire. Maybe the height. Maybe he was going to go on and miss the leg stick. So it says not out. Hello to John Gray. He is saying greetings to me and also to everyone else. Remember, folks, it is International Day of the Kiss today. So I know we can't use too many emojis, but why not just the odd kiss emoji for everyone? Send everyone a kiss. Why not on this International Day of the Kiss? And, well, I tell you what, that's being kissed. The old Grizzly, it doesn't get a kiss. It gets hammered, actually. It's out of here. That's 6 runs. So a matter of just 3 runs required, which, again, for me, makes a mockery. I'm going to say it one more time. Makes a mockery while Luca Petra didn't get a bowl. Or Cosmin Zavoy. Don't like it. It doesn't sit well with me. But anyway, it's going to be objective achieved for the Gladiators. As Hussein, he stands there with the bat around his shoulder like a caveman saying, bowl me another. And he'll go high in the air. Catching opportunities. Goes a long way up. And it's, well, has he? He's held this, I think, has he? He has held it on his chest. Have a look at this. He's not held it in his hands. He goes, 1, 2, 3, 4, and it sits on top of his chest. Down, down, down. He rolls over. Oh, he's caught hold of it in his left hand. What a grab. Oh, well done to Vindula. And Vindula holds on to it. He has all sorts of troubles trying to do so. But right at the last moment, watch the left hand here. So it comes in, out, off the chest, and just grabs it before the ball hits the deck. Well done, Vindula. It wasn't easy, It went a long way up in the air. But that's the wicket of Hussein. It'll go for 34 off 18. Vindula takes the catch, and a big wild swing here from Khan. Interesting times. So now you still, of course, you still got one big hitter out there. Amir Hamza has only just come out there. So it should still, they're still going to do this, but it's not quite the way they want it. And that will be it. It's going to be dragged over that square leg area. It's going to be 4 runs, and that's it. It's done. It's dusted. It's going to be Kaim Khan who hits the winning runs. The Gladiators, they get the win that they're after. And as I suspected, they do it inside the 5 overs. 2 balls to go. So a win with 32 balls to go. So congratulations to the Gladiators. But of course, they know that the real test, the same as Cluj know, the real test after both teams have dispatched Zenitors with ease. This is the real test now. This is really a very spicy match. Well, everybody thought that yesterday that Spain playing Germany could have been the final in the Euros. Well, this could be the final here, couldn't it? Quite easily. Cluj taking on the Bucharest Gladiators. That match is coming up. We've got a bit of time before that match, of course. Got about an hour, I think, before that one starts as we have a look at the highlights. Great save there by the fielder. Diving. That was Islam Jahidul, who put a good effort in with the ball as well. I put a good effort in as well at saving the fake Charlie if he was here. But no worry, Charlie, I had you covered. Thing is, though, that even though there was a little bit of joy with wickets going, we know that Moisey, the bear, was in big form, hitting the ball and crashing it well and clearing the boundary on most occasions. This one is lofted, and that's another beaut as well. Really clean hitting from Irfan Hussain and Moyes early on, but both would lose their wickets. That was a nice catch taken by Lakshan to remove Moyes for 21. And a few more big shots though would come, but then we saw quite an exciting this catch towards the end. Uno, dos, tres. Watch the way he just grabs it just before the ball hits the ground. Good catch in the end from Bindula. Nicely done. And this one was then the winning run, as it's just the ball dragged into that vacant square leg part of the ground. So it would be Kaim Khan who finishes it off, and that was the end of the match. So they came with one thing in mind, as did Cluj, to get all the points from Zenus. They've done that. So Zenus, their troubles continue. It's now 7 matches played, only the 1 win. They stay and remain at the foot of the table, and of course their net run rate has taken an absolute pounding. So they won't be happy with the way things have gone here today for them. They know that unfortunately for them, things won't get any better. Their last match in the group is against Cluj tomorrow, where they probably will feel that they're going to be in for another hiding. Quick look at the bowling. You can't really assess too much or look into that too much when you don't have enough runs on the board. Big batters who are trying to get a big win here are going to go after you, and that's exactly what did happen. Here's a match summary. Zenus, they've got a lot of work to do here. I like the way that they did fight in the field. There was some good efforts with the ball, good efforts with the field, but it was just easy for the Gladiators. Now the Gladiators, like Cluj, they have a bit of time to unwind, and then they get ready for the battle. As we take a look at the timer, so 1 hour and 4 minutes before the start of the next match. So, well, if you've got some weekend chores to do, get them done now. You've got an hour, whatever it is. Or if you're feeling really good about the weekend, if you've done all the chores yesterday, well, why don't you get in that kitchen, make yourself a nice little snack, or maybe you're going to have a bit of early lunch, or maybe wherever you are, an early supper. And get it ready, come back down and get ready. Or maybe you can get the popcorn going. That's a good idea. Get the popcorn done. Come and sit in front of the screen, because we've got an absolute cracker starting next up. Match number 28, Cluj taking on the Bucharest Gladiators. And you've got the team who are regaining top spot, the Gladiators, against Cluj, who are only behind by 4 points. Everything to play for, and we're all excited about this one. So join us back in over an hour's time for the start of match number 28. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome to match number 28. What a match this is going to be. This is the one that everybody's been waiting for. The question is, who's going to be dancing at the end of this one? Will it be Cluj or will it be the Gladiators? The Cluj taking on the Gladiators. Let's join Tyrone Peters and the two captains for the all-important coin toss.
The Gladiators to call.
Head.
Head is the call. It's the tails.
We're going to have a bat first.
They can have a bat.
Thank you very much to Tyrone Peters, who's given us the news from the middle that Vasu Saini, the captain of Cluj, deciding they will bat first. No surprise whatsoever, which just has me thinking that this is going to be a high-scoring feast for you all. Of course, the captain, Saini's been in very good form, scored 70 against Zenus, and he's got other batters that are performing well. Taranjit Singh, come the big occasion, Taranjit always performs, so watch out for him. Chamakla Fernando has been very good as well. And then Aryan Mohammed can come in and thump the ball to all parts of the ground. Problem, though, I think that Cluj have is with the bowlers. It was very good from Harsha in the last match. He's picked up 5 wickets in 2 matches that he's played. Also, Arun Kumar picked up a 3-4. But I think against the calibre of batting that they're going to be up against from the Bucharest Gladiators, I don't think that tactic is going to work. Let's take a look at the Gladiators. They just wiped away Zenus, didn't they? It was a crushing victory. They get 4 points the same way Cluj did, and also they really do accelerate their net run rate too. Good players for them. Mohamed Moyes, he's absolutely brilliant. The bear of Romania, he is in very good form, but he's got players around him that are contributing as well. Irfan Hussain been sensational. I also like the batting there of Amir Hamza. Other players are also starting to perform at the right time, but I do believe that it's with the bowling is where they have the upper hand over Cluj, and someone like Waqas Ahmed could be the key in this one. It's going to be a very exciting match. I think this is going to be like the final. I think the atmosphere is going to be absolutely special. And I know one man who's very excited for this match. Well, why don't we go over to the ECN headquarters for Vinny Sandhu to take you through the very first innings of this match.
Thanks very much, Rico Full. And yes, good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching from around the world. Marvellous here, Cricket Ground. Got to say, really love the intro there as well. It was, I believe, a traditional Romanian dance in the background, kind of coupled with a warm-up. So it kind of looks good to me. And these two teams, well, they've been the two form teams in the group, haven't they? They occupy the top 2 positions. And Cluj and Bucharest Gladiators going head-to-head here in match number 28. Cluj batting first after winning the toss. Taranjit Singh, we know he's super important, but yeah, Vasu Saini's taken over the captaincy and he's taken extra responsibility in this side. He's listed to open. I think Aryan Mohammed, he's one guy that could definitely use a big score here. Raj Pisal behind the stumps. No sign of Natty got that at this stage for Cluj. And Gladiators, yeah, Rico mentioned the Romanian bear, Mohamed Moyes. But I got to say, one of my favourite moments, Cosmin Zavoy's catch. Unbelievable. The way that he behinded the ball to Sadim Pereira behind the stumps. Cluj 65%. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like it could be a bit closer than that. Who could forget back in 2022, this was the final. Bucharest Gladiators winning that European cricket series at Cluj. They have been the form team for 5 years or so in Romania. So it's always great to see them out. Then, of course, all their games have kind of been clumped together a little bit. So, yeah, I know that's a strategy because of the travel that they have to do, of course, to be here. I want to say hello to everyone in the chat as well. Many sound to you, Mr. Maximo, for ECN. And yeah, almost ready to get going. Moyes looks like he's going to open up. This guy's now played a fair bit of national team cricket for Romania. Romania, by the way, did really well in the World Cup qualifiers in Italy recently, where they finished in 2nd place in their group, going down to a very strong Italian team. But anyway, if you want to say hello, you can do so, of course, in that live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Rico just off for a spot of lunch, so I'm going to cover this innings for him. And Taranjit Singh will be facing up as Moyes to get us going in match 28. First one down the leg side, well handled by Pereira. Just mentioned his name. Gets the credit for that catch. Zavoy, it was almost like something from the Harlem Globetrotters, wasn't it, the other day? A real swing there for Moyes. Loses it down the leg side. Opening the batting with Taran is the captain, Vasu He has listed. A bit short, and Taran's all over it. And he's going to get the first runs off the bat. He's going to get 6 of them. Maximo! And we're off and racing in this game. Yeah, I want to say quick hello to Chris Smith. Good to see you. I actually was watching a bit of the Vitality Blast. There's a bit of chat about that at the moment. I was watching our good friend Harrison Ward and his Sussex team. Also Ari Kavalis playing in that game. And on the other side, I think we had Tom Bevan playing for Glamorgan. He's a guy we've seen on the network pretty recently as well. It was a really high-scoring game. Unbelievable, actually. Thought I was watching the ECC for a moment with some of those scoring rates. Moyes, I think he's learnt now. Don't get too short to Taran, but I suppose that's the issue, isn't it? That he's got no obvious weaknesses, Taranjit. Goes back this time. Has to push a single. Gets there. But yeah, that Romanian dance in the opening that you saw behind Rico, actually, I believe there's a local TV station taking some footage today. So, yeah, they've been pretty busy capturing the essence of this European cricket series. There's Mamik Kohli, another national team player. Better areas from Moyes this time. The tester down there, but plenty of protection down there. Good to see Luca Petre out there as well. So, I mean, a lot of people thinking that this could be a possible preview of the final again. Obviously, this is a Group B clash. And in Group A, you've got 2 teams that have been doing pretty well there at the moment. Goes up, slices away. Nervous moments, but he gets it over the field. And it's going to be more runs for Cluj. They win the toss. They bat. They've made a pretty strong start. Check it out here on the replay. I thought for a second Taran was a bit nervous. Might come down into the hands, but we'll check it out here on the replay. In the end, he gets plenty of it. Maximo time takes him up to 15, still in the first over here. That was a thick edge flying away uncontrolled. They just brought that fielder up. That's the way it goes sometimes. They push the fielder back to the leftist screen, and that means the edge isn't really covered. And that's going to run away for 4. You can see the hand wringing starting for the Gladiators. Taran, he's pretty happy with the result. Looking cool in the shades. Yeah, back in the 2022 final. I'll take you all the way back, actually, to the 30th of April, 2022. Gladiators chased down 99 in just 6.1 overs against Cluj to take that trophy. Apart from that, Cluj have kind of had the mortgage on it. Better areas from Moyes. They'll have to hustle for a single, but they'll get it. The first goes magical. After the first, it is 20 without loss. And not the start that the Bear was after. Looking at where we're at on the ECS calendar, and every year it seems to get a bit more crazy, doesn't it, on ECN? We're in Romania now, and actually I suppose it's the start of the second half of the season. If you want to think about it, we are into July now, and so I certainly think that there's plenty of people who would like to see us go a few other places. Yeah, we're working on it. Don't worry about that. But certainly looking forward to seeing the next 2 or 3 months, or 2.5 months really, before we get to the ECC. Here's Kohli. A false shot from Taran. And the first one doesn't leave the infield. Hello to Rob Thompson. Good to see you in the chat. Hopefully you are well. Hello also to Zayton Bernazaffa. Well, maybe from Turkey there. I know that we've seen some of you guys during the tournament. Zalmi's been a pretty interesting team to watch, of course. I was going to say they've been the form teams from Group B, but don't forget Royal Eagles. Only lost 1 game so far. Beniasa as well. Have plenty of points. All right, takes on the hook, kind of off the front foot this time. Again, just carries the infield. He escorts it across the line. That's a bit of frustration there for Amir Hamza. certainly caught up with this, didn't he? But he made a bit of a meal of it, to be honest. Because he did make the ground there, so that's pretty frustrating. So any difficult shot in the old charging pool. And he gets kind of done for speed this time. Yeah, so hopefully everyone's enjoying their weekend. I know that I've been enjoying some of the cricket this morning. Obviously, Zenus, they've had a pretty hard run so far, haven't they? Again, gets in to a bit of a muddle here. Just skews off the body. And Rob's happy. It's the All Blacks won, but the Wars lost. I suppose you can't win them all, Rob. Down leg side doesn't get anything on the way through. Hello, Helix as well. Helix saying, I thought I was on a break. Well, I am on a break, but just working a little bit at HQ. And one of the things I'm able to do, I suppose, is to tune in from headquarters and use the ECN studio. It gives Rico a bit of a break. Obviously, Charlie's off today. I heard he's really enjoying his day off as well. And I'm just covering this innings. Oh, Rico has a spot of lunch. Plus, I get to call two of the best teams in the country. This is nicely glanced away, and that's going to race away for four. Pretty fast outfield. Probably seen quicker, but still running across pretty true. Good result. I know that. I'm also looking forward to being back live at the ground. I'll be there in Hungary. It actually starts not this Monday coming, but the next Monday, obviously at the end of our 2 weeks here in Romania. Ta-da. He's made a commanding start, and this is no exception. Kind of down towards the bottom of the bat, but he just times the ball so well. Beats the mid off, gets to the boundary. 15 come off that over, and it's 35 without loss after two. There you go. He had a question from Rob. Well, we'll come back to that in a second. Gladiators are on top of the ladder, but having said that, Cluj nipping at their heels with plenty of games in hand. They'll finish all their games in their kind of 3-day weekend here. So remember, the top team will go straight through to the finals day. Second, third, and fourth will basically play in what's called round 2. That's an interesting one. I don't think he thinks it's a wide for width. Maybe have a look at one again. Must be for height, so maybe both angles will be interesting here. I do think it was over the tram line. So the question is it over the head? I think that might be one of those ones that's just kind of right on the top corner. Just have a look at this. So I had this one going straight over the tram line, which means it's not a wide. Maybe getting a bit of the tram line at least. That might be the kind of most high and wide that isn't a wide, if that makes sense. Nice cut shot here, and doesn't bother running at all. We need to look this one. Think it was just inside. Have a look at it on the replay. Doesn't bother trying to keep it down. Oh, that was so fast again. Maybe. I think they want to have one more look at this just to see if it's 4 or 6. But yeah, we'll do our best to slow it down. Even on the replay, it was super quick, wasn't it? Here we go. This is Sharia Rana onto bowl. Yeah, just inside, as we suspected. 4 runs. Great camera work there by our crew at Spring Media, the best in the business. Oh, it's genuine edge this time. That's the way it goes. That's going to be 4. There's Cosman Zavoy leading Gladiators. Certainly a great cricketer to watch, Cosman. Interesting backstory into the game, but yeah, his first kind of ethnic Romanian to captain a club side on a regular basis. Saini, 13 off 7. I like the fact he's just pushed himself up to open. Why not? It's in good form. It's kind of itching to bat, so why wait? Especially with no Nadagodler in the side. Fraction short. Doesn't bounce that high, actually, but he still gets enough, and that's another 4 runs. Running away. And so, Cluj certainly making the most of this power play. Cluj, one of my first teams that I called all the way back in 2019 at the first ECL. And we saw them performing pretty well last year's ECL. They made it to the final. They were in Group G. And one thing that we did here at the ECL earlier this year, for the first time, the Romanian national anthem. It was a really special moment to hear it at the Cartama Oval. Saini pushes this away, gets one, a tight one. Good to see the Cluj kind of rocking the purple now. Got to say, I'm impressed with the Gladiators kits as well. Kind of gone away from their traditional, mostly blue. They've got a kind of maroon and gold type number. A little bit kind of Punjab Lions about it. If you're an IPL fan, end of the power play, and it's 48 without loss after 3. Hello to Shohag as well. Got to say, Rico's doing a fantastic job. So is Charlie Hunt. And just taking this opportunity, obviously, to give him a bit of a breather. Obviously, it's summertime there, and I know how hot it can get. Maybe they're in Romania. Right now, around about 32 degrees, expecting 34 today. Almost there. Here's Irfan Hussain. A little dab. But they have protected that dab pretty well, and they've protected it with a couple of their better fielders as well, Gladiators. So obviously feeling that could be an area that there's a few stoppable balls that need to be stopped. It also kind of goes with a line. I think they're trying to bowl outside the off stump with a bit of length most of the time. It's pretty well bowled by Hussain. Bites into Taran. And you can just see you got 2 super confident batters at the crease at the moment, though, for Cluj. And obviously, they've got batting to come. They've listed Shamalka Fernando at 3, Ari Muhammad at 4, Sivakumar Periyawa at 5. And so I think they're the 5 they want to do most of the work, and they certainly have made a brilliant start. 50 comes up, and the 50 partnership here in the 4th over. I know that the hill behind the sight screen, sometimes some of the spectators can kind of get in the eye line of the batter. This time, Saini pulls it away, needs to be stopped, is stopped. Good pick up from Kaim Khan. House in the background. I know Rob Lever was saying earlier in the tournament, it's miles away. It really is. There's a lot of kind of, I suppose, kind of, I call it bushland. There's a lot of kind of greenery in between that hill and that house. But on the camera, it looks pretty close. The umpire was still looking at the other umpire, distracted the bowler, and he came in there. Well, guess what? The boundary's just going to keep on coming when Hussain does bowl it. A little bit of a back away. And that pitch is just inside. That's going to be 4 runs. Hello, Ghulam Mustafa as well. Rico will give you the lunch report pretty soon when he comes back for the 2nd innings. I see Abdul Shakur in the background there. The classic shoelace. Probably get 30 seconds back on the clock for this. Hello to Alex. Good to see you. Alex Sidey in the chat. Black and red for Cluj, but obviously the purple's become a kind of part of their history. Well, Taran goes after this one, hangs in the air. It's just going to get there. This one, again, we're going to have a look at this. Just looped over Coley. He's annoyed he doesn't catch it. We'll see it on the replay. Just through the hands. Is it just inside? Oh, is it 6? You have to almost freeze this because it's so close to the line. Yeah, I've got that as 6. I don't think that's bounced inside for me. In fact, might have even just seen the rope move slightly. Now that's Maximo time. Wow, that's hit pretty hard as well. And that's going to be 4. So really hammering the bowling at the moment. Cluj. And that'll be the end of another over. No breakthrough in sight for the Gladiators so far. 65 without loss after 4. Cluj winning the toss, electing to bat, putting on some big runs here at the moment. Yeah, don't forget, it wasn't too long ago that we saw Cluj taking on the Gladiators. In fact, it was just yesterday in the corresponding game, middle game of the day. Gladiators put 133 on. Cluj did chase it down. Took it to the last over, but yeah, I suppose it was comfortable enough. Gladiators hung in there for a while. You're fun to continue. Infraction short. You're not going to have too much luck on that line, although it's well handled this time. Out there by Wakas Ahmed. Well, the other question, I suppose you're always asking, what can the Gladiators chase? They have put on some big runs in this series, but as we know, I mean, there's only one attack like Cluj that they'll come across. Lincoln Lions probably not quite there. Well, skied. This one's hanging in the air a long time. Fielder camps under it. And he lets it go down. Frustrating there. You don't get too many chances out of these two. Wakas Ahmed had plenty of time to get under it. Just straight through the hands. So you're going to mark that one down as a life. Taran dropped on 42 in this 5th over. He goes after this. Would have been a big wide. Doesn't care. Puts it up the hill. Maximo. What a shot by Vasu. The old 21 jump cuts here. Watch both feet off the ground. Oh, yeah. It's a brilliant shot. Maybe we can set that side on again. Maybe we can freeze the moment if we've got time. That ball hits the bat. He's not touching the earth. Sensational shot. Look at this. Oh, yeah. Why take a wide when you can do that? Swung so hard his helmet's loose. Yeah, the purple has become a bit of a traditional colour for Cluj. I think back in 2019. I don't know whose idea it was. I don't know if it was Cluj's idea. But they did wear that kind of purple and red combo. Not a combo you see very often. I think it's just become part of their history now. Of course, they're one of only 8 sides. They were original ECL sides. It's a big honour, no doubt. Oh, again, that's... I'm going to say catchable, but I suppose it depends on how fast your human reflexes are. Maybe if you're a cat, you can catch this. Straight back at Rana. I think by the time he moves, the ball's gone. That's some hitting at the moment from Cluj. You know, Cluj-Napoca region is a fair way away from the capital, Bucharest, but it's a beautiful part of the country. This one actually gets him, but again, quick response from Taran. Throw blindly. I think he was going to be home anyway. And you'll get, I think it's going to be a leg bite. I want to say a quick hello to Chris Smith, who said hello to me in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. I know I'm getting a lot of messages, even though I'm not really on in the cube at the moment, but I still get a lot of messages all the time. People ask me, what's my favourite location? What series do I like? all of them are special in their own way. I think that's something that you kind of realize. It's kind of like choosing between children, but I've got to say, do have a special spot in my heart for Moravlas here. It's a special place. I'll be re-bowled. I don't know, maybe it's just something about the ground. It's very different to almost any other ground in Europe. It's almost like a little oasis. You go through a little kind of garden path and through the car park, and then you see it. And to be honest, it looks like it could be a first-class cricket ground. When you just look at the quality of the ground, the pitch and the location, it's quite amazing. Goes after this. This is wide-ish, but again, it's another boundary. So first 5 overs going to town. And Cluj 83 without loss after 5. That one ends up going for 18 runs. Obviously, you got 10 teams in this tournament. It's the kind of format you'll get used to when we have 10 teams in these 2-week ECS tournaments. And we're kind of getting close to the end now of the group stage. Just today, tomorrow, and Monday. And then basically top team straight through to finals Friday. Bottom teams out. Second, third, and fourth, they will each play what's called round 2, which is 3 days of cricket, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, for the right to snap up those other 2 spots on finals day. So 2 spots on finals Friday are decided after the group stage. The other 2 are decided from the top 2 teams in round 2. Now, depending on where you finish as well, you'll carry points through to round 2. Here's Cosman Zavoy. Always great to see him getting a bowl. First one slightly off. I remember Cosman took a 5-for when I was there previously, and it was a moment. Tell you that much. Better ball. It's taken a while to bring Cosman in, although this one hasn't worked. It's been cut away nicely. Cuatro carreras más. Just a fraction too much length, and about jumps all over that. Rusty Saini to 35. Yeah, so if you finish second in your group, you'll finish 2. You'll get 2 bonus points. You'll start on 2 points essentially in round 2. If you finish third, you carry 1 point through. If you finish fourth, you don't carry any. So that's a way of rewarding teams. Again, hit pretty hard. That's into the gap. I think that's going to be 4. So Savoy, I mean, the line's right here. I think when you're bowling, I'm not going to quite call them hand grenades, but pace off, you got to look at what the batter's doing. It's definitely 4 runs. But yeah, I think the key is try and draw them forward into an error. Great work again by Spring, catching that. Bulleted off the bat. Well, this time he decides to basically straight pull it, and he's going to get the journey this time. Maximo gets exactly the same length, really. He decides, because that one's a little bit closer to him, he's going to hammer it straight down the ground, spotted the gap. Pretty much straight over the umpire's hat. Saini to 45. Might win the race to 50 here, the way things are going. Again, goes fairly straight, and that will be the 50 for Saini. It's been a pretty good innings. Just 19 balls from Vasu Saini. And it's his third 6 that brings it up, 7 fours as well. But he's just in such great form at the moment. I like shuffling him to the top of the order. Why not? It's great fielding. I think that would have been out. But here's the issue. It's going to create an extra run. Well backed up eventually by Amir Hamza. I think it was Luca Petre actually picks that up and tries to turn that into a run out. Obviously, Gladiator's been chasing leather so far. Savoy's over, hasn't gone to plan. Better length. See, when he gets it up there and draws them forward, looks a bit more likely. But still 24 come off that over. 107 without loss after 6. But Cosman, he's a funny old bowler, because I remember when he got that 5-wicket haul, it was in his second over. His first over, from memory, went for 32. Definitely supersonic. He came back and he took 5 wickets in his second over. And this is the thing, came back straight away. Didn't even wait. So that's just clever captaincy. Saini wins the race to 50. Though to be fair, he has faced a few more balls than his partner Taranjit Singh. Hello to Jacob, who's watching from Estonia. Dead day to you. Hopefully you're well. So he's catching up on Taran over lunch. Hello to Tim Reedman as well. Tim, always great to see you. It was awesome to see you in London for the England series. Wakas hits the ball full fairly straight, whipped away, but both these two look so confident at the moment. It's going to race for 4. It was only a little love tap, wasn't it? There's still 4 overs to go, you know, and a couple of magicals. What could it possibly be here? I mean, they're not quite magical pace, 20 and over, but they're going 18 and over. Hello to Peter as well, who's in the chat. And Umair, great to see you. That'll be Safi in the chat. Again, it's tough because I've got my vacation time, so not on the tour at the moment for these 2 weeks. Nice little late cut this time. Picks out the fielder. The boy does the work. It's very reliable, Cosman. Pretty unflappable as well. That's why he makes such a good captain. But I was going to say, even though can't be there in person, it's great to be able to contribute. And obviously, I'm always lurking, always keeping an eye on what's going on. And like I say, these 2 teams, 2 real contenders, I think, for the whole thing. It's well bowled. I like his. Now, thinking about it, but the stump's already broken, meant you would have to knock those over. As Vasu said, I still don't think there's quite a run there. Again, Taran does something that more batters should do, which is just watch when the ball goes behind him, especially if you're out of your crease. If you're not out of your crease, you've got no issues. But if you're out of your crease, you should watch. Tell our little mate, Johnny B. A bit more has come out about that. But yeah, it's just a fundamental, really. Stump's fixed, ready to go. Seems to have a bit of a blind spot there. Taran, now he thinks about running, hit his foot, created a bit of a moral dilemma. Decides not to try and take the run. But, yeah, I suppose Royal Eagles, they've been a real story, haven't they? In Group A. It's basically between Royal Eagles and Baniasa, with 2 games remaining, who is the automatic qualifier out of Group A and who will have to fight for it. All right, well, there's a false shot. Hanging up in the air a long time. Is he lucky this time, Taran? He is. Dropped on 42, dropped on 47. Frustration for the Gladiators. Created chance but can't take it. Irfan Hussain puts it down. This is pretty much a regulation catch. I know the sun's a bit of an issue this time of day. Oh, that one hangs in the air as well. Having a good look. This time, speed dropped again eventually. Amir Hamza this time. Well, he's seen some crazy juggle catch. We saw one earlier in the ACCB game. But really, got your long on in play. This is bread and butter. 3 catches have gone down now in this innings. Well, it's not working for you. It's not working for you. Should also probably not count out United CC Bucharest either. They've only lost 1 game. They've only played 3. So they're 2-1 at the moment in Group A. Let's have a look at what's coming up on ECN over the next couple of months. Of course, we're into July now. And I said we're into the second half of the season. Hard to believe, but true. So in Romania, we'll also have a 3-team men's ECI at the end of this tournament. Likewise in Hungary. Likewise in Bulgaria. These 2-week blocks. Bonus cricket, which I'm really looking forward to, is a 3-dayer in Croatia, which will be the first weekend in August. And that will be going at the same time, actually, as Bulgaria is up and going. And then we'll be in Rome for the ECS. And, by the way, I noticed that the Meltool Shield squads just dropped. If you want to look on social media, British and Irish Roses and Team Europe, check that out at European Cricket. And some interesting selections in there, got to say. Might actually have a look at that if we get a chance. But the game's moving quickly. Is Coley back for more? And Saini, he's going to get another boundary. Well, Savoy gave his fielding a rap, but he's not happy with himself there. We'll check it out on the replay. Yeah, just one of those edges that flies all the way. And Cosman, he does get there, but it's going to be a fourth catch that's gone down, and the result's 4 runs. Never super easy, those ones. Off the edge, unanticipated. Back away, Saini. We'll get one here. There's Petre. Well, if he starts dropping catches, I know it's a virus, because Luca normally doesn't drop anything at all. Kind of got like a superpower of staying cool. Yeah, I'm going to run you through. Maybe I'll run you through Team Europe here first. First, let's watch Coley bowling to Taran on 48. Well, that's the cutter, and it's Adios Pelota, and it's 50 for Taranjit Singh, brings it up with a Maximo. While I'm here, might as well say a quick hello to Prabjit, who I'm sure is watching at home. He'd be very proud of his dad. He continues to pile on the runs. See, he scored all around the wicket. Dickley's been strong through the V and through the cover square of the wicket as well. Taran has that look of someone that knows the job's not done yet. Still a quarter of this innings remaining. This next one doesn't really get up as much as Taran thought. Yeah, I'll just go through the Team Europe squad for Meltul Shield. We've got Andrea Mezapita from Austria and Priya Sabu from Austria. We've got Farwa Barber of Czechia. Of course, we haven't seen her recently. She's had some injury issues. Lisa Boring of Estonia. And Rada Dodobalapur of Germany. Great to see her in the lineup. Amelia Bartram of Italy. Methnara Ratnaika of Italy. Elenia Sims and Delisha Naniakara, all of Italy. It's top edge. That's flying as well. And the result, another boundary for Cluj. Just continue to kind of go no mercy. Almost going better than yesterday, if anything. Maybe we see that one more time, but it's flown a long way off the stick. I just maybe want to see where this bounces. I felt it was 6 pretty comfortably. Well, there we go. Well, you be the judge. Yeah, that's 6. Great camera work. Just gets over the line in the end. It's great kind of backwards replay that we could track the ball. Yeah, 131 now. Well, rare miss. Taran, he's still there. 2 batters in the 60s and swinging it. 131 without loss after 8. Babette de Leyda, Iris Swilling, Robin Rijker, and Caroline de Lange from Netherlands. Particularly like de Lange's selection with her leg spin. And look, Romania are represented as well with Rebecca Blake in that side. Naomi Hillman Bermejo of Spain and Payal Chilangia of Spain as well. So that Team Europe side, the interesting mix of players there. I see a couple, I'm not sure if they were unavailable or something. Erin Vukasic is one I would have loved to have seen in there, but maybe there's a clash. Because we only saw her recently kind of having that player of the series in the CE Cup. British and Irish Roses. Geez, it's a pretty strong side. I'll run you through it in a minute. But first, looks like we've got Wakas Ahmed coming back. Over number 9. All happens in the 9th. Still searching for this first wicket. Gladiators. That's a good little partial knockdown. They think 2. I think it's not worth it, really. Break this partnership for 1 run. Watch the clock as well. It's under 4 minutes. They should do it, but it's a little bit tight. Yeah, from England, British and Irish Roses have Maddie Ward, Shachi Pye, Daisy Gibb, Millie Taylor, and Rhea Frackrell. Right, so a nice little pickup shot. Going, and gone. Maximo! Taranjit Singh. And then from Guernsey, we've got Emily Marion, Hannah Metcham, Chloe Greetchen, and Grace Weatherall, as well as Annalise Merritt and Charlie Miles. And then we've also got 4 Gibraltarians in the side. Lifted up, hit well, and that's out of here. Maximo! Taran retakes the lead into the 70s. Both these two are going to cost each other 100, the way things are going. And yeah, from Gibraltar, Nikki Caruana, as well as Amy Valverde, Yanira Blagg and Lizzie Ferrari all getting a go in that traditional Irish Roses side. That'll be held in Rome the weekend of, from memory, I'm going to say it's the 24th, 25th of August. So what do you think of those sides? Let me know in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Final fling now for Cluj. And thick outside edge flying away. Brilliant fielding down there. Luca Petre. He's a guy, honestly, I'd like to see maybe bowling a bit more as well. He just never seems to get enough overs. Especially when things haven't really been working that well. I don't know if he's got some sort of injury issue or something at the moment. Wild delivery, really, from Wakas. They think of running. Don't want to spoil it just yet. Good length this time. And for Gladiators, well, they know they're going to be chasing a bunch here. That'll be the end of the over. 148 without loss. If you want to look at their batting, though, obviously had a reasonable time. That's why they find themselves currently at the top of the ladder, although Cluj are on the chase. They've scored 155 versus Lankan Lions, 143 versus Zenus, 149 against Lankan Lions again. They scored 133 against Cluj, 155 against ACCB, and of course they just had that chase in that previous game, taking only 4.4 overs to chase down the 63 against Zenus. So they can put on big runs, we know that. Yeah, they're going to need to. All right, here we go. Irfan Hussain comes back over number 10. Can they finally do something? Not really, because that's going to be out of the ground. Well, tell you what, maybe we are on century watch here. Have to be almost perfect to finish. But he's 80 with 5 balls to go, Taranjit Singh. Oh, this might be a wide, actually. It will be called. Just gets up a bit too much. And Taran does have 100. He scored it last year against the Bucharest Super Kings. 129. Also has 19 50s. Make that 20 50s on the network. That's right up there with the highest, I think, anywhere on the network. Doesn't really get this at all. Finds the fielder. Not particularly interested in running either. What are we talking then? Basically 6'4", 6'4" or better for the ton. Saying trying to keep it quiet. He doesn't really get this one either. In fact, he's going to be gone. So finally, it's a breakthrough. It's been really tough work so far, hasn't it, for Cluj? But that opening partnership is finally broken. 155 for 1. Kaim Khan takes a regulation catch. Well, Taran had his couple of moments of luck, didn't he? Particularly when he was dropped a couple of times in the 40s. That's kind of cramps him for him. It has been a kind of length that's kind of bothered him. He's liked freeing his arms and hands during this innings outside off, and he's also liked it when it's been short. When it's been fuller and kind of at the body, he has missed out a few that went between the body and the stumps. Aryan Mohammed, well, he's been diagnosed with a case of antibiotics for his pad rash, I'm sure. Waiting 9.5 overs to bat. He'll only get 3 balls. Oh, I reckon he's the shoulder. Well, is the umpire saying he's out or is he pointing at his shoulder? Camera 4 will tell the story. This is dangerous umpiring. I thought for a second, obviously I got the view you've got. It looked like he lifted his finger, but I think he's just trying to say it's his shoulder, which is right. But have a look here. When you start seeing hands moving as a batter, you're pretty nervous. I'd like a bigger, longer not out. Anyway, survives. Kind of hacks this one away. And only get the single. So, well, Saini, it's weird. He kind of burgled more of the strike in the first half, and then Taran seemed to get his own back in the second half. But he'll bat through the 10 overs here. He's set 67 with 1 ball remaining. Hello to Sarajit as well. Nice to see you in the chat. Hello to Pistabai asking when's Meltu Shield. I mentioned it's the 24th and 25th of August in Rome. Last ball coming up. 156 plus this. There's a full-blooded cut shot. That's going to beat the fielder. Petre is a good fielder and he's fast. But he couldn't do anything about that. So Cluj put on a bit of a show with the bat, don't they? They go 160 for 1 in the 10 overs. And so the Gladiators will have to make more than they've made at any point in this series so far if they're going to win this. They have made 155 twice, once against the Lions in match 1 and once yesterday in the last game of the day, 155 they made against ACCB, who were a bit broken by that stage. But a couple of really good innings by the openers tee up a brilliant score for the defending champions. Cluj, of course, they won against their, let's just call it, their brothers, Giamata, last year in ECS 23. Let's go back and have a look at the first 10 overs. Well, that's everyone walking off. I bet that's what the Gladiators would have liked to have done a bit earlier, the way things were going. Although you would say it's a mixture of good batting, but also they put down some opportunities, and maybe they could have just saved them 20 or 30 runs. So we'll never know. You see that even this, I mean, that's a half chance at best, but there were some kind of genuine opportunities that were grasped. And against the sliding doors moment, but if you can get Saini and you can get Taranjit in the first half of this innings, maybe you can open things up a bit, and maybe you're chasing, even if it's 130, 140, it's just a lot more reasonable as a chase, isn't it? But all right, the opener's having a party. It was Vasu, the captain, who won the race to 50. But Taran wasn't far behind him, but again, lucks of fortune. This one, again, it's not easy. It's a steeper. It's one of those ones, but that was grass. So was this one. Most comically so by Amir Hamza. You've got to hold your catches. Zavoy had some ground to make to that one. He's normally pretty reliable. Made some good stops. But yeah, Taran brought up his 50. He wasn't done yet either, because he would turn it on towards the end as well. Just 6 overs to start this innings. They're all 13 above. There was that 24 in the 6, which hurt as well. Hussain did come back and end up with the only wicket of the innings, as Kaim was able to take a regulation catch there. But really, Gladiators will have to pull off probably the biggest chase we've ever seen in Romania. Yeah, if they're to do it. Cluj chased 159 down. I think that's still the Romanian record on the chase. Looking at the scorecard, Taranjit Singh with 80 off 29 leads the scoring, but not so far behind. Here's Vasu Saini with 71 off 29. Ariane made a brief appearance at the end. That didn't have to do too much. Cluj 160. Bowling wise, well, not too much to write home about, as you'd imagine. I suppose you'd argue between Irfan Hussain, 1 for 29, or Wakas with none for 24 as the 2 standout bowlers, if you want to call them that. But yeah, Gladiators certainly had a pretty tough going. But don't forget, if they could somehow pull this off, then they would be in a position, I think, where it's pretty difficult for Cluj to catch them, although still possible. Remember, the top of Group B will go straight through to finals Friday. The team that finishes 2nd, 3rd and 4th. The teams that finish in those positions, we'll have to find it out in round 2. But we'll take a break. I want to say a big thank you to everyone. Hope you enjoyed the rest of your day. I'll be lurking from here on in. Thanks so much for keeping me company. Rico will be back from his lunch after the break. 161 for the Gladiators to pull off a monster chase. Or can Cluj remain unbeaten and potentially head back to the top of the ladder. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a break, back shortly in Romania with more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. Very big thanks to Vinny Sandhu for talking us through the very first innings of that match between the Cluj and Bucharest Gladiators, which continues here as the Gladiators go out there to try and get to the 161 they require for victory. They won't be thinking about getting to the 113 for a point here. They're going to go for this. I think they just decided, and it don't surprise me that, look, whatever happens here, we want to go for the win. What a partnership that was between Taranjit Singh and Vasu Saini, the captain, and putting on 155 for the fall of the first wicket. Taranjit making 80 and Vasu Saini 71 not out. But there were chances there, weren't they? I mean, off the runners over, Taranjit was dropped on 42, and there was also another drop of Taranjit on 47. Vasu himself was dropped in that same over number 7, where Waqas Ahmed was bowling. Not only did he see Taran being dropped, he saw Vasu Saini go down on 59, and Vasu then also would be dropped in the next over when Mamit Kohli came on to bowl. So plenty of drops there, and well, that's if you ever wanted to know what happens when you drop good batters, well, you just had to look at the last innings. So Cluj looking very bright and colourful, and probably they feel 160. I think I said to myself that they'd want to get 170 to play safe. They'll want 170. They get pretty close, get at 160. So needing to go at 16s and needing to have a good start here. Looks like Vasu Saini, the captain, this time around, is going to bowl the first. Remember, didn't bowl in that last match at all against Zenus, but here I think he will. And not taking a break either. I thought, having batted all the way through the innings yet again. By the way, let's just talk about that, Vasu Saini. Remember in that match against Zenus, he batted all the way through for 73. And now he's done the same here, batted all the way through, not out for 71. So he's in great form, but he doesn't want to give himself a rest. He's going right back out there and going to grab the ball and have a bowl to try and get the breakthrough. The umpires will wait for the scorers to give them the little nod to say, let's go. And here we are. There's the first up in the air, and this is going to probably just drop short of the boundary. And it's going to be 4 runs to start. Interesting that Vasu hasn't opted to have Taran back on the mat. Normally Taran always starts on the boundary for that type of shot, but he started with him inside, and the reason for that is he's got a man on the cut on point, and he's got the third back. So Irfan Hussain starts with one down the ground, and now he's going to get one that he plays out onto the leg side. 4 and 6, looking pretty slick is Irfan Hussain. He's not really bowling to his field here, really, is Saini. He's basically got a field set where the batters will be going for the uppercut or shot on the offside in that point area. But he's allowed the batters to drive one and now hook one over for 6. So that's the start that is required here for the Gladiators. Bucharest Gladiators looking to pull off what would be a very good run chase. Fuller delivery, that's a bit better. Tries to work this away on the offside, and that's why that field is in that position. And there has been a slight change though. Just have a look around. I don't see the sweeper now out on the offside. So I'm having a look to see where's the change. And that's clipped beautifully out over the mid-wicket area. Well, the change is that Taran has gone back to long off. So they brought the sweeper in. But this just gets worked away on the onside now. It's a straight delivery. You can see what Vasu's trying to do. He's trying to encourage Irfan once again to hit down the ground. But Irfan, well, he's being pretty clever at the moment. He just gets a little bit of wrist involved and plays that onto the long on. So another field change as now third comes up. So every ball has presented a field change. So Taran is back, and now long on is back as well. Oh, that's a bit of a full toss. The catch is dropped, but no ball is called straight away. That's too high We'll have a good look at this side on. I mean, the fielder's holding his head. He doesn't need to. It's a no ball. Don't worry about it. If you're going to drop anything, drop them when it's a no ball. And he doesn't allow the ball go to the boundary. But I know why he's holding his head, because at the moment, Sivakuma, he can't catch a thing. I think he couldn't catch a cold if you coughed all over him. And not wide, so it doesn't get away with the free hit. Still stays in place. You'll see the umpire do a little bit of the boogie-oogie here. Let's go, umpire. Come on, show us, show us. There you go. Night fever, night fever. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed a little bit of Vinny Sandu from head office. And, Rob Thompson saying, thanks, Vinny. Great to hear from you. Yeah, always great to hear from Vinny from ECN headquarters. And giving me a chance to have a bit of a break, catch up with a few things, and have a nice bit of lunch. Thank you to the Federation. A bit of biryani today. Went down pretty nicely. And ready and fresh now to finish off the rest of the day. Hello to Jacob, who's joining us. Hello. And obviously, school-free day today. It's another wide from Vasu, by the way. Let's see how much he's missing this by. And see what he's trying to do. You know, on a personal note, I credit to Vasu for bowling this first over, but he wouldn't have been my first choice. Purely and simply, nothing to do with talent or ability, but fatigue. And it gets played away. They will get something from it. And how many? Just the one. Bit of rock and roll from the fielder. It's going to be a magical start. So remember, Moyes' over went for 20. And that's what they started with. Well, this one goes for 20 as well. So game on here, everybody. Game on. So 20 off the first. As Irfan Hussain, they're doing all the hitting at the moment. Cluj will know they need to pick up 3 key wickets. Hussain, Moyes, and Amir Hamza. Get those wickets, and they can probably start to control the way this match goes. Yeah, I was saying hello to Jacob, who always says nice hello to me. He's a very nice young man. Hello, I hope you're well. It's a weekend off today. I guess no school. And does that mean you can stay with us for most of the afternoon? Lovely to see you on the chat. And happy Saturday to everyone as well. International Day of the Kiss. So once again, I send you all my ECN family a big kiss. As this one is up and over. There's going to be 4 runs. So 4 to start. As they do go to Harsha Govinda. My one thing I was saying is know that Harsha picked up 5 wickets in 2 days. Picked up 2 earlier today. And I know that Arun Kumar picked up a 3 for as well. But they're bowling to a different calibre of batters. Things could be very much different. And, well, this one gets past the fielder as well. That's going to be 4. I think Cluj will be disappointed that doesn't get stopped, actually. And the Vasu just trying to encourage the fielder who doesn't stop that one. It wasn't the best of deliveries. But, yeah, I mean, what Arun did and also Govinda against Zenitis was great, but Zenitis didn't have batting like this. Let's play down and nice stop, no run. So it's all about Irfan Hussain at the moment, is sort of dictating the strike, but Moyes won't mind that. Moyes' been there before, done it before. Govinda. Oh, that's another high delivery. I think this one, for me, I think this is a no-eat. It does get called in the end, eventually, the 2 umpires, but I think when you look at his side on, there's no doubt about it. This comes out all wrong. Batter's inside his crease. That's way too high. There's no way he's getting away with that. So, no ball, free hit coming up, and they'll take some byes along the way as well. They're not helping their cause here, are they? It's a second no ball. We saw one bowled by the captain himself, Vasu. Yeah, just going back to what I was talking about there with Vasu opening, he's batted all the way through in that innings. He batted all the way through in the last innings. Last innings, fair play. He gave himself a rest with the ball. But, yeah, after batting out there in that heat, and it is warm out there for 10 overs. Now, that's a chance. Vasu getting underneath it. And it takes a catch, but it won't matter because, remember, it was the free hit. That's why I think you can see Vasu's not charging there. No celebrations. Everybody else reads it well as well. Okay. This one, though, isn't. And Moyes facing his first. Goes back. It gets played away nicely. No run. And it's not a bad over for Govinda. 2 boundaries have come from it. There was the no ball that went for 2 byes as well. Of course, byes not reflected on the bowling figure. So 12 off the over, and this one, which is going to be a teaser, but it's, well, we're going to have a good look at this. Where do the feet stay inside? Let's have a look. Is this a save or is it 6? And a tremendous effort. Let's see. Oh, that's 6 runs, of course. It's 6 runs because he's actually he's gone outside the rope and gone outside. I think sometimes fielders don't quite understand how this works. You've got to leap from inside of the rope. And if you make contact outside the rope and leap, it's always going to be 6. So that is 6. So harsh up. Maybe harsh on him, but it's going to be 6, and that means that over. The first one went for 20. That one goes for 16. At 37 without loss after 2. They've actually taken the rate down a notch. They needed to go at 16s. It's come down, and another guy who didn't bowl in that last match against Zenus is this guy, and it's Fernando. A few Fernandos in the side. This is Janita Fernando. I think they will probably still go to Dylan Fernando straight after this one. Just take the pace off and see if that works. I think you'd be silly not to try that straight away. So Janita Fernando to have a go. Bowling to Moyes. Who swings wildly. Doesn't get anywhere near it. Fernando, this is where he comes into his own, really, when he gets this ball just short of a length and going across the right-hander. Very difficult to play, very difficult to get away. So it gets back to his mark. Same again. Good wheels. Very good wheels. Dot balls are so important in a contest like this, where you'll see that rate hover around that 15 mark. It might go 16, 17, then a good over to the batting side. It'll come down again. And that gets played, but no run. Well, Jacob is just saying that to get his karate public demonstration this morning. Lots of people stopping to watch. Well, that's great. I didn't know that you were a little bit of a kung fu expert. I know it's different. You know what I mean. My daughter, of course, did taekwondo and did it all the way to black belt. I think she got to first dan as well. So I know it takes a lot of discipline. So well done. I hope you're practicing your punsies. Oh, inside edge. That was going to go to the boundary. A little bit unlucky here, Fernando. But the luck goes towards Moyes as he gets the first runs of this over. It's a wild swing, had to get something on it. Look, he was nowhere near that. Nowhere near it at all. So this angle is certainly not one that Moyes is liking at the moment. He shouldn't be put off by this, Janita. I'd like to see him stay on that and go right back to it. And he does stick to it. That's good. And Moyes, he's got to make a change. He's got to really see what's happening here. Forget trying to hoik this ball into that vacant. I know what's happening. He's seeing the long on area left vacant, and he's going for it. But he's got to really try and rock back and play over point and backward point, or even try and get it over the short third. I mean, he gets anything on this, he's going to race over to that third boundary. He's got to play a bit smarter here, Moisey. And that one tucks him up as well. And it's been called a wide for over the head. So I'd like to have a look at this. I think it would be close. To Fernando. Let's see here. So there's Moisey. Get a mark on that building at the back. I've got a mark on it. And Yeah, very good call. I don't think there's any doubt about it, actually. He's not close. It's a wide ball, but he can't go over the shoulder again either. So I wonder if he goes in the block hole. That's what Moisey will want. And he doesn't. Same area, Moisey. And made to look not so good in that one, to be honest. Only 5 runs off the over. And that's exactly what I was talking about. This rate is going to go up and down like a bit of a yo-yo. So that's a very good over from Jennifer Fernando. 42 after 3 compared to 48. Only 6 runs in it. It's going to be a cracker, this, isn't it? It's going to be a cracker. Probably the only close contest we may have today. In fairness, we'll have to wait and see. But if you go by form, and people will know what I'm talking about when I tell you that the remaining matches today, ACCB will take on Cluj. So Cluj, well, it's going to be a big test for them. They're going to play 3 yesterday, 3 here today. And then the Gladiators also will play their third when they too take on ACCB. And both those teams had comprehensive victories against their opponents yesterday. So it should be easier matches than this. Right, goes for it and gets it. That is a beauty. That is going to sail over the tower. Well, what a lovely shot that is. And picked up wonderfully. And that's the difference at the moment. Irfan Hussain is the man who's just keeping them in this contest at the moment, because if he goes the same way that Moisey did in the last over, they fall too far behind. Moisey, 7 balls for 5. That's not like him at all. But credit to Fernando, bowled so well. Okay, Chumlaka Fernando goes with a bit of whip this time. Work to be done here by the fielder. Can he get there? No, he can't. It's a big effort from Hussain. He can't get there. It's 4 more runs. And Hussain, he is going like an express train at the moment as he's motoring along. 41 of 15 deliveries. Chumlaka Fernando opted to bowl before Dylan Fernando. That is a bit of a surprise. And that's clipped away, but to the fielder, 1 bounce into the hands. In comes the throw. That's well dealt with this time. Man on the boundary. Good delivery, nice and tight. TK, a lot of chat. You expect to be a lot of chat in this. All right, high. Well, this would be a great catch if anybody takes it. Taran is after it. He's under it. Oh, wonderful. What a wonderful catch that is. Shaba. Well, it is not just about his batting, but it's about his catching. This is a tremendous catch. It's gone a long way up in the air. In fact, it's gone to the moon and back, this one. And what a catch. Tremendous catch. And when you see this again, you'll appreciate it. It's gone so high and come a long way. And look at the technique. That is a superb catch from Charanjit Singh. Just remember how many catches were dropped by the Gladiators. They dropped so many. Taran was dropped on 2 occasions. Vasu was dropped on two occasions as well. You got to take the chances when they're there. And Moisey, well, he was struggling. And he goes for 5 of just 9 deliveries. So that's the end of Moise. And but, you know, that means that Amir Hamza comes in. And he can get going through when Moisey didn't. So, end of the over. $54 for 1. So Amir Hamza now. These two, this is the partnership, isn't it? This is the partnership. Cluj know it as well. They've got one of the danger batters out thanks to a great catch from Taran. This is one. So Chumlaka Fernando does get the breakthrough, and once again, not a bad over, just 12 coming from it. And now it looks like they will automatically go to Dylan. So the 2 Fernandos are going to be key with the ball. That rate, by the way, now has gone up to over 17.5. You'll see it there on your screens as well. 17.83. Amir Hamza took a single off the last. He's got to get going really straight away. No time to hang around. Oh, it's that ball going across the right-handers that's been effective here. That's what worked against Moyes. It kept Moyes very quiet as he was swinging and missing. So I think that will be. That be given off the bat. Looks like might have got a bit of bat on there. No signal there from the umpire. So back to Irfan Hussain. He's probably at the moment saying, "All right, boys, it's all on me, is it?" Up in the air. Can they hold on to it? Yes, they can. That is a huge wicket. Now, as soon as that went up in the air, catch was screamed by Chamalaka Fernando because he knew the importance of this one. It gets taken. It's the big wicket. And that's wonderfully well done. And he's got all the gear on, hasn't he? Got the shades, got the cap. Gets sliced up in the air. It's that ball away, across him again. Takes a catch, falls over, but holds on to it. And does the backward roll. I think that's Siva Kumar. Perialwa, who has had a nightmare in the field. He really has, but the one that matters, the one that counts, the one they desperately needed is the one that he holds on to. So Siva Kumar holds on to the catch. He does quite a nifty backward roll at the same time, and that's going to be the end of Hussain for 42. So only one of the key batters left now. And Amir Hamza hasn't really got started yet. And it is Dillon. It's the two Fernandos that get the breakthrough that they needed. The new batter that comes out there now is Waqas Ahmed. And he swings and misses as well. Oh, the joy when that wicket of Irfan Hussain fell tells you the story. 4 sixes, 4 fours, 42 of just 17. But he's back in the shed, and now Cluj will be big-time favourites, I'm sure. He waits for this one. He hits it pretty well, and Turan just can't get to it. It's just out of his reach. And it's going to be 4 runs. I think Turan here probably debating whether to get a dive in here or not in the end. I think it's pretty too wide for him to get to, so that's going to be 4 runs. And you can look at the way the win prediction has changed. Only 3% to the Gladiators here now. And that's going to be another dot, and what a good over that is. 2 brilliant overs. In fact, 3 great overs on the spin. Jonathan Fernando only going for 5. Chumpka Fernando 12 but gets that wicket. That one also just 5 runs from that. And the big wicket, and that is the big wicket of Irfan. With, that leaves the Gladiators on 59 for 2. And, well, dare I suggest that now really they're probably looking to just get trying to get the bonus, steal the bonus point away from Cluj. Quick look at our upcoming events, as it will be Chamalaka Fernando, who's looking to come back again. Plenty of action coming up your way. T10 action, international action, both ECI and T20 internationals. Plenty of cricket to come. And if you're enjoying it, remember what we always say. If you're enjoying it, give us a thumbs up, give us a like. And, oh, that's not a good ball, but he gets away with it. Well, I tell you what, he's given this out. I thought this was going down the leg side, if I'm honest. I must be seeing things. It's an amazing appeal. But I must admit, I thought it was going down the leg side. I wonder if that's what the wicketkeeper is saying here. Let's have a look. So, he's coming. And, well, he's given this out. And maybe it does come back. I think that's the only thing. Chamalaka Fernando, it was a huge appeal. He's liked it. Now, this must have come back, because it looks like he's going to miss the leg stick. The umpire is satisfied it's going to hit. And I was just about to say, well, that's he has come. That's what the difference is. He's come so far across that obviously when you're looking at it firsthand, you're thinking, well, he's taking the guy outside leg. That's hit him on the pads. Surely it's missing, but he's come right across. And that ball follows him back I think that's actually a very good call from the umpire. That is out, and it's all going wrong. Amir Hamza goes for two or four. That's played down the ground, but it's only going to be probably 1, 2 at most. Taran and fires the ball into the keeper's end, just a single. Jump look at Fernando, doing the business with the ball. 2 for 13. Fading away here, the Gladiators. Shorter, quicker, faster. Good take behind the stumps from Pisal. It's another swing and a miss. That rate, I did say that rate would climb so quickly as soon as you don't meet that rate on a couple of occasions already now at 23 is required. I think they've got to start thinking about the 113 here. Okay, miscue. Taranjit has already taken one great one, but this time Vasu comes across. These two are such good catchers of the ball. They don't make mistakes. And Vasu Saini comes across and takes a wicket, or takes a catch to remove Waqas Ahmed. So Waqas Ahmed, he's on his way as well. Jumka Fernando has taken his third wicket. Vasu, no mistakes with the catching. And Waqas Ahmed, a disappointing 4 of 6 deliveries. And Cluj, they are all over the Bucharest Gladiators. The Gladiators, they showed a little bit of voice in the early first over and the second over. 37 off 2, 20 off the first, 16 off the second. And, well, that was as good as it got, because then it started to go downhill pretty quickly. Jennifer Fernando bowled a very good over just for 5 no wickets, but it's all about Chumka Fernando at the moment. He's taken 3 for 13. New batter, Hussain, goes for a big shot. Nowhere near it. They're taking it on. They'll get a bye, but that's not really going to help matters, because it just means that the new batter is going to have to go back on strike. And Mamit Kohli has come out. We know that he certainly hasn't had as much play time as some of the other players around him. So he's probably going to need a little bit of time to come to get in, Mamit Kohli. But still, he has to go down as a classy player, national team player. You'd expect him to make a contribution, but I think the contribution that you're after from him is to help to get you to that 113, just to get a point here. 61 for 4 at the end of 6. That over from Fernando. Only 2 runs. And that come off it. That's been crashed. So that's going to give them something to cheer about, as Nahid Hussain opens his account with a biggie. That's Dillam. He's welcomed with a big Maximo off his first ball. It's absolutely crunched, isn't it? Over cow corner. A lot happening out here. I want to say hello to Daniela and Dave in the chat as well. Dave is saying hi, Charlie. And Charlie not here, Dave. I'm here. Charlie's on day off today. Hopefully he's having a good time. And swing and a miss. And, good comeback by Fernando, and he beats the out. So that's been the go-to line, hasn't it? Danica Fernando found it first with his over, and then every time that the ball's been in that area, batters haven't been able to get to it, and when they have, they've just guided up in the air. That's how Hussain went. It's a good bit of footwork. Oh, that's got past the fielder. He sticks out a hand trying to stop this one. That one gets through him. That's not good from Siva Kumar. But Siva Kumar, somebody who's had issues in the field, you can see once again there. But he did hold on to the one that mattered. He held on to the one that removed Ifan Hussain to the delightful cheers and joy of Cluj. How are you, Dave? You well? I think, Dave, you will appreciate this. As it's more swinging and missing. This gets through. Now, how far will it go? It might go all the way to the boundary. It does. It's actually caught the bat. So this is, I suppose, technically a chance for a caught behind. I wonder if we get a chance to see this again and see just how this beats the keeper. I suppose he is standing up. So you're always relying on a little bit of luck. And it goes through him. It's the old nutmeg. And there's bat on that. Yeah, so Dave, 1957. On this day, when Paul McCartney met John Lennon for the first time at a church, would you believe? Waits for this place to that. Oh, it's going to be a run out here, surely. That is going to be gone. And that's terrible. Disaster. As that's not good. Well, it's sort of been hit. And you can see the strikers hit it and thinking, all right, are we going or not? And next thing you know, look at this. Kohli's gone off like a rocket. The non-striker hasn't ceased playing. He's not looking at Kohli. Kohli's gone. Non-striker's not looking. And then, well, Vasu, it's just easy peasy. Makes the stop. Gentle throw. That's going to be the end of Hussain. That's not what they needed. And Naheed Hussain hit a few. And you thought that maybe they're getting something going there with Mamit Kohli. Kohli goes for it, but that's going to be the end. It's another wicket that falls. Yeah, just going to what I was saying there about Paul McCartney and John Lennon met for the first time at a church at an event in Liverpool, England, and where the latter's band was performing. The duo would later form the Beatles, perhaps the most influential band in history. This day in 1957 is when those two met for the first time, Paul McCartney and John Lennon. Oh, that's not good, is it? It's the last thing that you needed is that wicket there. And after making 14 and looking pretty good with some of the shots he played, he gets run out. But I think he's got to only blame himself. Now that's another one. Oh, that is great. That is great. They're liking it. We're going to go upstairs, but I get the feeling that this is out. I really do. This is exceptional. Exceptional. I think this could be the end of Khan. Just watch this. Brilliant. This could be your HCL play of the day. We're going to have to watch this really carefully here. And that's out. There's no doubt about it. There you go, folks. Your HCL play of the day. Jonathan Fernando. That is brilliant. It really is sensational. Absolutely sensational. Magical play. That is without doubt your play of the day. The umpire now puts the finger up. And that's going to be a diamond duck. It will be a diamond duck because he's going to go here. And, yeah, there we go. Run out. Oh, dear, oh, dear. It's just brilliant bit of work, though. Brilliant. Absolutely superb from Jonathan Fernando. Oh, yeah. Class. And you got to really turn it on, haven't you? When it comes to the crunch, you got to turn it on. And that's where best teams, and that's where champions, that's how champions are made, isn't it? And that's not a good delivery. That'll be a boundary. As Cosmin comes out and plays his first ball away for 4. And it's a little bit too short on the leg side and just whips that away. And that's a nice shot. Actually, that's I don't think that's Kohli, isn't it? This is Manmeet Kohli, I'm pretty sure. Who's on strike? Yep, there you go. We get that amended. Manmeet Kohli. Of course, the run out was at the other end. Slower ball. It's just going to drop short of everybody. Cleverly bowled by Fernando, Danitha, and Taran says, well, if you're not running, I'm going to have a go, you know. All happening, and happening pretty quickly, and not happening to the good of the Gladiators. Remember, these two teams did play yesterday. So they're having their second outing together. That's a great delivery. That's too good for Cosmin from Fernando. Yesterday it was a close one. The Gladiators batted first. They got to 133. They should have actually gone on to a 150 score. So Cluj, well, you either say well done to Cluj for restricting them, or the Gladiators really let slip the upper hand they had. And bear in mind they only lost 3 wickets, so you can make up your own mind. And Cluj got there with 5 balls to go. So Cluj took the 3 points then, and it looks like, well, at the moment, there's not 3 they're after. They're after all the points. You can see that the Gladiators needing 33 off what we get now here, 13 deliveries to get a point. And that's going to be vital for them. You've got to get that point. If Cluj take all the points here, they go back to the top. If they only get 3, they'll be a point behind. That's well bowled. Really good bowling. Great end to the over. It's been a fantastic spell. It really has. He hasn't picked up a wicket in that spell, but the economy's been brilliant. But don't forget the unbelievable run out. And that will go down as a bit of class from Jonathan Fernando. And that's certainly, for me, so far one of the HTL plays of the day, without doubt. It was incredible. And yeah, Dave, I think, is appreciating that. And Daniela saying, wow, super throw, says Helix. And yeah, Diamond Derek. And that's been hit well. And won't come into the cube this time as Jamkala Fernando, the one who started it all off with his brilliant bowling, comes across and makes the stop. Yeah, Jamkala, good work by the captain though, Vasu. I think the only mistake Vasu's made in this whole match for me is bowling that first over. I just think he was too tired after doing all that bowling. And I know he's the captain, he probably wanted to take responsibility. That's the only thing that didn't go well for them. After that, superb. But Jamkala Fernando, yeah, 3 for 13. But Jonathan Fernando, those 2 overs, only going just for the 10 runs. And that superb run out as well. This is Harsha Kavinda. And that's going to be a wide. You've got to leave those alone. So, for 32 of 9 for a point. It doesn't look like it's going to happen, does it? Because nobody's really getting going here. Coley, you'd expect maybe him to. He hits this, but no real power in it. It'll just bounce a couple of times before it gets to Jamkala. Govindu, brilliant from him as well. He's really stepped up when he's had to as well. Gets played out, bobbles away. It'll just be a single. Oh, and that would have been so close if that had hit. That would have been the end of Coley. Gone. Straight back to the bowler. And that's going to be the end of Cosmin. He'll go for 1 of 7. And Harsha Govindu picks up his first wicket. He's been good, hasn't he? Every time he's come on, he's done the business for his side. Bucharest Gladiators at the end of 9 are 84 for 7. I don't think too many people expected that, especially when you think that 20 came off the first. 37 without loss after 2. 42 at the power play. They were only 6 runs behind. And the first wicket fell on that over number 4, Jamkala Fernando. Still 12 runs came off it. There were 54 for 1. And well, the rest you can see. 30 runs scored since then. And 6 wickets have fallen. It's not been good. Sahi gets a chance. Floats it up there. That's well bowled. Good length. Good areas. So Sahi to bowl the last. And yeah, I like that. Why not? He bowled very well earlier. That's hit pretty well. Should be looking to take it on 1 bounce. And Fernando does. So going with the option of Sahi here rather than go to something like Arun Kumar, who did pick up 3 wickets in the last match as well, but just rotating it around. Okay, this one's up in the air. It should be a straightforward catch. It will be a straightforward catch. So Sahi picking up her wicket, 1 for 1 from him. It's the 8th wicket that fall. And unfortunately, it's the youngster, Luca Petra, who's going to go. And he will go for a first ball golden duck for Luca Petra. So Luca still struggling with injury, I'm told. That's why he's not bowling so much. But he's going to get a goldie here for his efforts. It's the young man. From little to large goes Goldie. And, well, now there's 3 balls to go, 85 for 8. The Gladiators, they will be hurting. They didn't certainly perform like Gladiators this time as they get battered by Cluj. It's another huge victory for Cluj. But remember Cluj, they do go into the next match straight away against ACCB, and that's out as well. It's going to be 2 in 2 here. 2 in 2. We could finish with a hat-trick. Let's have a look at this again. And let's see where this one strikes him. It does start to come back. Ooh, it's a tight call, isn't it? Is this hitting the leg stick or not? The umpire thinks long or hard about it. Let's see it one more time. I can see leg stick there. I reckon that's probably just missing. I think that's just, if I'm honest, I think it's just missing, but the umpire doesn't have the benefit of the replay. So, it's going to be Sukriyan Sahi. Can he be on the board, on the Hall of Fame for a hat-trick? We know we've seen one here from Vishwa Priyadarshana. Hat-trick ball coming up. And he's going to be bowling to Rana. And Rana comes in, number 11, to face the hat-trick ball. Sahi. He's got a slip in place. He's hit hard. Hat-trick opportunity. Fielder gets underneath it. And he has he's built it. He's built it. It goes in. It goes out. We thought we had another hat-trick, but it's not to be. And that is Aryan Mohammed, who owes a jug of drinks to the bowler, because Sahi almost says that he goes in, he has it, and then look, just there, you see it come out. He's holding his head, but he would have done better holding the ball, and the next one will go all the way over for 6 runs. That's the way that it will end. And it's not a hat-trick. And just to rub it in, and the next ball is smashed for a big 6. That will be the end of the innings. Well, what a chance we saw there for a hat-trick. And it's not to be. Sahi probably can't believe it. But the guilty man there is Aryan. Aryan Mohammed puts down the catch. And Sahi doesn't get the hat-trick. And that's a pity, isn't it? That is a pity. So no hat-trick for Sahi. And by the smallest of margins. But it's a big, big win by 68 runs for Cluj, putting the runs on the board. And then the Gladiators, they never really clicked. They started to happen, though. They made a good start, but it wasn't to be. Cluj back in action again against ACCB. Gramanan is going to have to be big in that one with something like Abbas. I feel there is no room this time for a man who injured himself yesterday. And that's going to make it really hard. So yeah, Abdul Asif won't be playing. So Mudashan and I think someone like Manan are going to be very key, and maybe Abbas, as we have a look at the highlights here. It started not so well because Vasu Saini, even though that was dropped, that's a no ball, it wouldn't have mattered. Vasu Saini went for 20 off the first over. I questioned him bowling that first one. I just think it was too soon after batting all the way through the innings. It would be. And then we saw, I think, a nice move, an interesting move. Chapaka Fernando came on before the likes of Dillon, and he did get the wicket thanks to this catch. Catches win you matches, we know that. It's the one thing that the Bucharest Gladiators weren't able to do. Taranjit and Vasu gave a number of chances, 2 or 3, to the Gladiators. They didn't take them. But look at the response from Cluj here. 2 chances, 2 catching chances, both taken. Taranjit's was difficult. Siva Kumar hasn't caught a thing, but he catches one as well. Then the LBW, this is another one. Nice simple catch from Vasu Saini. It was all happening at the moment. That one there, the Vasu, was a no ball, it wouldn't have mattered. And then that run out, that was just bad communication between the 2 batters. Mamit Kohli comes into the side and gets involved in the mix-up straight away. This one, another mix-up. That is nice and simple. Another run out as well. This was just wonderful. HCL play of the day from Janita Fernando. A superb individual run out this. That is just quality. That is class. That was out. Wonderful moment there. And there was no coming back really from this for the Gladiators. And that was nice and simple as Harsha picked up another wicket for him, 1 for 20. He's had a good day. In fact, he's had a good couple of days. And then we saw this. This was Tamlaka Fernando. There was one. There was two, though that one I have to say for me is probably missing the leg stick. But then there was this. Hat-trick chance. Will it be? Will it be? Will it be not? Yes, it is. No, it isn't. No, yes, no, no. It's a hat-trick chance. Gets missed. And then the very last ball of the innings was smashed away for a big six. And, well, this was the reaction on that hat-trick chance from the bowler. I'm liking that. Well done, Spring Media. I tell you who won't be liking it is the, well, first of all, the bowler, Sukaran Sahi, who knows he should have had three for a three-for, and that would have been the end of the match as well, wouldn't it? But they did cross, and then the next ball was hit for a six. But also, the other, a lot of players that won't be liking it is the Bucharest Gladiators, because they get thrashed by Cluj in a match that we thought was going to be pretty close. It certainly looked that way after the first 3 overs, but then was not to be. But remember that the Gladiators will have the right to reply and finish on a winning note when they take on ACCB in the last match of the day. Of course, yesterday that ended up being a 155 to 133 win for the Gladiators, where Moyes was in good form, scoring a half century, and also Amir Hamza scored 75. But next up, it is going to be Cluj taking on ACCB. It was one that went 191 to 91 yesterday. Let's have a quick look at the match summary there. Disappointment, really, you've got to say, for the Gladiators. Only Irfan Hussain scoring runs 42. But look at those bowling figures. Tamlaka Fernando, and told you he's a key player. He doesn't do it with the bat, with the quarter form really with the bat this time, but he did it with the ball. 3 for 13. Outstanding figures from him. And well done to Sahi as well. 2 for 8. But you've got to feel for him. He should have had a hat-trick on the network. He should have had his name in the Hall of Fame. So we're going to take a short break here now. Time for us to try and scout some ice greens from somewhere. That will be wonderful right now. Or maybe a nice cold smoothie. We'll see you back in around 34 minutes time, where ACCB will go head-to-head with Cluj. Cluj now, of course, sitting back at the top of the standings, but they won a big win here against ACCB. So that means whatever happens tonight, they will remain at the top of the stack. Join us back in just over half an hour's time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Match number 28 is going to be a big one to follow, isn't it? But one of those two teams that we saw in that real blockbuster between Cluj and the Gladiators. Cluj are going to be in action again. They're playing their third match. We're really going to see how their stamina levels are here now, because they played 3 yesterday and playing their third here today. They're taking on ACCB. First though, let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Cluj to call.
Heads.
Heads is a call. It's head.
Want to bat first. Want to bat first.
They want to bet first.
Thank you, Tyrone, and of course there's no mistaking that if Cluj were going to win the toss, they were certainly going to have a bat again, and I'm pretty sure that we're going to see Taranjit Singh and Vasu Saini come together again. Remember, they put on a 155-run partnership against the Gladiators. Vasu Saini was a not-out batter there with 75, but 80 to Taranjit Singh. And I said that Taran, when the going gets tough and when the big teams come together, the big players start to perform, and Taranjit and his captain Vasu Saini definitely did that, and they're looking to do it again here. But remember, they've got plenty more in the tank as well. We hardly saw any of the other batters. Chamlak Fernando's been in good form, Aaron Mohammed as well, and with the ball they've got a number of options that they now can go to. I think Harsha has been pretty key for them. Are we going to see a little bit more of Kumar as well with the ball? We'll have to wait and see. They're up against ACCB. Look, the big news for them, of course, there's no Abdul Asif in the side. He is a key player for them, all-rounder with bat and with ball, but yesterday, of course, he got a very nasty groin strain, so we won't see him. So really, I think there's key players for ACCB here. It's going to have to be Gohan Manan. He's going to be big here. He's got to score big runs, and then also Mudashana. I'll be back in the cube to talk you through this match, but first, join me and I'll tell you a little bit about the two squads before the start of the first ball. Hello everybody and welcome back. I hope you had a nice break. It's time to do it again, and Cluj up against ACCB, and of course yesterday it was a big victory against their opponents when they won 191 to 91, and it was good batting once again, and that's when Aryan Mohammed stole the show and got player of the match with his fantastic big hitting. And big hitting is the word for the day, well certainly for Cluj, as they muscled another win against Bucharest Gladiators, return to the top of the standings. Cluj, and they know that really they've already, with this and 2 matches to play tomorrow, they probably will feel pretty confident, especially after beating the Gladiators, that they will finish top of the standings, and that means that their pathway to final stage is going to be a smooth one. 93% to 7%. We've seen stats like that a lot today, haven't we, where big teams are coming across some of the weaker teams, and this is another example of that. So Cluj, they've been pretty dominant with the batting, and it looks like they're going to go out there and do the same again. So with the bat, Vasu Saini, the non-striker, though I have to admit, I don't see Taranjit Singh out there at the other end, that is for sure. And let's just see if we can find out who that other batter is. Definitely not Taran. And in fact, I'm looking down the line, and yeah, Taranjit, he is listed, but that looks like it's Ariana Mohammed listed. Hasn't had a chance today, so let's see how he goes. I think probably a nice change up here from Cluj. Cluj at the top. They've got 3 matches still to play. This one, they play Zenus again tomorrow and the Lanka Lions. And I suppose the worst thing that can happen is they lose, don't get any points, and that the Gladiators get a win. But then Cluj have 2 matches tomorrow to go back to the top. So I think Cluj really, if they don't finish top, it will be a massive surprise to everybody. The umpires for this match is umpire Demindra and Andrew. Kustub is the 3rd umpire. Of course, Tyron Peters, we saw him at the coin toss, is the tournament referee. This one will be, well, Vishwa Priyadashana. Will he be grunting or not? That's the question. It starts with a wide. That's a close call, I think, from the umpire, but the umpires have been very tight and consistent on these. And yeah, that one, okay, I can understand why it's given. But the umpires obviously have to be sure that the ball clearly doesn't catch any of that line. And, well, what's happening here? I think some people walking around. And looks like it's one of the gladiators that was half asleep, walking behind the bowler's arm. Edge, genuine edge, but he's going to fly away to the vacant third here. It's going to be 4 runs for Arian. Arian Mohammed gets his opportunity, and being the opener. And, that races to the boundary. The outfit here, of course, is very quick. So 4 runs. Yeah, Vishwa, Charlie did inform me that on my day off on Thursday that there had to be some words to Vishwa. And it's ridiculous here. I mean, you think that these guys are cricketers would realise that you don't walk behind the bowler's arm, but they seem to be doing it. Hey, gentlemen, are we cricketers or are we not? If we're cricketers, we should know the basics of the game of cricket. We don't walk behind the bowler's arm. There you go. I've told him. I've told him, Governor. I told him. And the next one gets played for 4 runs. So, cuatro más. Oh. Hey, that's a GoPro. We see a batter batting with a GoPro. Hold on a minute. What's going on here? I wonder if we can have a close-up of the batter here at some point. He's got a GoPro on his lid. Arian Mohammed batting with a GoPro. And this one is going to be 4 more. Wow. I wonder if that's for his own personal services. There you go. GoPro strapped to the lid. And, well, that's not. I'm sure that's not one of our ECN initiatives, because I know we wouldn't do that, because obviously you ask a player to put equipment like that on, then the chances are that they could turn around and say, well, I didn't perform because I was wearing this, I was under pressure, it put me off. So, but he's obviously doing it for himself, and at the moment, well, he's not affecting him in any way as he hits another boundary. So the man who's got the GoPro on, it is Arian Mohammed, has made a very good start here. It's not a bad replacement, though, you would say, for Taranjit. Taranjit, quite rightly, decides he'll just have a bit of a rest. And that's well bowled. It's a good delivery. And that's nicely played. Ball to go. Then in this, 17 have come off it already. And we'll make that a magical over, as that is going to be a biggie. That's going to be 6 runs. Bolle, 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 Kinnasona, Shakalagia, 6 mas. Oh, that's a biggie. Goes a long way. So 23 off the first. Vishwa Priyadarshana, he's not the same man ever since they removed his tongue. And remember, Priyadarshana has and is the only man to take a hat-trick here. Of course, there could have been another, and that it could have been Sahil. Could have had a hat-trick, should have had a hat-trick, and unfortunately, it was Arian Mohammed who's batting now, who put the catch down. So that's not a bad first over. And have a quick look at our 2024 calendar so far. From Romania, we go to Hungary, Bulgaria, Italy, Austria, and Croatia, and that leads us up to the Euros of Cricket, the European Cricket Championship. After that, we go into Malta. We have the Spain Encore in Barcelona, and then, of course, to finish off with the Women's European Cricket Championship as well. Well, that's the way it stands at the moment. But, of course, things are changing all the time with more events cropping up. That one stayed a bit low. It's been nicely played by Vasu Saini. Now, he probably was another guy who probably could have given himself a bit of a rest. He's had 2 big knocks in the day, hasn't he? But Vasu probably thinks, well, while I'm in this sort of form, I'm going to carry on playing it. Don't mind that. 2 knocks for 70 in the day. short, Gundy. And that's just going to get helped away. Probably not as far as that he wanted, but that's still going to be 4 more runs. That's signalled there by Andrew Beck. Well, he's seen this one coming, hasn't he? Well, the GoPro has. There you go, the man with the GoPro on his head. Looks like he's one of the miners, doesn't he? Looks like a miner. He's ready to go down into the mines with the lamp on his head. Down the leg side, it's a good stop from the keeper. That's Wimukti. Mudasanka. Mudashana, beg your pardon. I'm confusing him with Dinesh Mudashanka. Yeah, but Mudasanka, who's 15 out there in the field somewhere, and Mudashana, of course, Wimukti Mudashana is the keeper. Oh, that's a good delivery. It's a good comeback. Too close to be cutting. Better thinks about it and then decides. Well, I think he still goes for the shot in fairness. So that's a minor victory there for the bowler, Eddie Hyder. Welcome to Steve McVeigh. How are you doing, buddy? I hope you're well. And that's going to be a big wide. And what's Chris Smith? What are you up to here? He said he's back with some more raspberry ripple ice cream. They're amazing. Ice cream buttons, he says. Ice cream buttons? Really? Can I have some? Well, that's not where he wanted this to go at all. It's going to end up going to third. He's looking to play this into that fine leg area, but he's swiveled all the way around and he's sent it to third. Watch this. Yeah. Gets that one completely wrong. Oh, ice cream. Raspberry ripple ice cream buttons. Oh, I bet they're nice. I think any ice cream right now would be nice. Temperatures in the 30s. This one's going to be a big change. Just an ice cold drink. You know, with a tanker full of ice. Oh, keep an eye on that. And they do. Ali Hyder. Not the worst of overs. Can he finish it well, though? And yeah, he can. That's well done. Well bowled. It's a good over. The first one was an expensive one, going for 23. But that's a good one from Ali Hyder. And I think this is all about just hitting the deck hard and not allowing the batters to go after it. So, well bowled in total. 10 off the over. A couple of buys in this. Well, this is how it's looking. So this is what I was talking about here now. Just remember the importance of that is that, of course, the team that finishes top, now Cluj have, you can see there, still this match and 2 more to play tomorrow. So they look like they're going to do that. The Gladiators are going to have to settle for second. That means that they'll be playing in the round 2 of matches. But they will take, and this is the important thing, so second, third and fourth play in round 2. Fifth, adios. And you also, the team that finishes second, take 2 points with them going to round 2. The team that finishes third takes a point, which at the moment is the Lankan Lions. And the last team, as this one is blasted big. Gear, shakalagia. That is a biggie. That's a Bizway Super 6. And the team that is third then takes, well, they go into and play in the second round, but they don't take any points with them. So that's the difference. Team that's fourth, beg your pardon. So, again, so Cluj should finish top. They're top at the moment. They'll be looking to win this one. The Gladiators would reply back, playing their last match, and also playing their last match against ACCB, because ACCB, after this match, have won to play. That'll be against the Gladiators later. So, if we have a look at the way things are at the moment, so Cluj should finish top. Gladiators finish second, but we'll get 2 points to take into the next stage. So you can have a look at the teams here. So you can see second, third and fourth, but those teams take points with them. And that's why if we look at the points table, the Gladiators will take 2 points in the second round. ACCB should take the third spot and take 2 points with them. That means the Lankan Lions, who are currently in fourth, I would go into the second round but not take any points with them. And of course, depending how your matches go, those points could be pretty vital. So finishing top is the first thing, but I think that match, that's why that match between Cluj and Bucharest Gladiators was so important. It's a slower delivery. He's played that nicely. Man at third should make the stop. And then, of course, all eyes will be on Group A. And Group A, well, that's looking pretty exciting as well. Royal Eagles and Manisa are both level on 17 points. But United CC Bucharest have only played 3 matches. They're on 8. Transylvania have only played 3. They are on 4 points. So they've got 3 matches to catch up on with the teams at the top. So that's still very much open. And Bucharest Army, I just get the feeling that their fate probably is sealed. Good bit of fielding this. Has a throw. If he hits the stumps, probably would have been pretty close. But when you consider the fielder is on the ground, I think it was going to be very difficult for him to get any power into the throw. So, Praveen Kumar, the bowler. That's hit out in the offside. It's going to go all the way for 6 runs. And that's quite a sensational shot, actually. And that's something. It used to be something that used to be pretty rare, didn't it? Hitting the ball all the way over that point area for 6. Not anymore. And that's delightfully played. And I see that the Dragonflies are playing games here with Darn Horrors at the moment. I mean, there's so many of them. I mean, look out for some of these pictures on the social media, not just pictures of the cricket, but some of the wildlife around the ground. Some of the dragonflies that are here are amazing, and Tyan has captured some of them with some real good close-up shots, all of all different types of colours. And we've got, and they seem to like the strings that are holding the cube together, and they like the string. They're always sitting on the string. And, well, I've created a little bit of a water feature for them as well, by the way. I've used one of a lunch containers. I've filled it up with some water. And well, it's like the watering hole here where we know, oh, look at that. What is that great big thing? Wow, that is big. I have no idea what that is, but that was massive. And, yeah, so I've created a little water feature. So we've got the bees and some of the insects. I suppose I'm encouraging them to come out of the cube. Well, that one's been banged in short, and that's going to go a long way. Lovely jubbly. And, well, he wants to go short. He wants to spice it up a little. And the batter is in the captain of Cluj, Vasu Saini, saying, yeah, okay, I'm ready. I'm ready to rock and roll if you want to give me some of that stuff. I like it short. Bring it on. Give me some more. Not the best option. That from Ali Haider, who comes back for his second. Praveen's third game for 16. And the power play score, good one. 49 for Cluj. So it doesn't really make any difference whether Taranjit's out there or not. And Ania Mohammed is going great guns at the moment, 40 of 13. Probably one for the over, that one as well. So Ali Haider probably has to pitch a few of these up. Well, no, he doesn't. He bangs this in and he gets the same treatment. Well, he's not learning, is he? He's not learning. And Vasusani is probably saying, well, I can't make it any clearer for you, buddy. जे बोल तू शोर करनी ना करी जा मैंने तो कोई फर्क नहीं पै रहा पर मैं बट के छक्के मारने हैं मैं हुण तेन पहला दस दिता. He's not holding backs, and well, not the cleverest of bowling from any Haider. And I wonder, well, not wonder, I think he's going to have to make a change. Can't be going with that line again, surely. Might go wider, and I think Vasu will look to go for the uppercut. When he goes into the pads, this one strikes them. Keeper's done pretty well, makes a stop. And Mimukti Mudashan. I'd be very interested to see this GoPro footage as well. And the good thing is it's worked. I know that in the past when I've seen people try this, edge, and that's going to be well stopped actually. It covers a good bit of ground, keeps it to a single. Yeah, I know that it's something that batters love to do. Because can you imagine? I mean, it's great being able to look back at one of your innings, like you can go onto, of course, our YouTube feed and just watch, because it's up there forever. You can watch your matches and your performance over and over again. But I mean, to be able to see it from sort of close up and from when the ball's coming right at you, that's something special as well. And that's what Arian Mohammed is going to be able to do here. And that's another one that gets played away. So another boundary. It's not the best of overs from Haida. His first one was good. Only 10 came from it. But this time, not so good. That one also gets worked away. That one is going to clear the fielder as well. Balle, balle, balle. Brrrah. Ginna sora shakalagia. It's another magical over. Over number 4 goes for 24. And Cluj, 67, quickly rattles up to 73 off the first 4. 73 without loss. That's a cracking shot. And there's the worm at the moment. And ACCB already got a mountain to climb here. Remember, yesterday Cluj smashed them for 191. And at one point, we thought that maybe even the 200 was going to come up. And I did say this morning that I felt that it was going to be a high-scoring day. I thought we might see a century. It hasn't happened yet. And I also thought that we might see a team scoring 200. That hasn't happened yet either. But we've still got 4 more innings in the day to go. So it's possible. Very possible. Chasing a wide ball. Luckily gets nothing on it. There has got a couple on the edge, which have gone down to third, which is being well protected now, by the way. Wide ball. No, that's a Gandhi one, and Dilanka doing the bowling. So this is where I suppose the issues were going to come into play for the likes of Hasan Abbas's ACCB with the injury to Abdul Asif. They've got to find another bowler from somewhere. So they're looking to see if this man Sasindu Dilinka can fill that area, but at the moment no. And when he does bowl a legal delivery, that gets carted away to the boundary. So that's 7 off 1 ball. And once again, happy Islamic New Year to a lot of people around the world. And enjoy the festivities on this Saturday, International Kiss Day. So remember that no matter which type of kiss you prefer, international kissing is the perfect time of year to celebrate this simple but powerful gesture. Kissing is an old age practice with significance that extends to more than just romance. So remember that. So, well, that's a good delivery. That's a better delivery. And another, hey, this is another interesting. You like cherries? You like cherries? Well, don't throw, don't throw the pips away. International Cherry Pit Spitting Day is today, specially created to host cherry pit spitting competitions around the world. It's a thing, everybody. It's a thing. And that might be a wide, you know. Yeah, I think it is a wide. It's in the olden days, not that long ago actually, but before, it wouldn't have been, because the umpire would have seen that the batter has moved and would have thought the line moves that much as well, but not nowadays. Nowadays, because the wide line has, if you like, moved anyway, because before, if any part of the ball caught the line, it was a wide. Nowadays, it's not. But he's getting a lot of good wishes. Here's the link. A lot of players coming from all over the place, celebrating a dot ball. Well, that's good, I suppose. And this one is going to be wide of the fielder, who's going across but can't get it. I mean, he's fielding. Naveen Kunta, by the way, has been superb. He's a great fielder. He made some stops yesterday that were outstanding. But not even he's going to get to that. I mean, he's good, but he's not that good. And that one gets played away. Goes for it and gets it. 6 more. Ginna Sona. Shaba Shaba. Bully Bully Bully. As that one goes into, I think that goes into the scorers section. And that's Mehel who's in there with Nilkesh and Meda. They get that out. You can see that Jos is down there as well. Tyron Peters is in the tent next door. Oh, shot. Oh, that's a beauty. Where is this going to go? It's going to go right up to the fence. Well, we haven't seen one go over there yet, but that is the closest that we've seen. That's an absolute beautiful hit. Oh, that's wonderful. And Aryan Mohammed, he's brought up his 50, and he's done it in style. What a shot that is. That is just pure class from a man who was smashing the ball all over the place yesterday. And 50 is up. And time for the players to take on some water or some fluids, because it is extremely hot at the moment. And time for me to welcome you into the cube. I hope you've enjoyed the day. It's been a fantastic day. Hope you've enjoyed your Saturday. Happy weekend to you. And, well, this one, again, promises to be another high-scoring match with Cluj looking to go big again. In this victory yesterday, Cluj scored 191. I just get the feeling that they're looking to go bigger this time. They know that if they get a win here and a big win here, that they should surely tomorrow go on and get the points that they need to finish top of this group. And that means, of course, they go all the way into, they avoid those matches that will take place in round 2. They will just be in finals day automatically. Get ready to play the qualifiers. So it's a big, big match and a big finish to the day, this for Cluj, as we return back to the action. And this one is up in the air, but this is catchable. And it's taken. There's the wicket. And Vasu Saini falls to 32. And well done to Trinadu, who bowls his first and gets the wicket. So Vasu Saini is out. I think that's the first time he's out today. I don't think he was out in the morning's match when he scored 73. And after that, he scored 71 in a partnership worth 155 with Tanjit Singh. And now in the 30s, he gets himself out. Well, I know that Charlie was having a little bit with Vasu, saying you've got to get more than 30 every time you are batting. Well, Charlie, he's done it. And I think you're losing that bet, Sunshine. So well done to Vasu. 98. And the first wicket falls. A new batter will go, and it's going to be Cluj Fernando. Don't mind that. He hasn't had as much opportunity today. Oh, after some big overs, having a little bit of success in this one. We'll see, just give you the over by over scores. 23 of the first from Vishwa Priyadarshana, then 10, 16 of Praveen Kumar over number 3, 24 of the fourth, 25 of that last one. And this one so far is, you know, it started pretty well with a wicket and a dot, but that one's a wide. Through into Hetiraje. And that one is going to go all the way over as well. That's 6 runs. He's bowling down leg side. Well, he was pumped when he took the wicket, but since then he's just lost his way a little bit, just straying down the leg side. And batters are not going to turn down the opportunity to get shots like this in. As that gets whacked away by Cluj Fernando. So he brings up, or opens his account with 6. Pitched up, full toss. That gets banged over the fielder. 6 more. Oh, it's not a good delivery. And you can see that Cluj Fernando was just waiting for it. And he smashes it over the fielder. He thought for a moment he was going to have a chance, but no way. That is a really good, powerful hit. And clears that fielder by a long way. Another boundary. 6 more. See there. That's a Vishwa Priyadarshana standing next to the bowler, trying to offer some advice. Well, it started with a wicket, but since then, the next couple of balls have gone to the boundary, and Well, that's a better ball. It's outside the off. The fielder's done well to get there, but the batters do take a single. Hello to Mr. Trippy. And gone. The get a wicket is a second. And look at the delight there from the bowler. Well done to Thurindu. It's a second wicket. He sandwiched the over with a wicket either side, hasn't he? And Fernando will go. Chasing the wide ball, gets a little bit on it, and there's the delight. He knows it. Vamos, he says. Vamos, I got me, man. And he does. So another wicket. That's not a bad over in the end, I suppose. 14 from it, 2 wickets. He gets a wicket of Fernando. That's a jump club Fernando. 112 and 112 for 2. So well done. And that's the wicket. That's another one bites the dust. And in fact, it's not Chumaka Fernando because they did rotate. It's going to be the wicket of the man who scored 57 of 19 with the GoPro in his head. Aryan Mohammed chasing the wide ball. Well, he did snick a few, didn't he? He did snick a few. So that time he snicks it into the hands of the keeper. 57 of 15. Well done from Mukti. A short delivery. They'll take the single. I'll start then off this 7th over. And Dilanka will come back. So I suppose a bit of a risk, but I suppose they're thinking, well, we've got 2 new batters basically out there. So they're happy to go with this. And well, that one has really taken off. Really taken off. And that one has hit the seam and is gone big. Well, just making some changes in the fields. So, Sivakuma Peralbar getting a chance here. So I like that. He's somebody who we've seen. I seem to remember one innings that he played here last year, where when all the other batters around him fell apart, he stood firm and put a really good innings together. I wonder if I can find any info on that. It was last year. Let's have a look to see if I can find that innings. It might be listed in our archives. And catch it is to shout, and it gets put down. The batter, he's walking already. You can't believe it, Fernando. Jump up Fernando gets dropped, and it's Saeed Ullah. Oh, that's a big moment. It can't be. We've already learned that today. You can't drop good players. And Ullah drops the catch and gives alive. That's a nice shot. Oh, that gets through the covers pretty quickly. That's gone quickly. The fielder's gone down, but he's not able to stop it. So just after getting a few wickets, when you thought that ACCB would be picking themselves up, well, that happens. Yeah, and have a look here. I'm looking at that. Yeah, I think it was he scored I know he scored 34 against Van Holm in the ECL. That was when Romania were in a bit of trouble. That's a big wide. But and also we've seen him score 63 against Bulgaria in the 2021 European Cricket League. But here in the ECC, I think the most he scored is 30. So he's been scoring more runs at ECL than he has in the European Cricket Series. That's the end of the over. It's not a bad finish at all. So they just start. Okay, there were some runs conceded there, but they are starting to come back in. It certainly doesn't look like it's going to be a 190 sort of score as we have a look at the graphics. And I've got a question here. Fernandez is saying, who would be the favourites of Group 1 in the Challenger Division? Interesting question, because we've seen some good teams in there, seen a lot of good cricket. I think favourites probably be the Isle of Man, but I tell you what, Estonia, the cricket they're playing at the moment, I've been very excited with, and I think Estonia could certainly be right up there. They've got some great hitters at the moment. We saw them play some great cricket in Cyprus, when of course they were victorious there in the ECIs and the T20 International. So yeah, watch out for Estonia. Optimistic appeal, that one outside the line of off. So start off this, the 8th over. And that one's hit up, and it's just wide of the fielder. Doesn't really crunch it, does he? He relies on timing. Timing takes it for 6, but if it was close to the fielder, it was definitely catchable. So just trying to get themselves back in this, but I think that Cluj will still be feeding that. It's an opportunity for them to really now start to muscle the ball to the boundary. That's the plan. Well, it goes for that favoured sweep shot. Misses out on it. This time Sivakuma, Chamkla Fernando also very keen to play this one away. Oh, well bowled again. So dot ball certainly starting to sneak in, especially after we've seen the departure of the likes of Aryan Mohammed and Vasusaini. And that one's a little bit shorter. They'll take just a single. Oh, that's thrown wild. The keeper does ever so well to get a glove onto that. Otherwise, that could have been racing away. Yeah, good stop to really take off. Trindu. That's a little bit too short, and he's got onto that really quickly. That's a very good shot from Chamkla Fernando. So he picks the ball, was pretty short. He rocks back and he crunches it, and he gets a fair bit of it. It's a lot of power in that shot from that angle. So well struck. So then over. In the end, goes for 14. Again, not the worst. The over before from Sri Lanka just going for 8. So 134 for 2. Keeping it pretty tidy. So we're getting now to, looks like Vishwa Priyadarshana coming back on. Has taken a hat-trick, remember. Hat-trick taker. It's 4 for 18, and it's against the Lankan Lions when they got that win. That's played away. Fielder, oh, he's done well. I think he slides here with his foot once he makes the stop, but still stops the ball getting past him. Here's a fact for you back from 1890. It's a bear with me. It's an interesting one. So, Test cricket's first triple centurion is born, Andy Sandham. But just listen to some of these stats. As this one hits the same shot to the same fielder, the same result. Yeah, Andy Sandham played 14 tests and 23 innings for England. And in 21 of them, he made 402 runs. And in the other 2, he made 477. So, yeah, it's still, it was the first triple centurion, though, Andy Sandham. But, yeah, 21 of those 23 innings, he made 402, and then in the other 2, he made 477. Well, that's a stat for you. Oh, that's well bowled. And Vishwa Priyadarshana, the silent version. It's almost like he's had he's been and had an MOT. They've sorted him out. The supercharger that was making all the noise and the hissing has been sorted, and the grunting has stopped. So it just goes to show that it was if it was natural, I don't think you can stop it, you know. But I just think that some of them weren't very natural, and I think the right thing was done to have a word with him. All right, up in the air, third coming down, and he can't take it. He takes it on the shin. He goes down. He's flat. He's on his back. He'll huffing and puffing. He'll get up again, but he'll be happy knowing that a little bit of this he gets, Ulla. That the ball does at least leave his leg, his foot, and go to the fielder. I think if it goes past him straight, it probably would have gone to the boundary. So he does stop a boundary. This is a good over at the moment for ACCB. And, oh, that's a great shot. Tremendous shot. How about this? That's exquisite. Can this be HCO's shot of the day? It could be, you know. Let's have a look. What a wonderful shot this is. I want to know where he's picked this up from. I mean, side on, yeah, look how quickly he goes. Oh, that's an amazing shot. Look at the way he finishes. Oh, get the camera on that. Smile, please. Click, click, click. What a shot. That's an absolute beauty. And now that's powered over the top. That's going to just bounce, I think, before it goes to the boundary. I think that is going to be 4. I like the way that the umpire, who's at the bowler's end, has a look at square leg always to see if that one is gone for 6. And if you can't see it from there, I don't think square leg's going to see it. I think that's bouncing just before the rope. To me, that's as it looked when I saw it live. It's going to be 4 runs. It is 4. And that boundary means that 142. And now 4-2. It's a shame that over was going pretty well if it weren't for those last 2 balls. 14 come from it though. But when you consider that they were going, the first 5 overs went 23, then 10, then 16, 24, 25. It's been a good comeback really for ACCB. It's gone 14, 8, 14 and 14. And whatever comes off this over, and which is going to be bowled by Praveen Kumar. Oh, that's been hit pretty straight and hard. Fielders coming across will stop it. And that's going to be pretty easy from Naveen. He's one of their top fielders. Naveen Kunte made some wonderful saves yesterday. Fernando. Well, he should hammer that, and he will. You can't bowl there to him. He loves them there. In fact, even when the ball isn't short, he turns it into a shot on the leg side. So if it's genuinely short, he's going to hammer it, and he does. Boom. Shakalagia. That's a beauty. So 6 runs. Yeah, it's got to get that fuller. Got to get it outside the off. Well, that one tucks him up a little. Now, where's this one going to go? It's probably going to be 1 bounce 4. Goes for the short delivery. Tucks him up a little bit. I suppose this is straight. It's more at him. But he's still onto it pretty quickly. I mean, it's a nasty short ball, actually. But, yeah, 4 runs. 6 and 4. And Jump Club Fernando all together now on the chat. He's hungry for more. 4 más. Hello to Trip and Mr. Kitty. Lovely to have you with us in the conversation with John Gray and Chris Smith. And that's a very good effort, but all he's managed to do is palm this for 4. He smashes the ground in disgust. Does Saidullah, but it's a fantastic effort. It really is. Well, he's been hit all over the place there. Look at this. It's a great effort, diving, full length. Gets fingertips to it, and well, he lands quite heavily on that shoulder, the right shoulder, but he can't stop the boundary. It's 4 runs, the 160 now up with 2 balls to go. Let's hit down the ground. They'll be pushing hard here. They will come back, will they? And probably could have done it, and they would have made it, because it's not one that the bowler can stop. So they'll take a single. Last ball coming up then. Will Cluj get into the 170s, or will they be held into the 160s? There's a runs they've scored so far today, batting first. 171, 160, and now he goes for it, and boom, shaka, Nilagya. The catch has been taken. So it's a boom, shaka, out, out, out. Good effort from Sivakuma to bang a boundary at the end, but he finds the good safe hands of Naveen Kunta, who takes the catch. And that means that Cluj will finish on 164. So it's not quite the 190s that they got to yesterday, 191 to be precise, but still it's a pretty big score. And CCB will know that they're going to have the work cut out to try and get anything out of this match. Remember, ACCB, the way they're sitting at the moment, they certainly should feature in round 2 of matches. But they would probably want to challenge themselves to try and get to a 120 score here and at least get the points. As we have a look at the start, there was no Taranjit Singh this time. He was being rested. But Aryan Mohammed, with the GoPro on his head, decided it's his turn to go out there and not just do some nice work, but then afterwards tonight, with a nice glass of Romanian Palanca, maybe go and have a look at some of his own work after he downloads what he's got on the GoPro. But he played some lovely shots. Of course, he was getting good support from Vasu Saini. There were some hook shots that Vasu played that were absolutely outstanding. First of all, let's have a look at that one. He holds the pose on that immaculately as that one's hit big down the ground. Yep, 6 runs it was. There's no doubt about that. That was a biggie. And the way he holds his shape, beautiful. It really is. I wonder if having that GoPro on his head, it's a funny thing, isn't it? That he's thinking, I've got to keep my head a little bit stiller. This one was a teaser, but it went into the hands of the fielder. That was the first wicket to go. Good catch taken by Pravin Kumar to remove Vasu Saini. And the next wicket would come pretty shortly as this one gets a little snick on it. That's Aryan Mohammed. The bowler is very happy, and so you should be. That's Trinidad has picked up the 2 key wickets, getting Vasu and also Aryan. But that was the only joy that they would have because catches were being dropped and Saidullah not have a good time in the field. He dropped one and then a couple also went through him. This one ends up hitting his foot, but at least it passes it on to the fielder. That was an amazing shot. That's my HCL shot of the day, actually. That was a wonderful shot. Then this, well, there's another great effort there from Ula. And Ula la la, great effort. Would have been a great catch. Would have been a highlight. Would have probably been the Peri match player of the day, but it's not to be because the ball goes for 4. This one's up in the air and the good catch right at the end. Which, well, was it going to be 170 or not? No, it wouldn't, because the catch nicely taken there on the boundary by Naveen Kunta. And we have a look at that scorecard. Pretty healthy, you have to say. Aryan Mohammed wasted no time given the opportunity to open up, scoring a very fine 57. He will be disappointed that he did chase that wide delivery at Vasu Saini. Made a good start, but he got out once again to a good catch from Pravin Kumar when he just didn't quite time the one going down the ground. But 47 there from Chamlak Fernando. He is an exciting player, isn't he? I like what he's doing. And Sivakumar gets a bit of a hit there towards the end, getting out of the very last ball. So 164 it is. Quick look at the bowling figures through and do. 2 for 27, probably the pick of the bowlers there. But I like the efforts. I mean, from Pravin Kumar as well. He'll be pretty happy with 1 for 32. So we're going to take a very short break and see what the reply from ACCB is going to be. They need 165, but more realistically, they'll be looking to try and get to around that 120, at least take a point away from this match. Join me, Rico Fall, and the rest of the gang when we come back in around about 10 minutes time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back, cricket lovers, as we get ready for the reply of ACCB. Cluj making a very fine 164, losing 3 wickets. Sivakumar getting out of the very last ball, and he put a good partnership together there with Jump Club Fernando, who was 47 not out, but before then, Arya Mohammed made a fine 57. Vasasani, the captain of Cluj, well, he's had a very good day, hasn't he? As he scores 32 of 13 before he departed. That means they haven't scored as many as yesterday, which was 191. But they'll still be pretty keen to get a good win here. They restricted ACCB to 99, and Gohan Manan scored a fine 25. And it was Harsha Kavinda who took 3 for 8, and Chamko Fernando, who's already taken 3 wickets here today, he took 2 for 18. But of course, some key batters missing from the side, so ACCB will be hoping that one of their key men can get going. Well, this is the man who did the damage yesterday, and Harsha Kavinda is going to be asked to see if he can do it again here. Kavinda has had a good day. I think he's picked up 3 or 4 wickets in the day already. We'll see if he can start with a few here. It will be Goha Manan to start. He's a hard hitter of the ball. There's no doubt about it. He's got Wickramuthi Mudashan at the other end. Starts with hitting this one. Doesn't quite get it right. Taran is doing the fielding. And a nice pickup from him. I think this is a pass. Meant to be a pass to Fernando. He gets it completely wrong. But Taran doesn't know his own strength. Oi, मैं कह जाना ना पुरोने खाया कर थोड़े खाया कर दादी तालक होगी तेरी. It's a little bit too strong, his Taran. He needs to eat 1 paratha less. That's what I say. And so the little pass back doesn't go to plan. Go on. Oh, he's hit that well, as Manan. And it's going to be 4. First boundary. Harsha Kavinda just a little bit too short. And the Goha Manan says thank you very much. Crunched away. And Mukti Mudashan, the wicketkeeper batter, is out there with him. This one is dragged. This time in the vicinity of Chamko Fernando, who, well, he picks it up and fires it in as he sees that the batter doesn't seem to be in too much of a hurry to get to the other end. That's Mukti. Mukti sort of apologises and to Chamkla says, yeah, okay, sorry, I should have tried harder. Oh, well, he goes for the reverse. He doesn't get this right. I must admit, I'm very happy with my little work with nature here, with my little pool, and seeing all the dragonflies that are going. There we go, there's another one in there. Ah, that's lovely. Ah, haven't I done well? Dragonflies in there, getting a little bit of water, and some of the other bugs in there as well. Doing nice. Yeah, that's nice. So, yeah, my little bit for nature today. Got to see to, I mean, it's a day. I mean, water's very important. I know there's a big lake over here, but it's a long way to go to that lake for these little insects and the dragonflies. Why not just create their own little water park here? So I've got a little water in there for. I'll change it at the end of this innings. I'll get rid of what's in there and put a bit of cooler water in there as well. And that over comes to an end. It's not a bad one. As hits 8 on the board without loss. So Harsha Kavinda certainly showing that he can change it up when it comes to some of the bigger batters as well. Marushan now gets ready to face the bowling of Danita Fernando. He bowled very well against the Gladiators. I think he bowled a superb line. They couldn't get him away. And when a left-hander gets the ball in the right areas, they're difficult to contend with. That's into the pads. Always pitching out to the line. It's a very vocal appeal. And I think most people are saying, it's not out, go get the ball, don't let him run. Yeah, this is never going to be out. Gets played out, and they'll take the single. Got some nice cold drinks that have turned up here. I put a shout out a bit earlier, and ice cream just won't do, because I know I've experienced this in Cyprus. And ice creams come first when you're on your own. You can't really have an ice cream because, well, let's just say it melts very quickly. Secondly, it can be a bit messy when it starts to run all over your fingers. It just won't do, especially when you're in the greenhouse here. All the bugs will love it. But the cold drink will go down nicely. I've opened the can, and at some point, well, maybe now I'll have to just watch out with this one bounces, and it will be stopped right in front of me here. As, well, he's not playing. Moisey comes to my rescue, mind you. That one wasn't even going to get into the cube here. I actually could have gone. That is the one I'm talking to Charlie about, where he's going to go out and take the catch. The only problem is, as you see here, if you'd gone out there, that's where you got to be, because that's on the camera. You see, there's Moisey just comes and just flicks up on back. So that's where you got to be. But of course, when you go out there, you got the fielders running towards you, and you're running towards taking the catch. It could end up badly. That ends up badly for Chump Club Fernando. He's a very good fielder, and I can tell you exactly what he's done here. He's looked at the batters. He likes to fire it in. He's looked at the batters, and well, Jonathan Fernando can see the funny side of it, probably because it's not a very tight match. So he has a laugh as one of the Fernandos lets down the other, and yeah, gets this one completely wrong. And that's a nice shot. That's going to go all the way. And manos arriba, Vidro, porque eso es 6 carreras. As Manan shows what he can do. He's a powerful unit, you know. He really is. Issue that he has sometimes is he doesn't always get right under the ball. In other words, he'll hit it with power, but he tends to hit it a bit flat. So he needs to get under it so he doesn't give the fielders the opportunity. Good shot. Last 3 balls, by the way, have gone to the boundary. 2 sixes and a 4. The 4 should have been stopped. That's not good. And that's going to be 4 more. Not a good delivery from Fernando. And this is where, if you don't bowl on the right areas, i.e. the left-hander, you can get into trouble. And all Gorham Manan's done here just guided this to the boundary. So it's a good finish to that over. And it means that they get a magical one in there. That goes for 21. And 21 with 4 boundaries from it. 2 4s, 2 6s, a 0 and a 1. And at the end of 2 overs, 29 without loss. Bonus point equation, or to steal a point, 115 to get all the points here, Cluj. And they have managed to do that a lot of times. They've got to restrict to under that 115 mark. They go back to... that's not a bad appeal. It's probably just drifting a little bit down the leg side. It's worth having a look again. There's from Kavindu. Just have a look here. Just drifting. Good call from the umpire. And no runs again. Played along the deck and beautifully timed. It's a lovely shot. And I have had some of that cold drink. It's very nice, but I'll warn you people, it's fizzy. So you know what might follow. So if I don't hit the button quick enough, I apologize. Short. Scuffs it. Doesn't really get much power in it. It'll just be a single. But that's the key thing. They've just got to keep making sure they get something from this. They don't want to get to a point where the dot balls start to creep in. Short. But that ain't going to be a dot. That is going to be big. Well, listen for the splash in the lake. That's got a long, long way. Gohan Manan puts away the short one. It was a Gundy ball, wasn't it? From the moment that he's bowled this is going a long way. And that is a brutal hit. It gets muscled to the boundary. Yeah, Andrew Beggs says, that's gone a long way. Oh, it has. That's a massive hit. And I was there this morning, and down there, it's downhill, and then you literally are. The lake is just there, no messing around. And that's better areas, but a little bit too wide. So wide ball called here. Hey, they're making a fight of this. 49 is where Cluj were at the end of 3. This is 41. Ay, ay, ay. That is a biggie. Yep, that's an awesome shot. That gets crunch. He's giving it some welly, isn't he? Everything, including the kitchen sink on that one. That's 6 more. This is what Manan can do. I did say yesterday that we haven't seen the best of him. He made 25 of 12 balls before he was, well, he was quite badly run out, actually. And I said, okay. He also made a good contribution in the, well, he actually made 25 for 12 in the match against Cluj. Then against the Gladiators, he was going well, and they got run out by Pravin Kumar. Kumar then went on and did score a 50. He had to really, because Manan was going well. He was at 23 of 13 was a run out. So he's in good form. And so, of course, it's Pravin Kumar who's yet to come in. So they got some batting. Probably too high. The quick shake of the head there from Begg. Taking it on, hesitation, and probably goes to the wrong end, but they have an appeal. I like the way everybody's appealing, looking at the wrong side with the umpire is, but let's have a look. Is it a direct hit? Let's see, he's throwing himself at it. Nah, the bat's down, he's well in. He had to get that dive in, and it's not a that's why I'm asking. If it was a direct hit, it would, of course, naturally been a lot closer. Stumps get fixed up by the umpire. Umpires out there, Damindra and Andrew. Kristub is the third. Oh, that was in the slot. He'd be disappointed that he's missed out on that one, Gromanan. 39 of 10, by the way. It's quite a big strike rate. Off 11 now after missing that one. So Dylan Fernando just trying to quieten things up a little bit. Okay, this is catchable. Taran Jit Singh takes the catch, and he makes it look easy, doesn't he, Taran? He has got big hands, I can tell you that. And Taran, no mistakes, quite happy just to do his job in the field. He doesn't get a chance, well, doesn't probably want or need a chance to bat, really. Gives others an opportunity. He's not going to bowl, we know that, because of his dodgy shoulder. So he's just there to take the catches when they come his way. And that's a big one to take. As that one will be well caught. I've been offered all sorts of goodies. Thank you very much for look at a bit of masala tea it was, but now that I've got the taste of a cold drink, I think the tea can go on the back burner, so to speak. Good catch there from Taran, nicely held. And see some of the ball from the Gladiators are having some refreshments, some cold drinks, some tea. Tea is a good idea, but now that I've had that cold drink, it's going to mess it up, isn't it? It's going to mix. Shouldn't mix it, really. Gormanan, 39 of 12. Good catch, again, from Taran. That's the difference. I've said this before. Cluj, their fielding's been excellent. They've taken the catches. And Dylan And that's the thing, somebody like Dylan and Cluj Fernando is going to rely on the fielders holding on to the catches. So Fernando comes in again. And off the back foot, and they'll say we'll take the single. As Dilanka has come out at number 3. A little bit surprised that they've gone with Sasindu. And they're not going with Pravin Kumar, who scored a 50 yesterday. And also got the likes of Asad Abbas, who can come in and crunch it around. Oh wow, he's just put the bat in the way and it's almost carried to the fielder. I don't think he was expecting so much response from the bat. It sort of pinged off it, but fortunately for him, it doesn't go to the fielder. So end of the over, and Dylan Fernando does it again. Nice tidy over, just 2 runs from it, picks up the wicket as well. And at the end of the 4 overs, it's 49 for 1. So they were there or thereabout, weren't they? But you can see that with that over, they drop down again. So they're still ahead of where they need to be to get a point. So they'll keep an eye on that, of course. Just touch back to those standings maybe to give you an idea why this match is pretty important. That's pretty wide. It's been drilled down the ground. Taran will take it on the bounce. So going back to this Group B, ACCB have they're going to play both their matches, their last remaining matches now. They'll play this one, which is their 7th match, and after this they'll play their 8th. They're currently, the way things stand, they are 3 points ahead of the Lankan Lions. So if they get something from here, that'll take them 4 points ahead. Lankan Lions only got a match to play, but of course that match that they play tomorrow, just trying to look that up who they'll play. So we've got Cluj versus Zenus first up. So yeah, they've got the one to play. It's not going to be an easy match for them, but they need to try and get 4 points from it. And this is hit hard, nobody's stopping this. That's going to be 6 runs for me. Yeah, it's given by the umpire straight away. He's absolutely crunched this as Dilinka. That's a really good shot. So Lincoln Lions, they play Cluj tomorrow in the second match. Yeah, that's right. So their last match is against Cluj. So are they going to pick up those points? Looks like a bat break here after he smashed that one. So, yeah, Lincoln Lions. So if ACCB get a point here, let's say if they take another point also from the last match against the Bucharest Gladiators, then of course that's it. You know, they will finish 3rd. That means they will take a point into round 2. Lincoln Lions will be in round 2, but not take anything with them, because let's face it, that it seems very unlikely. Though it is, I'm going to say this: it is possible that the Lincoln Lions could lose badly to Cluj, and then I suppose Zenus could win big against Cluj. It's possible. If that was to happen, then the Lions they could go into 5th spot, but it seems impossible, really. A lot of screaming happening here from the place. I think this is 4. Let's see. And oh yeah, that's definitely 4. And is that Aaron Kumar? Aaron Kumar, dear oh dear, Aaron. You should know better. And it is given 4 now. That's why there was a lot of screams there from, yeah, there he is. He knows he's guilty. You naughty boy, Aaron. You know what you did. He's looking to say, what? I didn't know. मैंने कुछ नहीं पता थी. आनका पाया. देख ला. ये आनका तो कुछ नहीं दिसदा. Yeah, we know. All right, Taran, can he get a stop on this? Yeah, he can. Brilliantly done. Taran stops. They're taking him on. And Taran, not the hardest of throws, but he does save 2. Oh, all sorts of action happening at the moment. We're at the 5-over mark. Gives me an opportunity to say hello to all the viewers around the world. I hope you have enjoyed that. I want to say a very big thank you to everybody in the chat. Of course, I've been going solo today, but I've had you all there with me. I'm liking all the interaction as well. Thank you very much. A lot of conversation on the chat on this Saturday. Of course, here's the weekend. I hope you enjoy your weekend. Hope you enjoy whatever you get up to tonight. I know a few people will be keeping an eye on the football. Or will Switzerland upset England? Or will England, as I suspect, go all the way this time round? Well, we'll have to wait and find out. Well, this time, or at some point tomorrow, I'll be either talking to you and saying, I told you so, or I'll be saying, I got it all wrong. Well, I think England fans will be hoping that my predictions are right. I'm thinking they're going to get better and better with each game from here on in. But let's wait and see as we go back to Dylan Fernando. Oh, he's going to get a little unlucky inside edge, but well fielded acrobatically. It'll just be a single. So 64 was the score at the halfway mark. Still just that 1 wicket down. They're going pretty well. That last over from Chumka Fernando going for 15 in the end. They're not going quite to plan. So Dylan Fernando seeing if he can get a better one in. And well, it's the reverse Malachi. Ay. Nicely done. And well, getting a little bit funky now is Mudashan. And picks it early. He sees he's going to be short. And he says, come on, bring it on. They maybe want to play a little bit of sexy cricket. I don't mind that. Don't mind that one little bit. I'll tell you who will mind it. It's the bowler. Hello to Monica, who's joining in the chat. Monica and Daniela having a chat. No pace on this one. And this one is also going to go to the boundary. Fernando. Dylan, that is, gets this completely wrong. And Monica, of course, is talking about the matches that are happening elsewhere, where Colombia will meet Panama for the semi-finals. Amazing games today. What other games have we got? And the Chris Smith is... Andis is just telling me about basketball games to do with the Olympics. Andis, tell me some more. So Latvia playing a Cameroon. Philippines will play the Brazil as well. So big games in basketball. This is all for Olympic qualification, is it, Andis? Okay, so not only football. And being played in I'll tell you what, Andis and the crew here are going to be disappointed because it's all happening in Riga, of course, their hometown. Missing out, but I'm sure they'll be tuning in as this one is going to be 4 more. I'm liking this from Delenka, you know. We haven't seen a lot of him, but what I'm seeing, I'm liking. He's out there and he's playing some really nice shots. Good shot, nicely played away. And once again, thank you to everybody in the chat keeping me company today. And I know that I'm never on my own. I've always got you there with me, and I've always have a few characters in the cube. Some of them live, and the dragonflies today have been absolutely amazing. I was telling a few people I've set up a little nature reserve for them now. We've got a water feature which they're enjoying, so they're making good use of the little pond. And talking of pond, James Pond is here as well. And maybe if there is a duck, James Pond might come out and say hello to everybody as we have a look at the scorecard. 79 for 1 after 6. This is a nice little partnership. It's happening here as Dylan Fernando, that over didn't quite go as well as his first. 15 come off that one as well. So the two Fernandos not having it their own way, and they're going to go back to Janita Fernando, who bowled over number 2, but it was an expensive one. 21 came off it. And he's coming back though, and maybe it's because there's no Manan there to smash him around anymore. But it's let's see how he fares to the left-hander. He's not changing it up. He's still coming left arm over, changing the field to the lefty. They get point goes back on the offside, and just keeping an eye on that leg side change. There looks like another fielder is going deep into that mid-wicket area. No, he's not going on the boundary actually, so Vasu will go straight long on. They've got one back on the leg side, sort of at that between square leg and mid-wicket, I think. And well, the one man they haven't got is third, and a fine third, so that one will go to the boundary. That's 4 more runs. they're keeping this interesting. I mean, look, the win is unrealistic. They need magical over after magical. But the point is definitely looks like it's in the bag as that one goes up the hill. Fernando back to his mark. Not the way he wanted the over to start. Slices at it in the air. Fielder coming across. Watch the spin. Watches it pretty well. And it's gone to that same area again pretty fine. I wonder if Fernando wants to keep it. Yeah, he does. Well, he doesn't. The captain is the man who makes the signal. But it's now the right-hander, so it has to change anyway. Be interesting to see if that field stays the same or they keep third a little bit straighter. So all change for the right. Mid-wicket. Long on, long off. Sweeper on the off and third back. And shot. Ay, ay, ay. A little bit of sexy cricket for 4 runs. That's very well played. What a lovely shot this is. That's a beaut. Absolute beaut. I don't think that's a Dilkana that plays this because it's the right-hander. And that's Vimukti and Mudashana. What a lovely shot that is. Sexy cricket time, everyone. I like it, I like it. Sexy cricket on International Day of the Kiss. I'll tell you who doesn't like it. Is Janika Fernando. Things are not going his way now. Full toss, which gets clubbed away as well. And I'm liking this fight from ACCB. And this is good. I'll tell you why it's good. They've got another match coming up against the Bucharest Gladiators. 2 tough matches. Gladiators, of course, looking to come back and go back to winning ways after losing badly to Cluj. And they're going to be up for the next match, aren't they, Gladiators? Just to remind you, they went down to Cluj 160 to 92. A 68-run win for Cluj. But I'm liking what I'm seeing here from ACCB. They are, let's just say, it doesn't look like they're going to get the win because they've got to go some to do it. But they're causing a few concerns, ruffling a few feathers, if you like, of the Cluj side. Of course, they can make a change instantly. Vasu could just take the ball if he needs to. But I think he's challenging the bowlers who are under attack to perform. And well, Jonathan Fernando has been under attack. He's gone for 35 with the ball to go in his spell. And this one is going to get through the fielder as well. It's going to be 4 runs. So, cuatro más. And who's that gone through? I think that'll be Dylan Fernando who's out there. It goes through Dylan. It doesn't quite hit it out the middle, but it gets enough of it to get a boundary. Dylanka now. It's moved into the 20s. He's 24. Vimukti Madhushan is on 33. Good little partnership. And speaking of that match, ACCB, of course, playing one more match. It's the final match of the day. They are taking on the Bucharest Gladiators. And yeah, the Gladiators, they will be looking to come back with a bang. Ramanan, well, he'll be hoping that he can, again, show what he can do with the bat in that match. And these two, liking what they're doing. We haven't even had to see the likes of Praveen Kumar yet. He made a fine half-century yesterday. So even with the absence of Abdul Asif, they're putting on a good show here. 97 for 1 after 7. On the pads, taking him on, a good throw here. Could have him in trouble, but Vasu Saini is not able to pick it up. So Vasu does come on to bowl. That just shows me that he just wants to. I think that my feeling here is he feels if he gets a good over in here, then he can certainly then probably go back to, I don't know, he might even give an over perhaps to look who he hasn't bowled here yet. He's got Bhupindra on his side, could go with him. And of course, Harsha has bowled himself out. Good. Oh, wide is called. I'd like to have a look at this again. No, nothing from Vasu. But let's see this. It's difficult, but just following the pattern of the ball, I don't think that was a wide. And now that one is the slower ball. I don't think it's an issue with the height. He has bowled a couple of noes today, but that one's fine. Yeah, Arun Kumar comes to mind. He might give Arun an over if he's got plenty of runs to defend, and he can always then come back himself and bowl the last if it has to be a tight one. No Sahi in the side this time, and that's where Bhupinder Kanwar has come in. And this one, it doesn't quite get it right, does he? If he had gone in the fine leg area, it would have been another top shot. But it just ends up getting too much off the... I think he's got the toe end of the bat on this. Once again, this is... Yeah. Nice attempted shot to be played there. Mudishan doesn't get it right. Hands a strike back now to the left-hander, Dilanka. Crunched hard and gone. It's a tumble and a roll there for Chumkala Fernando, but it's a good hit. It's 6 runs. He knows he's going to be getting the width here, and he's clobbered that pretty well. So even this over, it's not going quite to plan. That 6 means that 10 have come from it. There was the wide in there as well, so it's going to be an extra delivery to be bowled. Don't forget Cluj, it is their 3rd match. They played 3 yesterday. They're playing 3 here today. And on the extra front, still very good from them. That's only 3 extras, 2 wides. There's one thing that they have done well. Short, crunch. And, well, I don't think the fielder was too keen in getting in the way of that one, to be honest. That was really hit. It's Harsha Kavindu. That's there. And Kavindu says, you know what? Nah, I value my knees. I'm not getting anything in the way of that. That's been clobbered. I don't think the captain is amused, though I will say it was a little bit of a short gundy ball. 13 off the over. The Nelson on the board. And they have more or less got to the point. So they're going to steal one away from Cluj. The slower ball to finish. A 13 it stays at. But not the over that they wanted. I think that the idea of that over was to keep it nice and tight and try and get a wicket or something in the next over and mean that they could steal the point away. So Cluj, that have been very good at stealing all the points from the other sides, might feel that they're going to lose one here, slip one away here. That does mean, I suppose what that means is that today, and only today, that the Gladiators, who are going to come back and play their last match in the group, if they win and win well against ACCB, that they could go back to the top of the standings. And if they pick up 4 points, they'll be clear by a point. But then Cluj, they have got 2 matches tomorrow to get the minimum required 2 points to go and stay top at the group and mean that they go through to finals day and don't have to take part in any of the round 2 matches. That's what the plan would have always have been for Cluj. It means that they can rest up while the others have to play hard. Now, tries to get funky again. That's Mumukti Murushan. I have to say that Murushan, he looks a completely different player today, full of confidence, prepared to play the reverse shots. He's played the ramp shot, short, and this one is going to go over and out into the Cluj camp. And it knocks over a few bits and pieces as it goes in one door and out the other. A little bit too short. Chumaka Fernando. So Chumaka comes back on as well. He went 15 in his first over. I've just liked the fight here from ACCB. I mean, from the moment this innings has started, they've just kept going at it. That one's going to be a wide now. And I like the way that the team have applauded every run. Oh, this has been cleverly bowled, actually. Takes all the pace off it. Yeah, I mean, have a look at some of the over by overs, of course. There's been some good overs in there that have hurt. I mean, the first over only went for 8. That was good. The next one, though, from Janita went for 21. Over number 2. Now this one's catchable. Fielder comes and takes a very good catch. Well, he might have lost his shades, but he hasn't lost the grizzly. That's well held, and it is Jonathan Fernando. You'd expect him to hold on to it. The reason I didn't recognise him, how's he got all his hair in that cap? Take the cap off and prove you, Jonathan Fernando. Come on, take the cap off. I want to know it's you under there. You can't hear me, but how's he got all the hair in that? That's why that cap doesn't come off. Jonathan, take your cap off. I want to see it's you. Take the cap off. Ah, it is him. I needed the evidence. He's taken the cap off. It is him, everybody. I can vouch for it because I was wondering to myself, who is that? I said, that's not Jonathan Fernando. Where's the hair? Well, there he is now. He gets the hair back in there. I can assure you it's him. And some of it's trying to escape. Very good catch, by the way. Excellent. And one thing that Cluj have been very good on for the majority of the time is taking the catches. But the next batter comes in and blasts his first ball to the boundary. Is Pravin Kumar. Of course it is. 6 runs for him. So just when Cluj think, okay, that'll be the end of some of the hard hitting against them, new batter comes in and plays a glorious shot. And this one was deliberately bowled a bit wider just in case he came out again. So clever thinking from Fernando, but well done also from the batter. So end of the over. Thanks to Jennifer Fernando taking the catch. Jumko Fernando has taken another wicket. The over eventually goes for, I think, 14. Yep, 14 off that over. And the score moves on to a healthy 125 for 2. And 9 overs gone. Let's see if they can finish with 15 off the over, get to a 140 finish. They'll be very satisfied with that. It's been an losing my words. It's been an entertaining innings. It has. Just noted, some issues with the internet around the ground. Ended up being disconnected for a while, but I am back. And this one is in the air. And, oh, well, he's messed up the catch and then almost taken a handstand afterwards. Not sure what's happened there. Well, I did say a majority of the time, but I don't think Kavindu. I think that's Kavinder. I keep saying ooh, Kavinder. Yeah, and, well, that's the... Oh, that's not quite the handstand. What was that body dance move that they used to do? A bit of break dancing there. This is now up and over again. So, well, it's a bit of carnage. It's a little bit of carnage as Pravin Kumar, he's in to hit as many balls to the boundary as he can. This again has been bombed wider because he sees Pravin coming down the wicket, but he can't beat him. And it's another boundary. Oh, I do like this. They've got the point. And they're making a point as well. And maybe the point they're making is to say, well, okay, we are playing the Bucharest Gladiators next. And if you think it's going to be an easy match, it's not. We're going to push. And we're going to work you hard. And, oh, a bit of a delay here for something. You can see that Andrew says, give me the ball. Now, I wonder what the issue is. Is it something to do with the stumps? Not sure what's happened here. What has happened? What have we missed? Have we missed something? Or are they looking at... Yeah, I think it might have been some... Was it a cheeky stumping or something? I don't know, but... And whatever it is, it doesn't matter. The umpire in the end says, never mind. And 4 more. Well, bring it on. So we've had 4, 6 wide. I think they would just wanted to check if that stumping off the wide. But in the end, they decided it's okay. Now another 4. So this is Bhupindra Kunwar. I suppose he's getting a ball here because I suppose they can't lose the match. But it certainly can be a highlight as this bobbles down all the way to Taran. Well, even late on a day where he's had to play 3 big matches, has no issue getting down and making the stop. So, no boundary. 2 balls still to come. 140. Well, can they get to 140? They're done. that, well, 2 big hits gets into 150. Now that'll be a result. Goes for it. Taran comes in, but he's going to drop short of him. In fact, Taran doesn't even get there in the end. They're going to take, probably would have got away with 2 in the end because that spins away. And it's the captain, Vasu Saini, who eventually does stop it. I don't think that Praveen Kumar actually wanted to take the second. He wants to crunch this. And he does. He launches it big. That is going to finish at the base of the hill. 6 runs to end. A bit of balle to finish this match. It will be 148 on the board. So you can see why Cluj need these big scores, because the other teams out there that are almost catching up with them. So 148 to 164. They're going to fall just 16 runs short. It's been a tremendous effort. It really has. So well done to ACCB. And of course they're with some players missing. But I have to say, I love the fight there. I love the fight from them. I love the way they batted. Gohar Manan, I like the way he's starting to show me what I know he can too. Also, with Mukti Mudashan, what a great knock from him, 40 of 26. And then Dilanka, 36 of 15. First time I've really seen Sasindu Dilanka. He's done very well. But Praveen Kumar, the way this guy hits the ball, I mean, am I wrong to be suggesting that maybe he should come a little bit higher up the order? He could really do with that hitting in the power play. But let's have a look at the highlights. It started well, not the way that they expected. And some good hitting at the beginning of this innings. They needed a good start, and they got a good start. 8 coming off the first over, and then 21 off the second from Fernando. And Fernando, Jonathan Fernando that is, didn't have it his own way, did he? He certainly was pretty expensive with the ball. But the hitting was clean and the hitting was crisp. But the problem is the catching from Cluj most of the time is pretty good as well. So you're not giving or being given any opportunities as Taranjit takes the very important catch to remove Manan. If he stayed there a little bit longer, who knows? Well, we know about that one from Vancouver. Was it me, he says? What for? Nah, never. Oh, yeah, it was. Was it me, says Praveen Kumar? Yes, it was. We know who's hiding behind those shades. But the batters, they kept on going. Credit to them. This is another one that got away. That was when the old scoop came out. A little bit of sexy cricket was played. Nothing too sexy about that. And that was off the captain, Vasu Saini, as well, who came back on to try and quieten things up. And a little bit of rock and roll. And they were tumbling all over the place, weren't they? The hitting was good. The hitting was crisp. But one thing that I've been saying is that we're going to start seeing the runs go up, and they did. That was a great catch from the man who's covered all of his hair with his cap. It was Jennifer Fernando. You don't recognise him when you don't see his hair, but what a great catch that was, diving to his left. That one wasn't so good. It was a little bit of hip hop and breakdancing from Kadimba. He couldn't make a stop there, old Harsha. And this was a big 6 that ended the innings, which took them to a very good score in the end of 148. They do steal a point away from Cluj, but Cluj, will they be happy with the end to the day? They'll take 8 points from the first 2 matches and 3 from that one. It takes them to the top of the standings for now, but do remember that the Bucharest Gladiators are playing ACCB here now. They know that the only way they can get to the top really is to take the 4 points, but that may only be short-lived. It may only be till tomorrow, when the Cluj, of course, start the day with a match against Zenus, a team that they beat quite easily this morning. In fact, they didn't beat them. They absolutely hammered them, 171 to 59. So you can't really see them losing out tomorrow. So that is the end of the match. But like I say, I was very impressed with the way ACCB replied. Manan 39. We saw Mudashan with 40. Also, Dilanka and Kumar getting in the runs, 36 and 28. It's a very healthy scorecard. Cluj, once again, as I keep saying, I think they're going to have to keep scoring big runs, because I do believe that their weakness remains with the bowling. And I certainly think that the Bucharest Gladiators, for example, is a team that probably have a little bit more depth in the bowling attack than the likes of Cluj. But Cluj, they have the knack of batting teams out of the game. So we're going to take a short break here now. Remember, the next match coming up in around about 26 minutes time. So do join me back for the final match of the day. And remember, it is the last match, so random questions, everybody. And, well, maybe share some of your thoughts about what could be on the menu tonight here in Romania for me. So we'll see you back in around about 26 minutes for the start of match number 30.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome, cricket lovers, to the final match of this day, and it's going to feature two sides that really are in different forms at the moment. ACCB, I think, even though they lost that match to Cluj, I think they played some really good cricket. They managed to contain Cluj, who scored 191 against them yesterday, to a score in the 160s. And when you look at Cluj's batting lineup, they've done well to do that. Then in reply, they get to 148 themselves, so losing just by 16 runs. So they're on a high, but they're up against the Bucharest Gladiators, who themselves did start the day well with a win earlier in the day, but then they lost out to Cluj, and of course that has affected them in terms of where they can finish in the group. They have got the opportunity, though, if they can get a win here over ACCB, to finish top of the standings, certainly for the end of this day. The thing is, though, they know that they're playing their last match here today. So are ACCB. They're playing their last match in the first round of matches. So the chances are, even if they go top here, that Cluj tomorrow with 2 matches in hand are likely to finish top of the pack. So that's going to affect the Gladiators a little bit going into this match. They really had to get that win against them earlier. It didn't happen, but this is still a big match. They'd like to finish in style. So would ACCB. Two teams that we are likely to see again playing in the Group 2 stages. So it's going to be an interesting match. I think ACCB would love to get a win here, and I think they'll be they certainly will be happy with their performance against the Cluj in the last match. Let's go over to the two captains and see what happened earlier at the coin toss.
ACCB to call.
Head.
Head is the call, and that is a head.
We will bat first.
They are going to bat first.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, no, thank you very much. He's a big unit, isn't he? Look, Tyrone Peters is not a small man, but you can see that Asad Abbas, he's a unit, isn't he? And he's deciding they will bat first. I don't mind that, and they'll like this as well, because they just batted, of course, in the last match. It means that they weren't in the field, so some of those bodies should be nice and fresh. It means they'll be fresher when they go out in the field. Another team that should be fresh, though, in fairness, is the Gladiators. Even though they have played 2 matches in the day already, they've had a nice long rest. So they will be looking to try and limit ACCB to a score around that to 120 mark. I mean, ideally less. In an ideal world, you want to get them skittled out for less than 90 and have a good go yourself at getting all the points here. But I think realistically, they're thinking, you know what, let's just go out there, do what we do well, contain. If you get a chance to get these, get ACCB out early and get those early wickets early, we'll do so. But otherwise, let's try and contain to around 120 and then just go out there and win the match. That's important. They would not want to finish the first lot of round 1 matches with a loss. They're going to be playing in round 2. They know that. They will take 2 points with them. That could be key. And ACCB will look like they're the team that will finish third and take 8 points with them going into the round 2 set of matches. Of course, that's when the second, third and fourth from the group play a second, third and fourth from Group A as well. So the two lots will come together to play in round 2. This is the first ball. It will be Moyes with it. And it just stops his shot slightly, taking on the run, and it's a direct hit. And this is going to be very close. The batters should really be thinking of running more than not. That tells me that he thinks he's in trouble. Let's have a look here. It's a direct hit. He's going to go, I think. Yeah, he's out. That is out. There's no doubt about it. And it's going to come as a shot to him, but he's a goner. I'm telling you now, he's a goner. The message will go through. Nobody's thinking he's out, by the way. They're all going back to bowl the next ball. He is out. He don't make it. And let's see. There he goes. Here's the decision. Now they know. Now they come from everywhere to congratulate the fielder. It's Irfan Hussain that does the business. That is a massive shock. It's a golden duck run out off the first ball. Goran is that's a big, big loss. They just have the habit of doing this, don't they? ACCB. He's never going to make it. And look at the way he's running. He can't get the acceleration in. He's not reaching out. He's not running in a straight line. And he's going to get out for a golden duck. What a pity that is. Because we know he's a... Look at the way he runs here. Look at that. That's not a bad... That's not a good technique. Look at the way he even changes hands. He goes side on. He doesn't run straight. He should have kept the bat in the same hand he started with, reaching forward, at least he would have had a chance. So a wicket of the first ball. It's a golden and a royal duck. And this time it's no run. Thing is, though, I suppose if you're not going to score runs, get out the way early. And, well, we saw just how effective he was in the last match. Gohar Manan when he smashed 39 of 12, but not this time. He's going to go very first ball. They just have a way of shooting themselves in the foot, don't they? So Manan run out first ball. And that one's going to go down to third. A great bit of fielding, though. You can't take anything away from that. Nobody actually thought he was out. It was Irfan Hussain who got the ball in, but nobody thought he was gone. Everybody sort of just thought, yeah, okay, yeah, good throw, well fielded, never mind. Let's get ready to bowl on the next. And then it was a shock when the umpire said, yeah, he's out. So, unfortunately, Manan, that's the last we're going to see of him. And certainly the first round of matches. It's played quite nicely, but no run. Unlike him, what Dilanka brought to the team. And Sasindhu continues to hold on to that number 3 batting position. That's the old saying, if you're not going to make any runs, get out of the way early. So he's done that. So he's not used up any deliveries. It's a good delivery, nicely played. But you've got to be looking at, oh, it could be another one here. But it's a bit of a wild throw. I think this should have gone, as Irfan Hussain with it again, he should have gone at the stumps at the bowler's end. It's because it's a striker that decided so long to go. And this time they do make it in. There's going to be no surprises this time. Mukti is the opener. Marushan. They had a number of batters that made good contributions in that last match. So Manan, who's gone, made, as I said, a fine contribution, 39 to 12. But of course, with Mukti, Marushan made 40 of 26. And this one has, I think he must have got a bit of bat on this, because otherwise that was definitely, there'd be a penny. What's he done? Yeah, it's just, yeah, it's missed. How is that missed? I don't know. You can see it's the movement, because you can see Moisey says, oh, why did it do that? Right, watch him here. He says, it just did that at the last moment, and it did. This is what we're talking about here. So, of course, you can have a look at the two groups here. So, Cluj look like they're going to finish top of the group. Even though if the Gladiators, I keep saying this, if they win by 4, get all the points here, they'll go top. But it will only be for tonight, because Cluj played 2 matches and would just be a point behind. If it's a 3-1, the same as what Cluj did against ACCB, and then Cluj stay top because of they've got a very far superior net run rate. And then, of course, you've got the likes of ACCB and the Gladiators and Lankan Lions. That will then go into the round 2 of matches. The other group is evenly poised as well, because there you have the Eagles and Banasa both on 17 points. United City Bucharest on 8, but remember, those two, the Eagles and Banasa, have played 6, so they've only got 2 more matches each to play, whereas United CC Bucharest have played only 3 matches on 8 points, so they've got a lot of matches to catch up on. And Transylvania, don't rule them out. They've won 1, lost 2, but they've only played 3. Zalmi, though, they're not looking in a good position. As that one's well bowled. I can't believe the batter. Can't believe the batter is even thinking or contemplating that this is a wide, not the angle. So that's fine there. If we have a look at the chart, maybe see it from the other angle. That's well in. Look at this. This is well inside, and he's playing this, and he's saying, "Oh, it's got to be a wide, surely, ump." Can't believe it. It just goes to show sometimes batters don't have too much of an idea of where they're standing. Nowhere near a wide. In comes Kohli again. And it's been well struck. It's going to be 4 runs. It just gets a little bit greedy here, Kohli. I think he thinks, okay, I think I can go for the stumps. And goes for the fuller delivery. But Dilanka is waiting for it. And that's where he likes it. And creams this through the offside. He'll get 4 runs. back to outside the off, and that works, that length. I think this is where Sindhu Lanka has got to try and get the cut or the uppercut in. He's taking himself away from the ball where he needs to go into it, lean into it and fire it. Kohli just doing a little bit of stretching. It was nice in the break earlier, saw Meet Kohli out there with Cosmin and Luca Petra. The three of them were just doing a little bit of training together. Short, Gandhi, put away. You don't want to be there. Well, there's a few people out there just having maybe a little bit of a siesta. And, well, they better wake up quickly. Otherwise, they're going to be woken up by a grizzly. And I'm not talking about the grizzly on the other side of the fence that might come over. I'm talking about the grizzly here. Yeah, watch out, people. Watch out, because there is a grizzly about. A tremendous shot. This time it was too straight. And that ends up at the top of the hill, just where a few people are just enjoying the shade. And also the cricket at the same time. Kohli will try and go wide again, outside off. Slow ball. Good comeback, actually. That's nicely bowled. It will be the end of the over. 10 come from it. Only 2 from the first one, boys. And that means it's 12 for 1. Still plenty of batting to come. Quick look at the tables. And so this is what I'm talking about. So 3 points for the Gladiators will mean they stay second. And the only thing they can do is win by getting 4 points. They will go top. And then they know that it's very unlikely that Cluj are not going to pick up 2 points tomorrow. And so Cluj certainly looking to be the team from this group that will make it straight through to finals down Friday and not have to take part in the round 2 of matches, which will of course commence on Tuesday. Gets played away and single gets taken. Welcome to everybody in the chat, and of course, a big welcome to everybody that's watching from the sub-Indian continent. It's lovely to have you all tuning in, watching by fan code. Hello to Jeffrey Mobbs, and Jeffrey joining in. A few bits of other sports happening around as well. Dave is watching some sports and also keeping us informed of some wet weather. Oh, they're slow running again, but we'll get there. No such rain here. I know that early on, I know when we were in Drew, we had some weather issues. The bowler comes in here and, well, goes for the funky shot. Yeah, it was a bit cold. I remember some of those starts in Drew when the temperature at some points was like 2 degrees. It was chilly. It really was. England, of course, we had a bit of the wet stuff. But that's a nice looking shot. And this one has got through the fielder. It's that... who's that out there? It might be Luca, actually. Luca Petra, who goes down, but I think that just catches him on the foot. He's not able to stop it. I hope it's not his bad foot. Nice shot, though. Beautifully played. Nice bit of timing. That's going to be 4 runs as Wimukti plays that away nicely. Yeah, so we know about the cold weather. But I have to say that we've been... Oh, that's going to probably be 4 pies. It comes off, yeah, 4 leg pies, comes to the thigh pad and races to the boundary. So Moisey's first over was pretty low scoring. The second one, though, is not. But then we've been very lucky. I mean, even from Tallinn, we had wonderful weather. Everybody was telling us in Tallinn we couldn't believe the weather we were getting there. Of course, we spent... Portugal, we had up and down weather, didn't we? That's where I was thinking about Portugal. We had a lot of rain at one point, and we had field was getting wet, and I think there was probably 2 or 3 days where the rain really affected the weather there. And luckily, it did get good for the end of the series. And then, of course, for the the Western Shield, everything was fine, but we did have some bad weather there and some wet stuff. I mentioned Drew already, some really cold days there and rain. Wimbledon, of course, but now, well, that seems a long way away. Everywhere we've been recently has been very warm. That's worth an appeal, and the umpire's given it. Well, I said worth an appeal. The umpire thinks it's more than worth. It's only Moisey game for this. As well as I see this again, I mean, he does probably shuffle across, but oh yeah, I don't know about this one. I don't know about it. Let's see. This will give us an idea of the height. It's on the way up. I get my initial feeling was that this is going probably across the batter, and yeah, I think that one. You can see, for me, I don't think so. That's hitting on the edge under the pad. It's rising. I think that ball is probably going to miss the leg stick, but the umpire sees it differently. What matters is what the umpire thinks. The umpire's given it. It's another wicket that will fall, and it's going to be Wimukti Murushan. He's going to be the next to go. LBW's another wicket to Moyes. He'll finish the over well. 27 for 2. I must admit, there's been a couple of close ones here today. Probably umpire call, but I'm looking at that. And remember, we're doing what the umpires can't do. And that's getting a second look at it. And I'm thinking that's probably a couple of things come to mind. A, he's going to hit the stumps. Secondly, it's down the leg side. There's nothing wrong with that, though. And that's what I wanted to see. And it's a good shot for Sri Lanka. And he's out there now with a man who I was saying before, Pravin Kumar, who I'd like to see coming in a little bit earlier in the innings. So these two, they could get things going here now. Crunched away. Nice shot. And he makes his way up that hill. Well, where they all gone? I suppose they've just moved to another shaded area. Those spectators. Nice bit of shade being created by those trees at the moment, that part of the ground. Rana is the bowler. Shara Rana. Oh, that's very well played. This is a really good shot. And this is something which Sri Lanka wasn't able to play earlier. And when he got beaten outside the off stump a few times. And I said he's got to really be looking to play this shot. And he does. Look, looks like he wants to go for the big shot. No, he can't. And he goes back. He's like a dancer here. Look, he's literally off the ground. I wonder if we can see that again. Can we just, Andy, I wonder if you're able to just pause this when he plays his, have a look at the feet. He's off the ground here when he plays that shot. Ah, that is a beautiful shot. What a shot that is, and brilliant work from Spring Media as well. Absolutely fantastic. And now, just watching, it looks like Mamit Kohli is having a few issues with cramps here. He goes down as that ball is being retrieved, and he's just saying to the fielder, come on, get some work done here. I think we might just call the medic over. I might get the medic coming over and have a look. Well, Cosmin looks like, Cosmin is the 12th. It looks like he's going to go onto the field here as Mick Conley probably needs to shake off some cramps here. And it's understandable. Remember, I don't know when the last time he has played worse. I know he played a fair part, of course, in the qualifiers, T20 qualifiers. Whether he's played since then, I don't know. Well, he's doing his own stretching, and there he is. You can see him in the background. He's in the camera. Let's play cricket. Well, he's not playing cricket over there, but he's not being stronger together either, but he's doing some stretching. And we'll probably still see him in the background at some point as Rana comes back in. Same areas, and this time, well, Cosmin comes to the field of play and gets involved in the action straight away. Not sure what's going on there in the background. It looks like the painter and decorators are in. That house that we often see there from the side camera. Yeah, there we go. The painter and decorators doing a little bit of... I told you that building looked like it's been recently painted. It's actually much further away than you think. It looks like it's just the other side of that banner. It's not, you know. It's a long way away. All right. Pravin Kumar. Oh, it's going to be a wide. It gets past the keeper. It's a long chase in that area. And they'll only take the one. Probably, if they were watching, could have turned the 2 wides into 3. Good and important partnership needs to be put on by these two. I suppose after this you've got Abbas that can come in and crunch it. But these two are the ones you're relying on to get you to a big score. Gets played away and just gently go towards the fielder who does his work out there. That's Waqas Ahmed. Pretty sure that he'll be warming up pretty soon. Ahmed, he's bowled very well. He's in always in conversation with the Cluj team that are sat just to the side of me. Oh, missed opportunity. He plays under this. It's the wrong shot to play. He needed to rock back and crunch it. There's a big gap between the man who's at third, fine third, and backward point. That's where he looked to go. Of course, you got Luca Petra out there, the national player, who's in the last match took 3 very good catches. So you probably don't want to give him a chance. Well bowled. Good variations, actually. Well, he goes down like a sack of potatoes there. There's Rana. Well, Rana in Spanish means frog. And maybe that was a little bit of frog action from Rana. He's hopping around like a frog. It is the end of the over. I get a chance to see this magnificent field and some of the field placing as the over comes to an end. So you can see there, that's a Luca right on the boundary. So he's the sweeper. You've got a very fine third in as well. And it looks like Kohli has gone back on the field after doing his stretching. So Cosmin Zavoy has come back. So that's the field set there for you. Yeah, he's not there anymore, Kohli. He's back on the field of play. Edge, and that's going to go quickly to the boundary. He slashed at it hard as Praveen Kumar. I always say when you buy a bat, you pay for every little bit of it, including the edges. They're worth knocking in the edges, you know. I know a lot of people don't bother knocking those edges because they come in handy. It's demonstrated there by Praveen Kumar. Gets his first boundary. He's hoping the first of many. And that's going to be a teaser. The umpire this time decides this is okay. It's worth having another look, actually, because we've seen a lot of these called. Let's see. Yeah, well, actually, it's a very good ball. It's a slow ball, and that's nowhere near that line. So, tremendous bit of bowling, and he certainly beat the batter there with deception. This is another edge, is it? How's that going over there? He's looking to cut this, actually. He's looking to play the cut shot, and somehow he's ended up going straight. Well, watch this. He's definitely gone for the cut shot, and he's ended up getting the thick edge. And this time, the top of the bat, and it gets wide off the bowler. It's going to be another single. Irfan Hussain bowling the 5th over. And that will go the distance. It's a lovely pickup. Just slightly angled into the pads of Sasindu Dilkana, and he plays this beautifully. What a nice shot. Well, it's a good addition to come in at this stage, certainly. If he's the thing is, though, it is the weekend, and we always have to remember that sometimes players who are not available midweek because of work duties, they turn up the weekend. And this guy, well, he scuffs at this one. This is the chance. Fielder coming around, and they've missed it completely. What doesn't help here is the fielder running in the way of Moyes. Moyes has caught this on his finger, and he might want Cosmin to come on for a moment. Yeah, it doesn't help. It's his catch. But watch the fielder here running sort of right in front of him. That certainly doesn't help. So Moisey gets one on the finger, and he might want a bit of the magic spray on that. Yeah, he's gonna want to come off. He's hurt himself here. He's gonna want to come off for sure. Well, I thought he was, but they've sort of ignored him for a moment, as this one is muscled for a 1 bounce 4, I believe. That's 4 runs, and absolutely clobbered. A good end to the over, and at the halfway point we'll see that one again. He really does lean into it. Absolutely mullered. He moves. This partnership going well, but it's a key partnership. As I welcome you into the cube on this match, the last match of the day. So look, I welcome any of your questions, then if you are lurking, look, I'm going to call a lurker call out. We normally do this when there's the two of us here, but I know there's a lot of people that are there that are watching wherever you are around the world, and you're watching all the comments on the YouTube, and you're thinking, yeah, I'm thinking this, I thought that, or maybe I'll have it. Well, do it. Have a say. Subscribe, send a message, tell us who you are and where you're tuning in from, and say hi, and we'll all say back. Join the European Cricket Network family, why don't you? And we'll give you a shout out as well. So if you've never done it before, come on, you're a lurker, get in the chat and say hello. We'd love to hear from you. Back to the action. Halfway through, 58 on the board, 58 for 2. And that over from Irfan started well, but ended game for 16. The over before, of course, from Rana went for 15. So these two are starting as you would expect them to do, to get a couple of boundaries, 2 or 3 boundaries and over. That's what they're needing from here on in. And just coming through now that Moisey did go off. It looked like he wanted to go off straight away when he got hit, but he was made to wait. So Cosmin comes on, and wow, that's a cosmic shot. That is big. That's going to go right up to the border fence. That goes over the electronic scoreboard. And, oh yeah, this guy, I'm liking what this guy's doing. Question is, though, will Sasindu Dilanka be available when it comes to playing those important matches in round 2? Or is he just here for the weekend, or just here for today? Because, of course, ACCB, they're playing their last match, as are the Gladiators. The last match in the round 1. We will see them in round 2 when the 2 groups, A and B, come together. Smashed hard. Oh, yeah. He's turning on the style, and they're loving this. Now, this guy's a player. There's no doubt about it. This guy is a player. And he's crunching the ball hard. I'm liking what I'm seeing. I don't think we've seen him before. I'm pretty sure it's certainly a name I would remember. Certainly worth having a look. I'm going to see what our database says about him. And gone. Stumps all over the place. Good comeback from the bowler, Rana. It gets the wicket. And just a little bit fuller. And well done to Rana. Look, a lot of times bowlers get under attack and you see them sort of melt away. But not Rana. He comes back stronger, and he hits middle stump. Look at that. He's taken the stump out of the... Oh, look at this stump. And when they say the middle stump out of the ground, well, middle stump is out of the ground. It's out of his holder. What a lovely shot that is of those stumps being smashed. I'm really loving this. Well, this is Rana. After being hit for a couple of boundaries, he says, you know what? I'm going to come back with my own boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly fireball as the stump, after being smashed for 2 sixes. Look at that. It just pops out of the ground just like that. Lovely little moment there for the bowler from Rana. But, well, how about that from Dilanka? 42 of just 19. He's a player. I told you, that guy's a player, and they need him around. They need him to play in the group stages. Absolutely smacked it all over the place, especially with the Sif out of the picture. Oh, that's a big swing and a miss. Well bowled by Rana. New batter has come in. Yeah, has never played on the network before, as Dilanka. Just had a look. So he's a good find wherever they found him from. And this is Ali Haider that has now come out. He bowled very well in the last match, did Haider. Now he's got to do some work with the bat. Okay, that's okay. And, I would say that he's pretty good if he just takes the singles, but not off the last ball, because it means that Praveen Kumar is going to have to walk up to the other end. It's the end of the over, and with 6 overs down, the score 71 for 3. Let's have a quick look at the scorecard. Disappointment, of course, big disappointment for Gohar Manan, who was the Royal Duck. He went for a golden, taking on a single that it was there, but his running was not good. I know he's a big guy, but not good running from him. He didn't run in the straight line, and he didn't reach. He didn't slide the bat in. So he went. And also soft dismissal really from Mukti. I do think though it's probably a little bit unlucky. That one's gone over the stumps. There's the man wearing the shades, looking the business with a little bit of bling around his neck. Waqas Ahmed comes on to bowl. I can't remember who Charlie was saying that he looked like. Some Andrew Tate. There you go. Andrew Tate. Look up Andrew Tate. Who's Andrew Tate? I've got Ruluka next to me here, who's going to look up Andrew Tate. Dinah might know who he is, because he is supposed to be Romanian. Up in the air. Can anyone get there? No, it's going to drop short. And I'm looking at him. Oh, yeah. Now, that is a pretty good resemblance, I have to say. Okay. Andrew Tate. So, Andrew Tate. Maybe he is the Andrew Tate, because I heard that people said he resides in Romania. Is that true? Yeah, he does. If I get a little nod. And the rest is, I've just been said, that's it. You don't want to talk about him anymore. All right, then. He's obviously been a naughty boy. And and it says he's a really shady character. Well, that's why he's wearing the shades, I suppose. And, all right. Should we just call him Sugar? Because the other Tate I know is the Sugar. Tate and Lyle, Sugar. So, Sugar bowling. Yeah, we'll move away from the Tate. Oh, yeah. That is a beaut. And that has been absolutely smashed. And smashed away. So, yeah, American-British social media personality, businessman, and a former professional kickboxer. Well, maybe I shouldn't say nasty things about him. Not if he's a kickboxer. Mind you, I could also ask Jakib to come and help me here. Jakib says he was doing a little bit of karate today. Oh, that's well bowled. Just a little bit shorter and getting that movement away, and just doesn't use his feet this time, Hyder. Just see here, just needed to come down to this one, be looking to try and hit it straight and not across the line. Either that, or you gotta take a little step across. A good comeback from Ahmed. Well bowled again. Not a major grunt, but a little grunt, but that's okay. Nobody minds a little grunt. This is what's happening tomorrow. A repeat of what we saw the start of today, where Cluj take on Zenus. Cluj will then also take on the Lankan Lions, so you'd expect Cluj to win both those matches. And the last matches that Cluj will be playing. And then we go over to Transylvania taking on Zalmi. United CC Bucharest will also be playing Transylvania. And then it will be the Bucharest Derby to finish with Zalmi taking on United CC. So we go back to Group A. This one is going to be over the fielder, and it's going to be 6 runs. Mohamed Moyes is back on the field of play. You can see that he's got a bandage on his finger. That's a good hit from Pravin Kumar. They're trying to really encourage Pravin to really get going here. They know what he's capable of. We know what he's capable of. And I think Moyes does well to not get his busted finger anywhere near that. That one just catches up with him, doesn't he? Tucks him up with this one. It's a shot that he does like to play well, Pravin Kumar. But it's a good delivery from Irfan Hussain. Swing and miss. Outside the off has been the issue really for ACCB. They haven't been able to get too many away when they've been that in that area. Into the 80s, halfway through this, the 8th. Oh, and that one is going to be the one for the over, but that's a good delivery from Irfan Hussain. Bending his back now, isn't he? Bending his back. A very muggy afternoon here now. Temperatures now into the 30s. Around about 32, 33 degrees. And of course, when you're out there in the sun, it feels a lot hotter. That's in the slot, but to the fielder. They're going to have to run these hard. Here comes the throw. The batter's just giving it up. If it hits them out, it was I think Hyder was thinking, but he has now got, or handed the strike back to Pravin Kumar. Kumar's got to go big here now. Got to go big. Got to try and get a boundary here, get into the 90s. Right, tries. All right, this is going to be a test for the fielder. And well done, very well held. And he does, I think Mohamed Moyes a big favour here, does the fielder. And comes across, that's Rana who takes the catch. And if he wasn't going for it, then Moyes he would have had to with that busted finger, which he's got taped up. So, nicely held by Rana. That's going to be the end of Pravin Kumar. Kumar goes for sort of a below par 18 of 10 balls. Rana holding on to the catch, and a well-earned wicket from Hussain, who really has bowled with some fire, with some spite. The over comes to an end. Now this is where it can start to go a little bit wrong for ACCB, because really now you got to accept that all of the key batters are gone, and they haven't got that many. That's a problem. 4 wickets down, they're in trouble. So expected was 110. It was higher than that at one point. It was around 125. But now down to 110. Well, if you're going to bowl full tosses, well, sometimes they get you wickets. It's not the best of deliveries. Sometimes even the Gandhi ball gets you a wicket. And, well, that's nice and sweet from the Sugar Man. And catch gets taken. But look at this. I don't think any issue with the height. He's around about knee height. He just doesn't get good contact. And good hands, good catch taken. No mistakes from the fielder. He's a very good fielder, Amir Hamza. And it's a pretty good hitter of the ball as well. So, remember we saw the wicket of the last over from Hussain. Now that's a catch taken nicely there by Amir. And that means, yeah, team hat-trick on here as the captain comes out. Assad. So, team hat-trick. There he is. The man with the shades. Tucks him up, and oh well, no communication at all between the two batters, so they won't get anything out of that. Hyder was the last to go for 9, by the way, and a nice catch taken there by Hamza. Good cricketer, Hamza, I like him. And now, not sure what's happening here, and I think, yeah, I think that's just the umpire just saying be careful. I like that from the umpire. It's not calling or anything. He's saying, look, just want you to aware, that's what you're doing, but that's fine. But if you do put your heel down, I will call it. That's fine. Yeah, I like that. Good umpiring. Good umpiring. Now works this one around. Does Abbas. Means that he gives the strike to Kunta, who himself hasn't been able to get off the mark at the moment. But see what I mean? That when you get the likes of Manan and Mudushan, and normally Kumar, of course, they've been strengthened by Sri Lanka coming in the side, but normally those three go. And of course, Abdul Asif when he was playing, but that's it. Okay, well, he might have just chipped his wicket away, and he has, and that's not clever. And jumping with joy, I think that's Thakkar that takes the catch. But yeah, he says, that's my number. I know who you are. It's Sudeep Thakur, but well, that's not good. And you can see that the bowler, as soon as he's played, said, yeah, catch it. He's gone. There's another wicket for Waqas Ahmed. And unfortunately, it's going to be a duck for Navin Kunta. I think that was his first ball as well. He's going to get a golden duck. Kunta trying to get a little bit smart with that. New batter comes in, takes guard. So 2 wickets in the over. Kunta, yeah, there you go. He goes. First ball, golden duck. Well, he got out of here pretty quick, didn't he? Didn't even allow us to get hold of him or Derek to catch up with him. Oh, very well bowled. Very well bowled. So it's all going a little bit pear-shaped here. Remember I was saying that the Gladiators, all they'll be looking to do is do the basics right. Do the basics right. You know you've got some batters that are going to go after this, but do the basics right. Get the wickets. Keep it to a score around by the 90s, and you get a chance to maybe take the 4 points. Well, they're going to give themselves that chance, I think. Oh, that's so unlucky that that's not hit the wickets. Very good bowling. It's from Waqas Ahmed. It's a good spell from him. He might be a shady character, they say, but I like what he does on the cricket field. And that's well done. 88 for 6. What a really good over that is. Just the one run comes from it, and he picks up 2 wickets. 6 down with the score on 88. Enjoyed your company today. Thank you, everyone. And, plenty of chat. That's what I like on this weekend. Or Sunday tomorrow. And Charlie will be back as well. And I'm sure a lot of people will be keen to, well, see if Charlie's a happy bunny. Of course, that'll depend on how the football goes tonight. And also be looking to find out how his day off went. I know that Charlie didn't have too much planned. He just wanted to stay in the comfort of the air conditioning, whether it's in his room or in the shopping mall, and have a nice rest, because he deserved it. I know his journey here wasn't the best. He was stranded on the runway for a while, so he got in pretty late, and then of course straight back to work. So yeah, I think he's planning to make the most of his day out, and so he should too. Khan. This one, what's a spin? And well, he does eventually. It did start to get away from him. It'll just be a single. Of course, we are in Romania. There are a lot of inventions in Romania, by the way. Don't know if you're aware. They're a clever bunch, are the Romanians. A whole host of important inventions had Romanian origins. They helped to discover insulin back in 1921. And that, he's done enough here to get it over the infield. On the iba, y no puede. Eso es cuatro. Yeah. Insulin in 1921. It's said to have invented the jet engine in 1910. And we can thank him for the invention of the fountain pen as well in 1827. And if you like coffee, well, quality coffee also has its roots in Romania. The first automatic espresso coffee machine was invented here. So, yeah, hurrah for the Romanians. And of course, as I keep being reminded sometimes, one of the best things to come out of Romania is the Dino Oros, of course, our ECM photographer. As this one is going to be another good hit. And of course, watch out for the pictures on social media, and do like them, of course, and you can make comments on them as well. I know I get carried away sometimes, put a few comments on there, but yeah, like the photos, you'll see them on social media, and of course you can go onto our website as well, europeancricket.com. You can find out all the information about this current event and upcoming events as well. 2 boundaries in the over then, in this last over, trying to get to a good score, but they get past the 90s. I suppose what they're trying to do is get to a score which they believe should, if they don't win the match, at least mean that they get something out of the match, and shots like this will help. That's 4 more. So 3 on a spin, and Thrindu certainly was good with the ball, wasn't he? And now he's clubbing this. It's all a little bit too short from the bowler, and he's getting punished. Kaim Khan waits for the ball to come back, which gets peppered to the boundary. I'm loving the fact that I'm talking to you now. I'm looking out of, it's like a window from the cube. Beautiful weather. Wonderful cricket. And this one is going to be 4 more. And the nature around here is beautiful. It's only the sound of the ball on the willow that interrupts the peace and tranquility of this beautiful Moana Vasia cricket ground. And either side of me, there's dragonflies that are sitting either side on the cube. Bees are buzzing around, doing what they do, and all sorts of things. Grasshoppers, crickets around as well. It's quite beautiful. It's a wonderful place to be, people. It really is. I'm not just talking about this ground, but of course Romania in general. They should take this on, and there will be a run out, and there's disappointment there in the end from Thurindu. But look, he shouldn't be disappointed. He's got them some valuable runs. He would have loved to get that last one away. It's not bad going. And they'll take 17 off that last over. I think they just were a little bit unsure what to do with the last ball. I mean, Abbas is certainly not the quickest, so he should have given himself a running start. He never did. And Thurindu, the batter, was probably protecting the captain and didn't want to run straight away. In the end, they did try and go for the run, but the wicketkeeper, Sidun Pereira, made no mistake, gets the throw in the stumps, and nicely done. So they get themselves to a score, 105 it will be for 7. And, well, I suppose it's a score which should, if they bowl well, and certainly if they bowl the way they did against Cluj, it should be a score that means that they should at least get a point out of this fixture. That's what they'd be keen to do. As we have a look at the highlights, it was those early wickets that hurt, and some really nice shots, of course, played at the same time. That was Murushan playing a beautiful cut shot. This one, though, is the LB, and it didn't feel right to me. That's all I'll say. But was umpire score. That was a delightful shot, and it took him a little while. Did it to get to Dilanka going, because they tucked him up pretty nicely. Mamit Kohli needed to do some stretching. It didn't work. He had to go to the field of play, and he continued to do some stretching himself, but he was able then to come back and on the field of play. But then it was his turn. By he, I mean that man there. Moisey had to go off because he hurt his little finger. He had to go off and get some attention there. I think it was probably Diana, the medic, from the blue plaster that's on there, that sorted him out. But he would come back onto the field of play as well. But it was one of those. ACCB wasn't quite as destructive and entertaining as the reply they made to Cluj in the last match, trying to get to that 165. They got to 148. It was quite the same, but there were still some good signs and some good hitting. And that one was a very nice catch, actually, very well held by Rana. Rana becoming quite a key player, isn't he, in the field? Bowled well and took some really nice catches as well. And that man there, well, he's a bit of a star, isn't he? Waqas Ahmed. What a lovely spell of bowling. It was from him, and this was just not a good shot, as it's the first ball that he faces, and he literally guides the ball straight into the hands of the fielder. No problems there at all. And then this was right there at the end, where I don't think Azad Abbas was going to have any chance getting himself in there unless he went straight away, which he wasn't able to do. So it's the end of the innings. A little smile there from Moyes, who probably just looks around and says to the captain, "Captain, I'm putting my pads on, right?" Yeah, probably is right. And they want to make a good start here. I probably feel that it will be once again Mohammed Moyes and Irfan Hussain that will go out opening. That's a look at that scorecard. So Dilanka, who was the top scorer, he's batted beautifully, isn't he, the left-hander? And I hope for ACCB's sake, and also for this tournament, that he does stick around and play in the second round of matches, because he was he's a great addition to the side. And there's the bowling figures, 2 wickets there for Waqas Ahmed. He certainly is the bigger bowler. And a good 2 overs there from Mohammed Moyes as well. 1 for 12. And in fairness, nobody really bowled badly. I suppose that 1 over right at the end there for Khan, where there was a little bit of carnage, but other than that, ACCB 105 for 7. So 106 will be required for the Gladiators to get a win. They should get that win. The question is, a lot of people are wondering, will they go crazy and try and get the 4 points here? If they do that, they might just give away a few wickets. And they are another team, you know, and we saw that Cluj expose them. They're another team that if they lose 3 or 4 wickets early, they can struggle. So they've got to be a little bit careful and probably be thinking about ensuring that they get the win. So we're going to take a very short break. It is the last match. Thank you for your support of the European Cricket Network, and come back to give me company for the last innings, and maybe come back with some random questions as well. Rika Full, along with the European Cricket Network crew here, we'll be back in around about, well, I'll say about 8 minutes time for the conclusion of the final match today, match number 30. Hasta pronto.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hola mi familia y bienvenido. Welcome back to the last innings of the day here in the match day 6. It's been a wonderful Saturday. Thank you for your company. And let's get ready to rock and roll. And, well, let's have a look at the bonus point equation first. 73 or less restrict to, and you can get all the points here, ACCB. I'm not saying that's impossible, you know. And on the other hand, this is also not impossible. Achieve the target in 7 overs or less, and you, i.e. you being the Gladiators, could get all the points. They weren't quite the Gladiators, were they, when they took on Cluj, when they were slayed, weren't they? But it's time for them to fight back. It is time for them to at least savour what it's like to be sitting at the top of the pack for one night at least. Tomorrow things, of course, will all change. But they've got to get there first. They've got to get this win, and they've got to do it in the 7 overs to ensure they go into the night top. Now, this is going to be close. The umpire says, no, I want to have a look at this again. And I'm wondering already why not. Oh, well, this is close. And this is close. Let's have a look. He's right in front. And, oh, well, the only thing could be height. That's the only thing it could be is height. But that's really close. Let's have a look here. Where's this ball striking him? Yeah, fair call on the height, I think. One's up in the air and just over the man who's inside the circle there at mid-on. Yeah, I think the height on that. But then having said that, that then opens up a can of worms about some of the ones that we have seen given, which could have been pretty close as well. For example, the one that Mudashan got in that match. But that's a good shout from the bowler. Oh, he goes fishing. Well, you're gonna go if you want to go fishing, go to the lake. You might have see a lake. It's only a 10-minute walk over there. There's a nice shop over there as well that does nice ice creams, as I've discovered. Fishing is not what you're doing out there in the middle. You've got to play your shots, Irfan Hussain. That's not a good shot. And the batter, I don't know what sort of signals he's giving. But it's just not a good shot. He's trying to say this ball did this, it did that. No, it's not a good shot. Simple as that. You can't be blaming the ball for that. Holds his head and does Dilanka. And did Dilanka bowl in the last match? Got me thinking now whether he did or not. I'm going to have a look. Sneaks that one through as well. Yeah, he did bowl. And his first over didn't go very well. It went for 25, but he did come back with one that went for 8. More of the same. Getting beaten outside the off. So 127 matches since a golden ball, by the way. Could it be? I don't have a tingle. I don't know if anybody else does. I don't have a tingle, but yeah, it could be. As Irfan Hussain has missed. More that he's hit there. 1-4 in that over, and that's it. 4 without loss. Hussain normally is the productive man who's hitting the boundaries. He doesn't this time, so maybe that they're going to change roles this time. Maybe it's going to be Moisey who's going to get off to a rapid start. That's going to be too wide, I think. And find a time for me to mention some of the days that we've had here today. Of course, it was Happy Islamic New Year. So if you are celebrating, enjoy your celebrations over the weekend. And I'm sure it's a time where there's some fantastic food that comes out. International Kiss Day. Oh, that's even wider. Doesn't have to be a romantic kiss. And whatever it is, it's a simple but powerful gesture. Kissing is an old age practice with significance that extends beyond just romance. So, International Kiss Day. And yeah, come on. Mwah! A kiss to all of my international family around the world. And it's your naughty boy. You can't be saying that. No, I can't be saying that. Anyway, if you talk about donkeys, yeah. Yeah, Andis is saying, does kissing donkeys count? Yeah, it does. I'm going to say donkeys, Andis. I'm not going to refer to the way that you did. Yeah, it all counts. It all counts. So, yeah, enjoy. And I always, one phrase that always comes to mind is, this one is probably another wide that gets spoiled. I always remember a saying that was that the only thing worth stealing is a kiss from a sleeping child. Yeah, I love that saying. And of course, I remember finding that when my daughter was very young, and how true it was. Up in the air. Can anyone catch this? It'll be amazing if it does. And he pulls away from, well, somebody's got to at least try and stop it. And now they all look at, it's like the Keystone Cops. It really is. Here they come. They come from everywhere. Keystone Cops, and then he pulls away from it. He can't hold on to it. He can't stop it. How does that get past 3? How does it? One more time, and it's whenever we got time. Maybe not now. We'll save it for later. How does that get past all of them? I cannot believe it. We'll join the action back again. And Moisey, well, they're just swinging wild, aren't they? Swinging wild. I mean, you got to play proper shots. I know both of them are good batters, but I don't quite understand it. Maybe the idea is to swing it. Here we go. Look, missed, 4, and then they all look at each other. Keystone Cop moment on the network. More swinging and missing. Yeah, so also, I was talking about international days. This is a weird one, but it is a day, I promise you people. International Cherry Pit Spitting Day, especially created to host cherries pit spitting competitions around the world, everybody. Well, that is not a cherry, it's a grizzly that hasn't been spat, has been hit out of the middle. Lovely jubbly, and that will go for 6. It's about time. Maybe this one just a little bit closer, and Moyes, instead of swinging wild, he waits for it and crunches it to the boundary. It is the end of the over, but not going quite to plan, really. And after a couple, have a look at the standings there. Of course, I think everybody understands what's at stake here. 16 for 2. 16 off 2, I should say. And that over from Vishwa. Going for 12. He just hasn't been the same since he stopped screaming, has he? I mean, I feel sorry for him now. I really do. Because this one is leaned into, it's going to be, well, now... I think it's 6. I think it hits the rope. Some people are saying no. Well, let's have a look at it. It's got to be watched again a few times, actually. Watch this. Well, I reckon that's right on the rope, and then it spins back. I think it's 6, and it has been given a 6. It's right on the rope. It is 6 runs. There's no doubt about it. But I love the way the ball spins back, and the fielders are going one way, and the Grizzlies going the other way. It's like, catch me if you can, and then it comes back the other way. This one ain't coming back, though. This is going to go over the boundary. It's going to be 6 more. So Irfan Hussain, he needed a few swings to get into the groove. Now he's into the groove. He's finding his rhythm, and he's putting the ball away. So nice shot. Bowler, Delanka. They did go back to Delanka. Remember, he had that one expensive over and one quiet one. Well, he's got the quiet one out the way. And now this one, it could be a wicket, though. He's under it, and oh, it's straight in and straight out. The Grizzly, well, it bites back, and Saeed-Ullah has just not had a good day in the field. He knows it. It's been one of those days for Ullah. It's in and it's out, in, out, shake it all about. A little bit of Grizzly action. And that Grizzly is too wild to sit in those hands. And that's a drop, a big drop, as Hussain gets dropped on 16. You don't want to be dropping somebody like Hussain, that is for sure. And Ullah, once again, just he can't catch a break, can he? Cannot catch a break. That one is going to be 4. It should have been wide. It may have been even 5, because I don't think the keeper's going to get onto this. It's a really wide, erratic delivery from Delanka. Watch where this is going. And toe end of the bat, it will go for 4. This over's not going well, is it? I can hear the emergency services coming. They're feeling this. They're probably coming because of some crazy stuff happening in this final innings. Something that's worth mentioning here. I'll wait till after this ball because something's bound to be happening here. All right, up in the air, but if he catches this, I'll retire. Oh, well, it would have been a great catch. It would have been. It's probably 4. I think it goes through his hands and to the boundary. So 4 more. Yeah, look, I like giving some facts. And back in 1977, birth of the first black man to play for South Africa with an action consciously modelled on that of Malcolm Marshall. It's Makoya Nitini made his ODI and Test debut back in 1998. Still going to miss. Nitini, and he's a good bowler as well. Liked it. And is right, he was very much like Malcolm Marshall. Of course, we talked about Malcolm Marshall yesterday when he tormented England and assisted in bowling them out for 93. That was on this day yesterday. End of the over. And the score after 3, 37. So that not the best of overs, that one. There it goes, magical. 21 come from it, from Delanka. I think Delanka's won that one. If he bowls and the captain gets a good over out of him, the captain should think about resting him, because that's the way he's been. There's been one good and one bad. Well, they're going to get this breakthrough. When's it going to come? And it's going to be Vishwa. Now, I started talking about Vishwa Priyadarshana. And when he first bowled, this is going to be, should just be the one. And it's good fielding by Naveen Kunta. He patrols that area of the ground and it makes his his. When he first bowled, he started this little when he bowled. It was actually, it wasn't as bad as that. It was a little bit of that, wasn't it? Then it went to a little bit of a and then it went to a little. Well, actually no, it didn't. But it went into a bit of a scream like and I then started saying, as this one is, well, that is big. That's what that is. And no grunting needed to describe that. That's just gone on the way. Yeah, it got to a point where I started saying that. I've actually umpired at La Manga once when there was a bowler who was not doing it all the time, but was, let's just say that he raised the volume of the grunts just to, you could see he was trying to put off the batters. And I think when I was day off, the grunting got so bad and it changed in volume so much from being just a gentle to a and literally it was that he was told he had to stop. Now this is catchable and he don't normally drop them and he doesn't drop them. It's crocodile style. It's Stilio the Crocodilio, but it's going to be a wicket. Well done, well held. And that's what they wanted. They just wanted to break through, and the breakthrough does come. Moisey will depart, and the batter is gone. It's 24. Not the cleaners are striking from him of 11. And well done to Naveen Kunta, who takes another fine catch out there on the boundary. And he's rewarding the bowler that we're talking about, Vishwa, with a wicket. But the point I was trying to make, ever since he stopped grunting after being told, look, it's excessive, so don't do it deliberately, he stopped doing it altogether. And it's almost like you're taking something away from him, like a bit of ammunition, and he's not been at his best. Let's just say, he's the guy who's taken a hat-trick, by the way. He took 4 for 19, something like that. So I want him. I want to hear him grunt again, just a little grunt, just so he feels back at home. But he's got a wicket. Maybe that'll help him. That's well bowled. They want to take him on here because the ball gets away. There's an apology straight away from the non-striker who is putting his hand up, saying, "I'm sorry. It was all. It's unintentional." So yeah, he gets a hand to it, and just here, I think he just gets gets a little bit of it, and then he says, sorry yaar, तेरे लग गई, मैं जान के नहीं गिरता, accident हो गया, माफी मांग ली. And well, there's nothing to apologise for here. It's a short delivery, and well, that's not the way to do it. He's apologising one moment, and next thing he's swivelling on this, a bit of the when it was the bowler who went when he got hit, and now the batter goes as he puts this one to the boundary, 4 runs. But yeah, I'd like to see him get his grunt back. Can he have his grunt back? It's like, what was that? It was what was it? It was Ariel, wasn't it? Wasn't it Ariel that had a voice taken away? Wasn't that the cartoon Ariel? And a little bit of that. Maybe he had his voice. Tyrone Peters, give him his voice back, please, Tyrone, please. Give him his voice back so he can grunt. Let the man grunt. They don't do that in tennis, do they? Tennis, they're allowed to grunt. They're all grunting at tennis. Mind you, I think I watched a bit of Wimbledon yesterday, and I can understand why the players do grunt. Is to keep the spectators awake. They fall asleep, you know. They were yawning and doing all sorts when I was watching it the other day. And literally, next time you're watching a bit of Wimbledon, and they always often focus in the crowd, keep an eye out. And they were all like nodding off and doozing. And there was one man who had a bit of salami that was coming out of the edge of his mouth. He's obviously fallen asleep while he was eating his lunch. Okay, end of that over. The 50 does come up. So 50 for 1. There's a wicket for Vishwa. So happy about that, but I'm sad that his grunt has come to an end. And once again, I don't think he was told not to grunt. I think he was just told, hey, look, we think sometimes there's a deliberate grunt when you're just trying to put off the batter, so eliminate that. We don't mind if it's a consistent grunt. If you grunt when you're bowling, fair play. He's not the only man to do so. So get your grunt back. 56 of 36 balls. The rate is very manageable. But one thing that ACB are looking to try and do here is, of course, at least get a point. This one is going to be a teaser. It's going to go all the way for 6. I'm pretty sure of it. The umpire looks at the fielder. The fielder hasn't signalled, so he's going to go to the walkie-talkie. No, he's not. He's going to put the walkie-talkie away and go, that's 6 carreras. Manos arriba, arriba, arriba from the arbitro. 6 más. Gets crunched away. 2018, Bangladesh crashed to their lowest test inning score of 43 and eventually to an innings and 219 runs defeat in 3 days against West Indies in North Sound. Yeah, that's 2018, the lowest test innings score, 43 for Bangladesh. This one is, well, Diana Oroz is going to have to stop this, and she passes it. Well, that's not good, Diana. You need a bit of foot fielding. And Diana's got her burrito in her hand, so I can understand why she's unkeen to get the camera in the way. You won't see this in the shot, but foot fielding is not the way to do it. And that's timed to perfection. There's that Grizzly races across the ground and right in front of the cube. And that is mashed. Oh, it's a biggie. It's a biz away Super 6. Seis Guerreras. Well, he's muscled that over the boundary. It's crunch time. Irfan Hussain. It's like a batter who has to swing and miss at 6 balls before he gets started. And if he's still there at the end of it, he doesn't miss too many more. That's a cracking shot. And that one is, well, the water boy is in the action. And, well, thought he was going to do that nicely, but misfields. And then the ball does go down into the rough. A little dabble. We'll take the single this time and give Amir Hamza the strike. Amir, of course, didn't quite fire in the last match. It'd be a good opportunity for him to get a few good hits in this one. Oh, defensively played, taking the single on. And they'll take it as well. I wasn't expecting Amir Hamza to do that. Speaking of big defeats, 1987 on this day, a crushing win for Pakistan at Headingley in a miserable rain-affected summer. That was the only result of the 5-test series. The inspiration came from Imran Khan, and that's played away quite nicely. The inspiration came from Imran Khan, who took 3 for 37 and 7 for 40, and in the process became the first Pakistani to take 300 test wickets. That's Imran Khan, of course, the legend, and that's played away nicely. And, well, I can welcome you into the Cube one more time on what has been a wonderful Saturday. Welcome, everyone, and thank you very much for everyone that's been on the chat today. It's been very healthy. There's been a lot of conversation, and you've kept me company very well. Somebody else has kept me company. Now, a lot of people I know have been asking, what has happened to my good friend James? Well, James Pond, here he is. James Pond hasn't gone. He's here. Look, I've got to say that Charlie is a little bit afraid of James, isn't he? Yeah, Charlie's afraid. So when Charlie's here, James has to be kept locked away. But if you all insist on James when Charlie's here, James will come and freak Charlie out. You know, Charlie doesn't like creepy crawlies and all sorts of things. He jumps around. But I'm going to say to Charlie, if he's allowed to have his tennis ball in here and bounce it up and down and hit me 100 times with it throughout the day, then that's what I'm doing tomorrow. If Charlie's going to have his tennis ball with balancing it around, well, then James Pond is allowed to play. So, oh, yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Well, James Pond comes into the cube. And then after that, we see a little bit of jalebi delight. अरे वाह, कितना सोना, कितना स्वाद आ गया कि नहीं? आ देख लिया, मैं कहना होता ना जलेबियां खाया करो, जलेबियां खा के ना हाथ जेने ना चिप चिप करते हैं, ओ बॉल भर हो जाती है. Look at this. Ay, 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 what a catch. Somebody tell me, is that Saeed Ullah that is taking a catch? Because Saeed Ullah has dropped everything. Yeah, there's Jalebi Delight. And I tell you who's jumping up and down. Well, yeah, you can't stop him now because I think James Pond has gone crazy. Yeah, he's gone crazy. Jalebi catch, everybody. Jalebi catch. Oh, yeah, that's what we're talking about. Yeah. Oh, this is wonderful. Watch this again. Ay, 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 kinna sona. And there's the Delight. And he had to bounce back. And who's taking it? No, it's Ali Hyder. I thought for a moment, was it? And this one, though, gets through him and doesn't get through the fielder, though. No, that's a great catch. Wonderful moment. That's what it's all about. You see, there's that magical moment, that your sort of call to fame, if you want, is only around the corner. And, well, that's a magical bit of work to get the wicket. And Hamza now goes back. So that means Nahid Hussain comes out. Irfan is still there, though. And while he's there, the runs like this will come. That's going to be his 50, everybody. So 50 of 18 deliveries. 1 minute we were celebrating a great catch. The next moment we're celebrating a 50. And well done. Well, you get the chair now. Put your bat up in the air. Irfan Hussain, 50 of 18 deliveries, well batted. And that is shortly after we saw the wicket there of Hamza. And this is another big hit. And he's looking to finish this off pretty quickly now, isn't he? And just have a look at the equation. 21 of 25. And of course, they are still after. They're still after all the points here. So keep an eye on this. This is going to be very interesting. They don't want this to go to the boundary, really. Here comes the delivery. He rocks back. He hits it hard. It will go to the boundary. It's going to be 6 more. So the Gladiators, thanks to Irfan Hussain, are on search for taking and stealing a point away from ACCP. You thought with that wicket going down of Amir Hamza, that one-handed jalebi catch from Ali Haider, was going to mean that's not going to happen. But, well, we go now. So 91 for 2, 6 overs completed. So of this over, they're needing 15. The only good news, I suppose, is that Nahid Hussain is on strike. Now, I wonder if you're going to make the brave move here of just having one close fielder either side to prevent them from taking a single. Because that's got to be the thought process here. 15 required, get a single off the first, and 5 balls to get 15. That basically is 3 shots for someone like Irfan. Or will Hussain go for the big one himself? Nobody really in close, so they're allowing him to get the single. And he doesn't. It's going to be a dot. And look at Irfan Hussain. He's jumping up and down. He's bouncing up and down. He's going zibbity, 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 trying to get to the other end. So, no run. Dot ball. 15 off 5. Gladiators want all the points, so they finish top for the day. ACCB can spoil their party. And that is muscled over the rope. That is going to be 6 of them, surely. And they're checking here. Put them up like you just don't care. They're going to check. And up they go. Arriba, 6 carreras. Well, I didn't think he was going to hang around. After seeing a dot, he mashes this one over the offside boundary. That's going to be 6. 9 off 4. Oh, wicket keeper. Basics. Use your gloves. You knew they were going to take the single, given the opportunity. He's got to stop this. That's an error. They'll get one by. But more to the point, you should never be letting that hit your pads. It's been a long day, I guess, but you've got to stop those. 8 required of 3 balls. 2 hits away, really. This is a very important delivery. Goes full. Got to be stopped, not stopped. 4 runs. He's got to be throwing himself at this with everything, with all his might. Trying to stop the boundary. Can't do so. So 4 of 2. They want a dot ball in here to make it interesting. And, well, I'm not sure why he looks so disappointed about it. I think he's lucky. Maybe he's just fortunate. He's happy that the fielder doesn't stop it. Fielder hasn't stopped that for me. ACCB fighting for a point. Bucharest Gladiators know that if they get 4 here of 2 balls, they will go top of the standings. They go for it, but this is catchable probably. And it's one man who doesn't drop them. And can you believe he's dropped it? Now he gets a throw in. Oh my word, I cannot believe it. Naveen Kunta, who has been so good, but under pressure, he puts down the catch. And this one is, he does know where it is. Commentator's curses and this, well, maybe it is. First one he's dropped, and it's the most important catch, probably. That could be the point. Oh, do they only take 1? They only take 1. So, need a boundary. 3 of 1. They need a boundary here for all the points. Goes for it and gets it. That will be all the points. So, the Bucharest Gladiators as this one is going into you, Andis. Knock, knock. And the Bucharest Gladiators will get all the points. They will go to the top of the standings with those 4 points. And that's because Cluj only picked up 3 against ACCB, but they couldn't steal a point against the Gladiators. The Gladiators finish on a high. They will go top, but remember, by 1 point, Cluj have 2 matches tomorrow to reclaim top spot and be the team from this group to go all the way into finals day, and leaving the likes of the Gladiators and probably ACCB and one other, most probably the Lankan Lions, to fight it out in the round 2 of matches. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. It's going to be hard work for Zenus versus Cluj. Remember, Cluj will go into that match wanting to do all the work in that one match. They win that match, they win the group. There's no doubt about it, and they go straight through to finals day on Friday. And then if they do mess up, they get a second chance against the Lankan Lions. Lankan Lions themselves know that it's probably pretty important that they try and get a good win in that match. But I don't think, and knowing that ACCB have picked up a point here today, I don't think the Lankan Lions can topple them no matter what happens in that contest. So I think the top 3, if not even the 4, have already been decided in that group. But then we'll start. We go back to Group A. Transylvania taking on Bucharest Zalmi. Zalmi, I think their fate is more or less already sort of set. So Transylvania, though, they got plenty to play for. They still only played 3 matches. So they got some big matches coming up. Their second match up against United CC Bucharest. United themselves have only played 3. And then the last match will be the Bucharest Zalmi, which once again you'd imagine that United CC Bucharest will win quite comfortably. I think the first time those 2 teams played, if memory serves me right, it was only 58 that Zalmi made, and United knocked them off with just 17 deliveries. That's what's coming up tomorrow. Let's take a look at this exciting innings where the Gladiators did get all the points. That one was very close. In fact, it ends up being a good call, I think, from the umpire. Well, if only they had made some stops like that, if that one doesn't go to the boundary. I'm loving the fielder who comes in there at the end and saying, yeah, does it kick out of there? And he's right. If they didn't get that 4 away, who knows? Well, I've never seen that. Ball hits the rope and spins back, and the 2 fielders run straight past it. Don't forget this one. And, well, ooh la la la, Saidullah, he's had a nightmare of a day. But then you got to say right there towards the end, it was a man you would never expect, Naveen Kunta, who put the catch down. Having said that, I mean, all right, the batters did cross, and I thought that might work in their favour. It didn't really, because the ball was still smashed by Naheed Hussain to the boundary, even though he wasn't the set batter. So you can't really say. But it's all of those earlier moments, all of those little runs that they gave away. And good hitting, though. Irfan Hussain, it's just, he comes out and he looks, and he's a bit like Moisey. When they sometimes come out, both of them just look like they haven't held a bat before this. Well, there's the water boy. Paniwala gets it all wrong. But, yeah, it looks like they haven't held a bat before. But, wow, how about this? A little bit of jalebi delight. That was sensational. Well, I liked it. I know that James Pond liked it. They all liked it. It was a jalebi catch, and it was a fine catch as well. A wonderful moment there for the fielder. And that was Ali Haider. Took a great catch, the one-handed one. But then after that, it all went downhill pretty quickly, because first the half century came up for Irfan Hussain, and then they got that more important boundary at the end of the last over. And then after a drop ball, that boundary happened. Then this happened, and it's behind you. They only took the 1, so I thought, well, it's not that bad, because it was Naheed Hussain who went on strike. But then Hussain, the 1 ball, he needed to get 3. Well, he doubled it. He got 6. And that meant that all the points would go to the Bucharest Gladiators. So well done to them. And in the end, ACCB, I thought they might have done enough getting past 100 to give them a chance to get a point, but it wasn't to be. And off the very last ball of that 7th over, they conceded the win, which means they lost that point as well, a vital point. Gladiators will finish top of the standings today, but they have finished all their matches, so have ACCB. And that means that tomorrow, it's all eyes, of course, will be on the likes of Cluj. Cluj know they've just got to pick up a couple of points and everything will be done and dusted for them. Let's have a quick look at the bowling figures here. And Yeah, a little bit of look, number of bowlers used, but I think that one over from Pravin Kumar and was the expensive one really. That sort of hurt them. And of course that last over, anything could have happened from that one from Ali Haider who came on, but the 3 boundaries in the last ball 6 really hurts here. So well done. There's the match summary there. Congratulations to the Gladiators. They will, at least for tonight, be top of the standings, but of course that is all likely to change tomorrow. Lovely look at the ground, looks absolutely stunning. That is just breathtaking, isn't it? It's a beautiful view as you join me back in the cube. What can I say? What a Saturday. It's been absolutely fantastic. Once again, a big thank you to everybody around the ground. I think the umpires today, it's been a tough day. Every day is a tough day for them. There's a lot of calls that they've got to make, and they're under extreme conditions and very hot out there as well. So well done to them. Done a great job. Tyron Peters manages them well. Well done to the Blue crew as well. They did superb with the scoring. Very big thank you to the Federation for looking after us here, doing an amazing job. And of course to all the players as well, the way that they play the game. The one thing that I like about here, the way the players play the game, they're very respectful to each other, know each other very well. That's always wonderful to see. And it's good to see a lot of the young players coming through at the same time. And big thank you to you, wherever you've been watching from around the world. And your support today has been absolutely fantastic. It's always a little bit difficult when you're on your own on the comms, but having you there and having the interaction happening between yourselves and me able to get involved as well has been absolutely fantastic. And you know you are simply the best. And thank you for your support today. And thank you, of course, for your support for the European Cricket Network. Big day coming up tomorrow. Cluj, they're going to be sitting second at the moment. They won't be liking that. But of course, they'll be able to put things right again when they're back here tomorrow. They're up against Zenus first thing, and I think that will be all changed. Zenus know that they're probably in for a bit of a hiding, but we will see the Lankan Lions. Maybe the Lions, if they put their A game together, could cause a little bit of an upset. Well, I can hear the music playing. That means we're ready to show you the highlights of the day. But before I go, I want to thank you very much for watching. Thank you for your support. Be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya, thank you. Hasta mañana, mi familia.